Chapter 23 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 23. Retaliation. The public house that had been chosen by the leaders of the press gang in Monkshaven at this time for their rendezvous, or randyvows as it was generally pronounced, was an inn of poor repute, with a yard at the back which opened on to the staithe or quay nearest to the open sea. A strong high stone wall bounded this grass-grown mouldy yard on two sides. The house and some unused outbuildings formed the other two. The choice of the place was good enough, both as to situation, which was sufficiently isolated, and yet near to the widening river, and as to the character of the landlord. John Hobbs was a failing man, one who seemed as if doomed to be unfortunate in all his undertakings, and the consequence of all this was that he was envious of the more prosperous, and willing to do anything that might bring him in a little present success in life. His household consisted of his wife, her niece, who had acted as servant, and an out-of-doors man, a brother of Ned Simpson, the well-doing butcher, who at one time had had a fancy for Sylvia. But the one brother was prosperous, the other had gone on sinking in life, like him who was now his master. Neither Hobbs nor his man Simpson were absolutely bad men. If things had gone well with them, they might each have been as scrupulous and conscientious as their neighbours. And even now, supposing the gain in money to be equal, they would sooner have done good than evil. But a very small sum was enough to turn the balance. And in a greater degree than in most cases was the famous maxim of Rochefoucauld true with them. For in the misfortunes of their friends they seemed to see some justification of their own. It was blind fate dealing out events, not that the events themselves were the inevitable consequences of folly or misconduct. To such men as these, the large sum offered by the lieutenant of the press gang for the accommodation of the Mariners' Arms was simply and immediately irresistible. The best room in the dilapidated house was put at the service of the commanding officer of the impress service, and all other arrangements made at his desire, irrespective of all the former unprofitable sources of custom and of business. If the relatives both of Hobbs and of Simpson had not been so well known and so prosperous in the town, they themselves would have received more marks of popular ill opinion than they did during the winter the events of which are now being recorded. As it was, people spoke to them when they appeared at kirk or at market, but held no conversation with them. No, not although they each appeared better dressed than they had either of them done for years past, and although their whole manner showed a change, inasmuch as they had been formerly snarling and misanthropic, and were now civil almost to deprecation. Every one who was capable of understanding the state of feeling in Monkshaven at this time must have been aware that at any moment an explosion might take place, and probably there were those who had judgment enough to be surprised that it did not take place sooner than it did. For until February there were only occasional cries and growls of rage, as the press gang made their captures first here, then there, often, apparently, tranquil for days, then heard of at some distance along the coast, then carrying off a seaman from the very heart of the town. They seemed afraid of provoking any general hostility, such as that which had driven them from Shields, and would have conciliated the inhabitants if they could. The officers on the service and on board the 3 men of war coming often into the town, spending largely, talking to all with cheery friendliness, and making themselves very popular in such society as they could obtain access to at the houses of the neighbouring magistrates, or at the rectory. But this, however agreeable, did not forward the object the impress service had in view. And accordingly a more decided step was taken at a time when, although there was no apparent evidence as to the fact, the town was full of the Greenland mariners coming quietly in to renew their yearly engagements, which, when done, would legally entitle them to protection from impressment. One night, it was on a Saturday, February 23rd, when there was a bitter black frost, with a north-east wind sweeping through the streets, and men and women were close shut in their houses. All were startled in their household content and warmth by the sound of the fire-bell busily swinging and pealing out for help. The fire-bell was kept in the market-house, where High Street and Bridge Street met. Every one knew what it meant. Some dwelling, or maybe a boiling house, was on fire, and neighbourly assistance was summoned with all speed, in a town where no water was laid on, nor fire engines kept in readiness. Men snatched up their hats and rushed out, wives following, some with the readiest wraps they could lay hands on, with which to clothe the over-hasty husbands, others from that mixture of dread and curiosity which draws people to the scene of any disaster. Those of the market people who were making the best of their way homewards, having waited in the town till the early darkness concealed their path, turned back at the sound of the ever-clanging fire-bell, ringing out faster and faster, as if the danger became every instant more pressing. As men ran against or alongside of each other, their breathless question was ever, "Where is it?" and no one could tell. So they pressed onwards into the market-place, sure of obtaining the information desired there, where the fire-bell kept calling out with its furious metal tongue. The dull oil lamps in the adjoining streets only made darkness visible in the thronged market-place, where the buzz of many men's unanswered questions was rising louder and louder. A strange feeling of dread crept over those nearest to the closed market-house. Above them in the air the bell was still clanging, but before them was a door fast shut and locked. No one to speak and tell them why they were summoned, where they ought to be. They were at the heart of the mystery, and it was a silent blank. Their unformed dread took shape at the cry from the outside of the crowd, from where men were still coming down the eastern side of Bridge Street. "The gang! The gang!" shrieked out someone. "The gang are upon us! Help! Help!" Then the fire-bell had been a decoy, a sort of seething the kid in its mother's milk, leading men into a snare through their kindliest feelings. Some dull sense of this added to utter dismay, and made them struggle and strain to get to all the outlets save that in which a fight was now going on, the swish of heavy whips, the thud of bludgeons, the groans, the growls of wounded or infuriated men, coming with terrible distinctness through the darkness to the quickened ear of fear. A breathless group rushed up the blackness of a narrow entry to stand still a while and recover strength for fresh running. For a time nothing but heavy pants and gasps were heard among them. No one knew his neighbour, and their good feeling, so lately abused and preyed upon, made them full of suspicion. The first who spoke was recognized by his voice. "Is it thee, Dan'l Robson?" asked his neighbour in a low tone. "Aye, who else should it be?" "I dunno. If I am to be any one else, I'd like to be a chap of no but 8 stone. I'm welly done for. It were as bloody a shame as iver I heerd on. Who's to go to next fire, I'd like to know?" "I tell you what, lad," said Daniel, recovering his breath, but speaking in gasps. "We were a pack of cowards to let 'em carry off yon chaps as easy as they did, I'm reckoning." "I think so indeed," said another voice. Daniel went on. "We was 200, if we was a man, and t' gang has never numbered above 12. "But they was armed. I seen t' glitter in their cutlasses," spoke out a fresh voice. "What then?" replied he who had latest come, and who stood at the mouth of the entry. "I had my whaling knife wi' me and my pea jacket, as my missus threw at me, and I'd ha' ripped 'em up as soon as winking, if I could ha' thought what was best to do with that damned bell making such a din reet above us. A man can but die onest, and we was ready to go into t' fire for to save folks' lives, and yet we'd none on us to wit to see as we might ha' saved yon poor chaps as screeched out for help." "They'll ha' getten 'em to t' randyvows by now," said some one. "They cannot take 'em aboard till morning. T' tide won't serve," said the last speaker but one. Daniel Robson spoke out the thought that was surging up into the brain of every one there. "There's a chance for us a'. How many be we?" By dint of touching each other, the numbers were counted. 7. 7! "But if us 7 turns out and rouses to town, there'll be many a score ready to gang to Mariners' Arms, and it'll be easy work rescuing them chaps as is pressed. Us 7, each man jack on us, go and seek up his friends, and get him as well as he can to the church steps. Then, maybe, there'll be some there as'll not be so soft as we was, letting them poor chaps be carried off from under our noses, just because our ears was busy listening to yon confounded bell, whose clip-clapping tongue I'll tear out afore this week is out." Before Daniel had finished speaking, those nearest to the entrance muttered their assent to his project, and had stolen off, keeping to the darkest side of the streets and lanes, which they threaded in different directions, most of them going straight as sleuth-hounds to the haunts of the wildest and most desperate portion of the seafaring population of Monkshaven. For in the breasts of many, revenge for the misery and alarm of the past winter took a deeper and more ferocious form than Daniel had thought of when he made his proposal of a rescue. To him it was an adventure like many he had been engaged in his younger days. Indeed, the liquor he had drunk had given him a fictitious youth for the time, and it was more in the light of a rough frolic, of which he was to be the leader, that he limped along, always lame from old attacks of rheumatism, chuckling to himself at the apparent stillness of the town, which gave no warning to the press gang at the rendezvous of anything in the wind. Daniel, too, had his friends to summon, old hands like himself, but deepens, also like himself, as he imagined. It was 9 o'clock when all who were summoned met at the church steps, and by 9 o'clock Monkshaven in those days was more quiet and asleep than many a town at present is at midnight. The church and churchyard above them were flooded with silver light, for the moon was high in the heavens. The irregular steps were here and there in pure white clearness, here and there in blackest shadow. But more than halfway up to the top, men clustered like bees, all pressing so as to be near enough to question those who stood nearest to the planning of the attack. Here and there a woman, with wild gestures and shrill voice that no entreaty would hush down to the whispered pitch of the men, pushed her way through the crowd, this one imploring immediate action, that adjuring those around her to smite and spare not those who had carried off her man, the father, the breadwinner. Low down in the darkened silent town were many whose hearts went with the angry and excited crowd, and who would bless them and caress them for that night's deeds. Daniel soon found himself a laggard in planning, compared to some of those around him. But when, with the rushing sound of many steps and but few words, they had arrived at the blank, dark, shut-up Mariner's Arms, they paused in surprise at the uninhabited look of the whole house. It was Daniel once more who took the lead. "Speak 'em fair," said he. "Try good words first. Hobbs'll maybe let him out quiet, if we can catch a word wi' him. I say, Hobbs," said he, raising his voice, "is our shut up for to neet? For I'd be glad of a glass. I'm Dan'l Robson, thou knows." Not one word in reply, any more than from the tomb. But his speech had been heard nevertheless. The crowd behind him began to jeer and to threaten. There was no longer any keeping down their voices, their rage, their terrible oaths. If doors and windows had not of late been strengthened with bars of iron in anticipation of some such occasion, they would have been broken in with the onset of the fierce and now yelling crowd, who rushed against them with the force of a battering ram, to recoil in baffled rage from the vain assault. No sign, no sound from within in that breathless pause. "Come away round here. I've found a way to tobacco behint, where belike it's not so well fenced," said Daniel, who had made way for younger and more powerful men to conduct the assault, and had employed his time meanwhile in examining the back premises. The men rushed after him, almost knocking him down, as he made his way into the lane into which the doors of the outbuildings belonging to the inn opened. Daniel had already broken the fastening of that which opened into a damp, mouldy-smelling shippen, in one corner of which a poor lean cow shifted herself on her legs, in an uneasy, restless manner, as her sleeping-place was invaded by as many men as could cram themselves into the dark hold. Daniel, at the end farthest from the door, was almost smothered before he could break down the rotten wooden shutter, that, when opened, displayed the weedy yard of the old inn, the full clear light defining the outline of each blade of grass by the delicate black shadow behind. This hole, used to give air and light to what had once been a stable, in the days when horse travellers were in the habit of coming to the Mariner's Arms, was large enough to admit the passage of a man, and Daniel, in virtue of its discovery, was the first to get through. But he was larger and heavier than he had been, his lameness made him less agile, and the impatient crowd behind him gave him a helping push that sent him down on the round stones with which the yard was paved, and for the time disabled him so much that he could only just crawl out of the way of leaping feet and heavy nailed boots, which came through the opening till the yard was filled with men, who now set up a fierce derisive shout, which, to their delight, was answered from within. No more silence, no more dead opposition, a living struggle, a glowing, raging fight, and Daniel thought he should be obliged to sit there still, leaning against the wall, inactive, while the strife and the action were going on in which he had once been foremost. He saw the stones torn up, he saw them used with good effect on the unguarded back door. He cried out in useless warning as he saw the upper windows open, and aim taken among the crowd, but just then the door gave way, and there was an involuntary forward motion in the throng, so that no one was so disabled by the shots as to prevent his forcing his way in with the rest. And now the sounds came veiled by the walls as if some raging, ravening beast growling over his prey. The noise came and went, once utterly ceased, and Daniel raised himself with difficulty to ascertain the cause, when again the roar came clear and fresh, and men poured into the yard again, shouting and rejoicing over the rescued victims of the press gang. Daniel hobbled up and shouted and rejoiced and shook hands with the rest, hardly caring to understand that the lieutenant and his gang had quitted the house by a front window, and that all had poured out in search of them. The greater part, however, returning to liberate the prisoners, and then glut their vengeance on the house and its contents. From all the windows, upper and lower, furniture was now being thrown into the yard. The smash of glass, the heavier crash of wood, the cries, the laughter, the oaths, all excited Daniel to the utmost, and forgetting his bruises, he pressed forwards to lend a helping hand. The wild, rough success of his scheme almost turned his head. He hurraed at every flagrant piece of destruction. He shook hands with every one around him, and at last, when the destroyers inside paused to take breath, he cried out, "If I was as young as once I was, I'd have to run de vows down and make a bonfire on it. We'd ring the fire bell then to some purpose." No sooner said than done. Their excitement was ready to take the slightest hint of mischief. Old chairs, broken tables, odd drawers, smashed chests were rapidly and skilfully heaped into a pyramid, and one, who at the first broaching of the idea had gone for live coals the speedier to light up the fire, came now through the crowd with a large shovelful of red-hot cinders. The rioters stopped to take breath and look on like children at the uncertain flickering blaze, which sprang high one moment and dropped down the next, only to creep along the base of the heap of wreck, and make secure of its future work. Then the lurid blaze darted up wild, high, and irrepressible, and the men around gave a cry of fierce exultation, and in rough mirth began to try and push each other in. In one of the pauses of the rushing, roaring noise of the flames, the moaning low and groan of the poor alarmed cow fastened up in the shippen caught Daniel's ear, and he understood his groans as well as if they had been words. He limped out of the yard through the now deserted house, where men were busy at the mad work of destruction, and found his way back to the lane into which the shippen opened. The cow was dancing about at the roar and dazzle and heat of the fire, but Daniel knew how to soothe her, and in a few minutes he had the rope around her neck, and led her gently out from the scene of her alarm. He was still in the lane when Simpson, the man of all work at the Mariner's Arms, crept out of some hiding place in the deserted outbuilding, and stood suddenly face to face with Robson. The man was white with fear and rage. "Here, tak thy beast, and lead her where she'll none hear yon cries and shouts. She's fairly moithered wi' heat and noise." "They're braining every rag I have in the world," gasped out Simpson. "I niver had much, and now I'm a beggar." "Well, thou shouldn't ha' turned again thine own townfolk and harboured t' gang. Sarves thee reet. I'd none be here leading beasts if I were as young as I were. I'd be in t' thick on it. It was thee set 'em on. I heerd thee. I seed thee a helping 'em on to break in. They'd never ha' thought on attacking the house and setting fire to yon things if thou hadn't spoken on it." Simpson was now fairly crying, but Daniel did not realize what the loss of all the small property he had in the world was to the poor fellow, rapscallion though he was, broken down, unprosperous ne'er-do-will, in his pride at the good work he believed he had set on foot. "Ay," said he, "it's a great thing for folk to have a chap for to lead 'em wi' a head on his shoulders. I misdoubt me if there were a felly there as would ha' thought o' routling out yon wasp's nest. It takes a deal o' mother wit to be up to things. But t' gang'll never harbour there again one while. I only wish we'd cotched 'em. And I should like to ha' given Hobbs a bit o' my mind." "He's had his sauce," said Simpson dolefully. "Him and me is ruined." "Tut, tut, thou's got thy brother. He's rich enough. And Hobbs'll do a deal better. He's had his lesson now, and he'll stick to his own side time to come. Here, tak thy beast, and look after her, for my bones is aching, and make thyself scarce, for some of them fellies is getting their blood up, and will not be for treating thee o'er well if they fall in with thee. Hobbs ought to be served out. It were him as made to bargain wi' lieutenant, and he's off safe wi' his wife and his money bag, and I'm left a beggar this neet in Monkshaven Street. My brother and me has had words, and he'll do nought for me but curse me. I had 3 crown pieces, and a good pair of breeches and a shirt, and I dare say better nor 2 pair of stockings. I wish t' gang and thee and Hobbs and them mad folks up yonder were all down in hell, I do." "Come, lad," said Daniel, no ways offended at his companion's wish on his behalf. "I'm none flush mysel', but here's 1/2 crown and 2pence. It's a' I've getten wi' me, but it'll keep thee and t' beast of food and shelter to neat, and get thee a glass of comfort too. I had thought o' taking one mysel', but I shannot ha' a penny left, so I'll just toddle home to my missus." Daniel was not in the habit of feeling any emotion at actions not directly affecting himself, or else he might have despised the poor wretch who immediately clutched at the money, and overwhelmed that man with slobbery thanks whom he had not a minute before been cursing. But all Simpson's stronger passions had been long ago used up. Now he only faintly liked and disliked, where once he loved and hated. His only vehement feeling was for himself. That cared for, other men might wither or flourish as best suited them. Many of the doors which had been closed shut when the crowd went down the High Street were partially open as Daniel slowly returned, and light streamed from them on the otherwise dark road. The news of the successful attempt at rescue had reached those who had sate in mourning and desolation an hour or two ago, and several of these pressed forwards, as from their watching corner they recognized Daniel's approach. They pressed forward into the street to shake him by the hand, to thank him, for his name had been bruited abroad as one of those who had planned the affair. And at several places he was urged to have a dram, urgency that he was loath for many reasons to refuse. But his increasing uneasiness and pain made him for once abstinent, and only anxious to get home and rest. But he could not help being both touched and flattered at the way in which those who formed his world looked upon him as a hero, and was not insensible to the words of blessing which a wife, whose husband had been impressed and rescued this night, poured down upon him as he passed. "There, there, dunnot crack thy throat wi' blessin'. Thy man would ha' done as much for me, though maybe he mightn't ha' showed so much gumption and capability. But them's gifts, and not to be proud on." When Daniel reached the top of the hill on the road home, he turned to look round, but he was lame and bruised. He had gone along slowly. The fire had pretty nearly died out. Only a red hue in the air about the houses at the end of the long High Street, and a hot lurid mist against the hillside beyond where the Mariners' Arms had stood, were still left as signs and tokens of the deed of violence. Daniel looked and chuckled. "That comes a ringing the fire bell," said he to himself. "It was shame for it to be telling a lie, poor old storyteller." End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibraryVox recording. All LibraryVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibraryVox.org. Recording by Zarnaz. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Brief Rejoicing. Daniel's unusually late absence from home disturbed Belle and Sylvia not a little. He was generally at home between 8 and 9 on market days. They expected to see him the worse for liqueur at such times, but this did not shock them. He was no worse than most of his neighbours. Indeed, better than several who went off once or twice a year, or even oftener, on drinking bouts of 2 or 3 days' duration, returning pale, sodden, and somewhat shamefaced, when all their money was gone, and after the conjugal reception was well over, settling down into hard-working and decently sober men until the temptation again got power over them. But on market days every man drank more than usual. Every bargain or agreement was ratified by drink. They came from greater or less distances, either afoot or on horseback, and the good accommodation for man and beast, as the old inn signs expressed it, always included a considerable amount of liqueur to be drunk by the man. Daniel's way of announcing his intention of drinking more than ordinary was always the same. He would say at the last moment, "Missus, I've a mind to get fuddled to-neet," and be off, disregarding her look of remonstrance, and little heeding the injunctions she would call after him to beware of such and such companions, or to attend to his footsteps on his road home. But this night he had given no such warning. Belle and Sylvia put the candle on the low window seat at the usual hour to guide him through the fields. It was a habit kept up even on moonlight nights like this, and sat on each side of the fire, at first scarcely caring to listen, so secure were they of his return. Belle dozed, and Sylvia sat gazing at the fire with abstracted eyes, thinking of the past year, and of the anniversary which was approaching of the day when she had last seen the lover, whom she believed to be dead, lying somewhere fathoms deep beneath the surface of that sunny sea on which she looked day by day, without ever seeing his upturned face through the depths. With whatsoever heart-sick longing for just one more sight she yearned and inwardly cried. If she could set her eyes on his bright, handsome face, that face which was fading from her memory, overtasked in the too frequent efforts to recall it, if she could see him but once again, coming over the waters beneath which he lay, with supernatural motion, awaiting her at the stile, with the evening sun shining ruddy into his bony eyes, even though after that one instant of vivid and visible life he faded into mist, if she could see him now, sitting in the faintly flickering firelight in the old, happy, careless way, on a corner of the dresser, his legs dangling, his busy fingers playing with some of her women's work, she wrung her hands tight together as she implored any power, to let her see him just once again, just once, for 1 minute of passionate delight. Never again would she forget that dear face, if but once more she might set her eyes upon it. Her mother's head fell with a sudden jerk, and she roused herself up, and Sylvia put by her thought of the dead, and her craving after his presence, into that receptacle of her heart where all such are kept closed and sacred from the light of common day. "Feyther's late," said Bell. "It's gone 8, replied Sylvia. "But our clock is better nor an hour forward," answered Bell. "Ay, but the wind brings Monkshaven bells clear to-night. I heard the 8 o'clock bell ringing not 5 minutes ago." It was the fire bell, but she had not distinguished the sound. There was another long silence, both wide awake this time. "He'll have his rheumatics again," said Bell. "It's cold for sartin," said Sylvia. "March weather come afore its time. But I'll make him a treacle posset. It's a famous thing for keeping off hosts." The treacle posset was entertainment enough for both while it was being made, but once placed in a little basin in the oven, there was again time for wonder and anxiety. "He said naught about having a bout, did he, mother?" asked Sylvia at length. "No," said Bell, her face a little contracting. After a while she added, "There's many a one as has husbands that goes off drinking without ever saying a word to their wives. My master is none o' that make." "Mother," broke in Sylvia again, "I'll just go and get the lantern out of the shippen, and go up to Brow, and maybe to Ashfield End." "Do, lass," said her mother. "I'll get my wraps and go with thee." "Thou shalt do never such a thing," said Sylvia. "Thou's too frail to go out into night air such a night as this." "Then call Kester up." "Not I. I'm no afraid o' the dark." "But of what thou may meet in the dark, lass." Sylvia shivered all over the sudden thought, suggested by this speech of her mother's, that the idea that had flashed into her own mind of going to look for her father might be an answer to the invocation to the powers which she had made not long ago, that she might indeed meet her dead lover at the Ashfield stile. But though she shivered as this superstitious fancy came into her head, her heart beat firm and regular. Not from darkness, nor from the spirits of the dead was she going to shrink. Her great sorrow had taken away all her girlish nervous fear. She went, and she came back. Neither man nor spirit had she seen. The wind was blowing on the height enough to sweep all creatures before it, but no one was coming. So they sat down again to keep watch. At length his step was heard close to the door, and it startled them even in their state of expectation. "Why, father!" cried Sylvia as he entered, while his wife stood up trembling, but not saying a word. "Am almost done up," said he, sitting heavily down on the chair nearest the door. "Poor old father!" said Sylvia, stooping to take off his heavy clogged shoes, while Bell took the posset out of the oven. "What's this? Posset? What creatures women is for slops!" said he, but he drank it all the same, while Sylvia fastened the door and brought the flaring candle from the window seat. The fresh arrangement of light displayed his face blackened with smoke, and his clothes disarranged and torn. "Who's been mellin' with thee?" asked Bell. "No one has melled with me, but I've been mellin' with the gang at last." "Thee? They never were for pressing thee," exclaimed both the women at once. "No, they knowed better. They'n getten their belly full as it is. Next time they try it on, I reckon they'll ask if Daniel Robson is within the hearing. I've led a resky this neat, and saved 9 or 10 honest chaps as we pressed, and carried off to Randy Vow's. Me and some others did it, and Hobbs things and the lieutenants is a burnt, and by this time I reckon the Randy Vow's is pretty nigh 4 walls ready for a parish pound. Thou'rt never for saying thou burned it down with the gang in it for sure? Asked Bill. Na, not this time. The gang fled up the hill like conies, and Hobbs and his folks carried off a bag o' money. But the out tumble-down place is just a heap o' brick and mortar, and the furniture is smouldering in its ashes. And, best of all, the man is free, and will never be caught with a fire bell again. And so he went on to tell of the ruse by which they had been enticed into the marketplace, interrupted from time to time by their eager questions, and interrupting himself every now and then with exclamations of weariness and pain, which made him at last say, "Now I'm willing to tell you about it tomorrow, for it's not every day a man can do such great things. But tonight I mun go to bed, even if King George were wanting to know how I managed it all." He wearily went upstairs, and wife and daughter both strove their best to ease his aching limbs, and make him comfortable. The warming pan, only used on state occasions, was taken down and unpapered for his service, and as he got between the warm sheets, he thanked Sylvia and her mother in a sleeping voice, adding, "It's a vast o' comfort to think on yon poor lads as is sleepin' in their own homes this neat." And then slumber fell upon him, and he was hardly roused by Bell softly kissing his weather-beaten cheek, and saying low, "God bless thee, my man. Thou was always for them that was put down and put upon." He murmured some monosyllabic reply, unheard by his wife, who stole away to undress herself noiselessly, and laid herself down on her side of the bed, as gently as her stiffened limbs would permit. They were late in rising the next morning. Kester was long since up and at his work among the cattle before he saw the house door open to admit the fresh chilling morning air, and even then Sylvia brushed softly, and went about almost on tiptoe. When the porridge was ready, Kester was called in to his breakfast, which he took sitting at the dresser with the family. A large wooden platter stood in the middle, and each had a bowl of the same material filled with milk. The way was for every one to dip his pewter spoon into the central dish, and convey as much or as little as he liked at a time of the hot porridge into his pure fresh milk. But to-day Bell told Kester to help himself all at once, and to take his bowl up to the master's room and keep him company. For Daniel was in bed, resting from his weariness, and bemoaning his painful bruises whenever he thought of them. But his mind was still so much occupied with the affair of the previous night, that Bell judged rightly that a new listener would give ease to his body as well as to his mind, and a proposal of Kester's carrying up his breakfast had been received by Daniel with satisfaction. So Kester went up slowly, carrying his overfull basin tenderly, and seated himself on the step leading down into the bedroom, for levels had not been calculated when the old house was built, facing his master, who, half sitting up in the blue check bed, not unwillingly began his relation again, to which Kester listened so attentively that his spoon was often arrested in its progress from the basin to his mouth, open ready to receive it, while he gazed with unwinking eyes at Daniel narrating his exploits. But after Daniel had fought his battle over again to every auditor within his reach, he found the seclusion of his chamber rather oppressive, without even the usual weekdays noises below. So after dinner, though far from well, he came down and wandered about the stable and the fields nearest to the house, consulting with Kester as to crops and manure for the most part, but every now and then breaking out into an episodical chuckle over some part of the last night's proceedings. Kester enjoyed the day even more than his master, for he had no bruises to remind him that although a hero, he was also flesh and blood. When they returned to the house they found Philip there, for it was already dusk. It was Kester's usual Sunday plan to withdraw to bed as early as an hour as he could manage to sleep, often in winter before 6, but now he was too full of interest in what Philip might have to tell of the Monkshaven news to forego his Sabbath privilege of spending the evening sitting on the chair at the end of the dresser behind the door. Philip was as close to Sylvia as he could possibly get without giving her offence when they came in. Her manner was listless and civil. She had lost all that active feeling towards him which made him positively distasteful, and had called out her girlish irritation and impertinence. She now was rather glad to see him than otherwise. He brought some change into the heavy monotony of her life. Monotony so peaceful until she had been stirred by passion out of that content with the small daily events which had now become burdensome recurrences. Insensibly to herself, she was becoming dependent on his timid devotion, his constant attention, and he, lover-like, once so attracted, in spite of his judgment, by her liveliness and piquancy, now doted on her languor, and thought her silence more sweet than words. He had only just arrived when master and man came in. He had been to afternoon chapel. None of them had thought of going to the distant church. Worship with them was only an occasional duty, and this day their minds had been too full of the events of the night before. Daniel sat himself heavily down in the accustomed chair, the three-cornered armchair in the fireside corner, which no one thought of anybody else ever occupying on any occasion whatever. In a minute or two he interrupted Philip's words of greeting and inquiry by breaking out into the story of the rescue of last night. But to the mute surprise of Sylvia, the only one who noticed it, Philip's face, instead of expressing admiration and pleasant wonder, lengthened into dismay. Once or twice he began to interrupt, but stopped himself as if he would consider his words again. Kester was never tired of hearing his master talk, but long living together they understood every fold of each other's minds, and his small expressions had much significance to them. Belle, too, sat thankful that her husband should have done such deeds. Only Sylvia was made uneasy by Philip's face and manner. When Daniel had ended there was a great silence, instead of the questions and compliments he looked to receive. He became testy, and turning to Belle, he said, "My nephew looks as though he was thinking more on the little profit he has made on his pins and bobs, than as if he were heeding how honest men were saved from being hauled out to yon tender, and carried out of sight of wives and little ones for ever. Wives and little ones may go to workhouse or clem for aught he cares." Philip went very red, and then more sallow than usual. He had not been thinking of Charlie Kindred, but of quite another thing, while Daniel had told his story. But this was last speech of the old man's brought up the remembrance that was always quick, do what he would do to smother or strangle it. He did not speak for a moment or two, then said, "To-day has not been like Sabbath in Monkshaven. The rioters, as folks call 'em, have been out about all night. They wanted to give battle to the men-o'-war's men, and it were taken up by the better end. And they've sent to my Lord Malton for the militia, and they're coming into town, and they're hunting for a justice for to read the act. Folks do say there'll be never a shop open to-morrow." This was rather a more serious account of the progress of the affair than any one had calculated upon. They looked grave upon it a while, then Daniel took heart and said, "I think we had done almost enough last night, but men's not to be stopped with a straw when their blood is up. Still it's hard lines to call out the soldiers, even if they be but militia. So what we seven hatched in a dark entry has taken a lot to put a stop to it," continued he, chuckling a little, but more faintly this time. Philip went on, still graver than before, boldly continuing to say what he knew would be discordant to the family he loved so well. "I should ha' told you all about it. I thought on it just a bit o' news. I'd never thought on such a thing as uncle there having been in it, and I'm main sorry to hear on it, I am." "Why?" said Sylvia breathlessly. "It's never a thing to be sorry on. I'm proud and glad," said Belle. Let it be," said Daniel in much dudgeon. "I were a fool to tell him of such like doings. They're noane in his line. We'll talk on yard measures now." Philip took no notice of this poor attempt at sarcasm. He seemed as if lost in thought. Then he said, "I'm vexed to plague you, but I'd best say all I've got in my mind. There was a vast o' folk at our chapel speaking about it, last night's doings and this morning's work, and how them as set it afoot was assured o' being clapped in the prison and tried for it. And when I heard uncle say as he was one, it like ran through me. For they say as the justices will all be on the government side and mad for vengeance. For an instant there was dead silence. The women looked at each other with blank eyes, as if they were as yet unable to take in the new idea that the conduct which had seemed to them a subject for such pride could be regarded by anyone as deserving of punishment or retribution. Daniel spoke before they had recovered from their amazement. "I am noin sorry for what I did, and I'd do it again to-night if need were. So there's for thee. Thou may tell the justices from me that I reckon I did righter nor them, as lettin' poor fellows be carried off in the very midst of town they are called justices for." Perhaps Philip had better have held his tongue, but he believed in the danger which he was anxious to impress upon his uncle, in order that, knowing what was to be apprehended, the latter might take some pains to avert it. He went on. "But they're making a coil about the Rendivows being all destroyed." Daniel has taken down his pipe from the shelf in the chimney corner, and was stuffing tobacco in the bowl. He went on pretending to do this a little while after it was filled, for, to tell the truth, he was beginning to feel uncomfortable at the new view of his conduct presented him. Still he was not going to let this appear, so lifting up his head with an indifferent air, he lighted the pipe, blew into it, took it out, and examined it as something were wrong about it. And until that was put to rights he was unable to attend to anything else, all the while the faithful three who hung upon his well-being, gazing breathless at his proceedings and anxious for his reply. "Rendivows," said he at length. "It were a good job it were burned down, for such a harbour for vermin I never seed. The rats ran across the yard by hundreds and thousands, and it were no man's property as I have heard tell, but belonged to Chancery, up in Lunnon. So where's the harm done, my fine felly?" Phillips was silent. He did not care to brave any further his uncle's angry frown and contracted eye. If he had only known of Daniel Robinson's part in the riot before he had left the town, he would have taken care to have had better authority for the reality of the danger which he had heard spoken about, and in which he could not help believing. As it was, he could only keep quiet until he had ascertained what was the legal peril overhanging the rioters, and how far his uncle had been recognized. Daniel went on puffing angrily. Kester sighed audibly, and then was sorry he had done so, and began to whistle. Bell, full of her new fear, yet desirous to bring all present into some kind of harmony, said, "It'll have been a loss to John Hobbs. All his things burnt, or trampled on. Maybe he deserved it all, but one's a kind o' tender feelings to one's tables and chairs, especial if one's had the bees waxing on them." "I wish he had been burned on top of them, I do," growled Daniel, shaking the ash out of his pipe. "Don't speak so ill o' thyself," said his wife. "Thou'd ha' been the first to pluck him out if he had screeched out. And I'll warrant if they come about with a paper asking for father's name, to make up for what Hobbs has lost by the fire, father'll be forgiving him somewhat," said Sylvia. "Thou knows naught about it," said Daniel. "Hold thy tongue next time till thou's asked to speak, my wench." His sharp, irritated way of speaking was so new to Sylvia that the tears sprang to her eyes, and her lip quivered. Philip saw it all, and yearned over her. He plunged headlong into some other subject to try and divert attention from her. But Daniel was too ill at ease to talk much, and Bell was obliged to try and keep up the semblance of the conversation, with an occasional word or two from Kester, who seemed instinctively to fall into her way of thinking, and to endeavour to keep the dark thought in the background. Sylvia stole off to bed, more concerned at her father's angry way of speaking than the idea of his being amenable to law for what he had done. The one was a sharp present evil, the other something distant and unlikely. Yet a dim terror of this later evil hung over her, and once upstairs she threw herself on her bed and sobbed. Philip heard her where he sat near the bottom of the short steep staircase, and at every sob the cords of love round his heart seemed tightened, and he felt as if he must be there and do something to console her. But instead he sat on talking of nothings, a conversation in which Daniel joined with somewhat of surliness, while Belle, grave and anxious, kept wistfully looking from one to the other, desirous of gleaning some further information on the subject, which had begun to trouble her mind. She hoped some chance would give her the opportunity of privately questioning Philip, but it seemed to be equally her husband's wish to thwart any such intention of hers. He remained in the house place till after Philip had left, although he was evidently so much fatigued as to give some very distinct, though unintentional hints to his visitor to be gone. At length the house door was locked on Philip, and then Daniel prepared to go to bed. Kester had left for his loft above the shippen more than an hour before. Belle had still to rake the fire, and then she would follow her husband upstairs. As she was scraping up the ashes, she heard, intermixed with the noise she was making, the sound of someone rapping gently at the window. In her then frame of mind she started a little, but on looking round she saw Kester's face pressed against the glass, and reassured she softly opened the door. There he stood in the dusk outer air, distinct against the grey darkness beyond, and in his hand something which she presently perceived was a pitchfork. "Missus," whispered he, "I've watched the master to bed, and now I'd be greatly beholden to you if you'd let me just lay down in the house place. I'd warrant never a constable in a Monkshaven should get sight of the master, and me below to keep ward." Belle shivered a little. "Nay, Kester," she said, patting her hand kindly on his shoulder, "there's nought for to fear. Thy master is not one for the hurt nobody, and I do not think they can harm him for setting yon poor chaps free, as the gang catched in their wicked trap." Kester stood still, then he shook his head slowly. "It's the work as the Randy vows as I'm feared on. Some folks think such a deal of a bonfire." "Then I may lay down afore the fire, missus?" said he beseechingly. "Nay, Kester," she began, but suddenly changing, she said, "God bless thee, my man. Come in and lay thee down on the settle, and I'll cover thee up with my cloak as hangs behind the door. We're not many on us that love him, and we'll be all on us under one roof, and never a stone wall or a lock between us." So Kester took up to rest in the house place that night, and no one knew of it besides Belle. End of chapter 24. Recording by Zernaz.
Chapter 25 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 25. Coming Troubles. The morning brought more peace, if it did not entirely dissipate fear. Daniel seemed to have got over his irritability, and was unusually kind and tender to wife and daughter, especially striving by silent little deeds to make up for the sharp words he had said the night before to the latter. As if by common consent, all allusion to the Saturday night's proceedings was avoided. They spoke of the day's work before them, of the crops to be sown, of the cattle, of the markets, but each one was conscious of a wish to know more distinctly what were the chances of the danger that, to judge from Philip's words, hung over them, falling upon them, and cutting them off from all these places for the coming days. Belle longed to send Kester down into Monkshaven as a sort of spy, to see how the land lay, but she dared not manifest her anxiety to her husband, and could not see Kester alone. She wished that she had told him to go to the town, when she had had him to herself in the house place the night before. Now it seemed as though Daniel were resolved not to part from him, and as though both had forgotten that any peril had been anticipated. Sylvia and her mother in like manner clung together, not speaking of their fears, yet each knowing that it was ever present in the other's mind. So things went on till 12 o'clock, dinner time. If at any time that morning they had had the courage to speak together on the thought which was engrossing all their minds, it is possible that some means might have been found to avert the calamity that was coming towards them with swift feet. But among the uneducated, the partially educated, nay, even the weakly educated, the feeling exists which prompted the futile experiment of the well-known ostrich. They imagine that by closing their own eyes to apprehended evil, they avert it. The expression of fear is supposed to accelerate the coming of its cause. Yet, on the other hand, they shrink from acknowledging the long continuance of any blessing, in the idea that when unusual happiness is spoken about, it disappears. So, although perpetual complaints of past or present grievances and sorrows are most common among this class, they shrink from embodying apprehensions for the future in words, as if it then took shape and drew near. They all four sate down to dinner, but not one of them was inclined to eat. The food was scarcely touched on their plates, yet they were trying to make talk among themselves as usual. They seemed as though they dared not let themselves be silent. When Sylvia, sitting opposite to the window, saw Philip at the top of the brow, running rapidly towards the farm, she had been so full of the anticipation of some kind of misfortune all the morning, that she felt now as if this was the very precursive circumstance she had been expecting. She stood up, turning quite white, and, pointing with her fingers, said, "There he is!" Every one at the table stood up too. An instant afterwards, Philip, breathless, was in the room. He gasped out, "They're coming! The warrant is out! You must go! I hoped you were gone!" "God help us!" said Bell, and sate suddenly down, as if she had received a blow that made her collapse into helplessness. But she got up again directly. Sylvia flew for her father's hat. He really seemed the most unmoved of the party. "I'm noane afeared," said he. "I'd do it o'er again, I would. And I'll tell him so. It's a fine time o' day when men's to be trapped and carried off, and them as lays traps to set 'em free is to be put in lock-ups for it." "But there was rioting beside the rescue. T' house was burnt," continued eager, breathless Philip. "And I'm noane going to say I'm sorry for that neither, though maybe I wouldn't do it again." Sylvia had his hat on his head by this time, and Bell, wan and stiff, trembling all over, had his overcoat and his leather purse with the few coins she could muster ready for him to put on. He looked at these preparations, at his wife and daughter, and his colour changed from its ruddy brown. "I'd face lock-ups and a fair spell o' jail, but for these," he said, hesitating. "Oh!" said Philip, "for God's sake, lose no time, but be off." "Where mun he go?" asked Bell, as if Philip must decide all. Anywhere out of this house. Say Haverstone. This evening. I'll go and meet him there, and plan further. Only be off now." Philip was so keenly eager, he hardly took note at the time of Sylvia's one vivid look of unspoken thanks. Yet he remembered it afterwards. "I'll dang 'em dead," said Kester, rushing to the door, for he saw what the others did not, that all chance of escape was over. The constables were already at the top of the little field path, not 20 yards off. "Hide him! Hide him!" cried Bell, wringing her hands in terror, for she, indeed they all, knew that flight would now be impossible. Daniel was heavy, rheumatic, and, moreover, had been pretty severely bruised on that unlucky night. Philip, without another word, pushed Daniel before him upstairs, feeling that his own presence at Haytersbank Farm at that hour of the day would be a betrayal. They had just time to shut themselves up in the larger bedroom, before they heard a scuffle and the constable's entry downstairs. "They're in," said Philip, as Daniel squeezed himself under the bed, and then they held quite still. Philip as much concealed by the scanty blue check curtain as he could manage to be. They heard a confusion of voices below, a hasty moving of chairs, a banging of doors, a further parley, and then a woman's scream, shrill and pitiful, then steps on the stairs. "That screech spoiled all," sighed Philip. In one instant the door was opened, and each of the hiders was conscious of the presence of the constables, although at first the latter stood motionless, surveying the apparently empty room with disappointment. Then in another moment they had rushed at Philip's legs, exposed as these were. They drew him out with violence, and then let him go. "Measter Hepburn!" said one in amaze, but immediately they put two and two together, for in so small a place as Monkshaven every one's relationship and connections, and even likings, were known, and the motive of Philip's coming out to Haytersbank was perfectly clear to these men. "T'other'll not be far off," said the other constable. "His plate were downstairs full of victual. I seed Measter Hepburn a walking briskly before me as I left Monkshaven." "Here he be! Here he be!" called out the other man, dragging Daniel out by his legs. "We've getten him." Daniel kicked violently, and came out from his hiding place in a less ignominious way than by being pulled out by his heels. He shook himself, and then turned, facing his captors. "I wish I'd never hidden mysel'. It were his doing," jerking his thumb toward Philip. "I'm ready to stand by what I've done. You've getten a warrant, I'll be bound, for them justices is grand at writing when t' fight's over." He was trying to carry it off with bravado, But Philip saw that he had received a shock, from his sudden look of withered colour and shrunken feature. 'Don't handcuff him,' said Philip, putting money into the constable's hand. 'You'll be able to guard him well enough without them things.' Daniel turned around sharp at this whisper. 'Let her be, my lad,' he said. 'It'll be summat to think on in t' lock up how two able-bodied fellies were so afeared on t' chap as reskyed them honest sailors o' Saturday neet, as they mun put him in gyves, and he's 62 come Martinmas, and sore laid up wi' t' rheumatics.' But it was difficult to keep up this tone of bravado when he was led a prisoner through his own house place, and saw his poor wife quivering and shaking all over with her efforts to keep back all sign of emotion until he was gone, and Sylvia standing by her mother, her arm round Bell's waist, and stroking the poor shrunken fingers which worked so perpetually and nervously in futile unconscious restlessness. Kester was in a corner of the room, sullenly standing. Bell quaked from head to foot as her husband came downstairs a prisoner. She opened her lips several times with an uneasy motion, as if she would fain say something, but knew not what. Sylvia's passionate swollen lips and her beautiful defiant eyes gave her face quite a new aspect. She looked a helpless fury. 'I'll may kiss my missus, I reckon,' said Daniel, coming to a standstill as he passed near her. 'Oh, Dannel, Dannel!' cried she, opening her arms wide to receive him. 'Dannel, Dannel, my man!' And she shook with her crying, laying her hand on his shoulder, as if he was all her stay and comfort. 'Come, missus, said he. 'There couldn't be more ado if I'd been guilty of murder; and yet I say again, as I said afore, I'm noane ashamed o' my doings. Here, Sylvie, lass, tak' thy mother off for me, for I cannot do it mysel'; it like sets me off.' His voice was quavering as he said this, but he cheered up a little, and said, 'Now, good bye, oud wench,' kissing her, 'and keep a good heart, and let me see thee looking lusty and strong when I come back. Good bye, my lass. Look well after mother, and ask Philip for guidance if it's needed.' He was taken out of his home, and then arose the shrill cries of the women; but in a minute or two they were checked by the return of one of the constables, who, cap in hand at the sight of so much grief, said, 'He wants a word wi' his daughter.' The party had come to a halt about 10 yards from the house. Sylvia, hastily wiping her tears on her apron, ran out and threw her arms round her father, as if to burst out afresh on his neck. 'Nay, nay, my wench, it's thee as mun be a comfort to mother. Nay, nay, or thou'll niver hear what I've got to say. Sylvie, my lass, I'm main and sorry I were so short wi' thee last neet. I ax thy pardon, lass. I were cross to thee, and sent thee to thy bed wi' a sore heart. Thou munnot think on it again, but forgie me, now I'm leaving thee.' 'Oh, feyther, feyther!' was all Sylvia could say, and at last they had to make as though they would have used force to separate her from their prisoner. Philip took her hand, and softly led her back to her weeping mother. For some time nothing was to be heard in the little farmhouse kitchen but the sobbing and wailing of the women. Philip stood by silent, thinking, as well as he could, for his keen sympathy with their grief, what had best be done next. Kester, after some growls at Sylvia for having held back the uplifted arm which he thought might have saved Daniel by a well-considered blow on his captors as they entered the house, went back to his shippen, his cell for meditation and consolation, where he might hope to soothe himself before going out to his afternoon's work, labour which his master had planned for him that very morning, with a strange foresight, as Kester thought, for the job was one which would take him 2 or 3 days without needing any further directions than those he had received, and by the end of that time he thought his master would be at liberty again. So they all thought in their ignorance and inexperience. Although Daniel himself was unreasoning, hasty, impulsive, in a word, often thinking and acting very foolishly, yet somehow, either from some quality in his character, or from the loyalty of nature in those with whom he had to deal in his everyday life, he had made his place and position clear as the arbiter and lawgiver of his household. On his decision, as that of husband, father, master, perhaps superior natures waited. So now that he was gone, and had left them in such strange new circumstances so suddenly, it seemed as though neither Bell nor Sylvia knew exactly what to do when their grief was spent, so much had every household action and plan been regulated by the thought of him. Meanwhile Philip had slowly been arriving at the conclusion that he was more wanted at Monkshaven to look after Daniel's interests, to learn what were the legal probabilities in consequence of the old man's arrest, and to arrange for his family accordingly, than standing still and silent in the Haytersbank kitchen, too full of fellow feeling and heavy foreboding to comfort. awkwardly unsympathetic in appearance from the very aching of his heart. So when his aunt, with instinctive sense of regularity and propriety, began to put away the scarcely tasted dinner, and Sylvia, blinded with crying and convulsively sobbing, was yet trying to help her mother, Philip took his hat, and brushing it round and round with the sleeve of his coat, said, "I think I'll just go back and see how matters stand." He had a more distinct plan in his head than these words implied, but it depended on so many contingencies, of which he was ignorant, that he said only these few words, and with a silent resolution to see them again that day, but a dread of being compelled to express his fears, so far beyond theirs, he went off without saying anything more. Then Sylvia lifted up her voice with a great cry. Somehow she had expected him to do something, what she did not know, but he was gone, and they were left without stay or help. Hush thee, said her mother, trembling all over herself. It's for the best. The Lord knows. But I never thought he'd leave us, moaned Sylvia, half in her mother's arms, and thinking of Philip. Her mother took the words as applied to Daniel. And he'd never ha' left us, my wench, if he could ha' stayed. Oh, mother, it's Philip as has left us, and he could ha' stayed. He'll come back, or maybe send, I'll be bound. Leastways, he'll be gone to see feyther, and he'll need comfort most on all in a fremd place in Bridewell, and niver a morsel of victual or a piece of money. And now she sate down and wept the dry, hot tears that come with such difficulty to the eyes of the aged. And so, first one grieving, and then the other, and each draining her own heart of every possible hope by way of comfort, alternately trying to cheer and console, the February afternoon passed away, the continuous rain closing in the daylight even earlier than usual, and adding to the dreariness, with the natural accompaniments of wailing winds, coming with long sweeps over the moors, and making the sobbings at the windows, that always sound like the gasps of some one in great agony. Meanwhile Philip had hastened back to Monkshaven. He had no umbrella, he had to face the driving rain for the greater part of the way, but he was thankful to the weather, for it kept men indoors, and he wanted to meet no one, but to have time to think and mature his plans. The town itself was, so to speak, in mourning. The rescue of the sailors was a distinctly popular movement. The subsequent violence, which had indeed gone much further than has been described after Daniel left it, was, in general, considered as only a kind of due punishment inflicted in wild justice on the press gang and their abettors. The feeling of the Monkshaven people was, therefore, in decided opposition to the vigorous steps taken by the county magistrates, who, in consequence of an appeal from the naval officers in charge of the impressment service, had called out the militia, from a distant and inland country, stationed within a few miles, and had thus summarily quenched the riots that were continuing on the Sunday morning, after a somewhat languid fashion, the greater part of the destruction of property having been accomplished during the previous night. Still there was little doubt but that the violence would have been renewed as evening drew on, and the more desperate part of the population and the enraged sailors had had the Sabbath leisure to brood over their wrongs, and to encourage each other in a passionate attempt at redress or revenge. So the authorities were quite justified in the decided steps they had taken, both in their own estimation then and now in ours, looking back on the affair in cold blood. But at the time feeling ran strongly against them, and all means of expressing itself in action being prevented, men brooded sullenly in their own houses. Philip, as the representative of the family, the head of which was now suffering for his deeds in the popular cause, would have met with more sympathy, ay, and more respect than he imagined, as he went along the streets, glancing from side to side, fearful of meeting some who would shy him as the relation of one who had been ignominiously taken to Bridewell a few hours before. But in spite of this wincing of Philip's from observation and remark, he never dreamed of acting otherwise than as became a brave true friend. And this he did, and would have done, from a natural faithfulness and constancy of disposition, without any special regard for Sylvia. He knew his services were needed in the shop. Business which he had left at a moment's warning awaited him, unfinished, but at this time he could not bear the torture of giving explanations and alleging reasons to the languid intelligence and slow sympathies of Coulson. He went to the offices of Mr. Donkin, the oldest established and most respected attorney in Monkshaven, he who had been employed to draw up the law papers and deeds of partnership consequent on Hepburn and Coulson succeeding to the shop of John and Jeremiah Foster, brothers. Mr. Donkin knew Philip from this circumstance, But indeed nearly every one in Monkshaven knew each other, if not enough to speak to, at least enough to be acquainted with the personal appearance and reputation of most of those whom they met in the streets. It so happened that Mr. Donkin had a favourable opinion of Philip, and perhaps for this reason the latter had a shorter time to wait before he obtained an interview with the head of the house than many of the clients who came for that purpose from town or country for many miles around. Philip was ushered in. Mr. Donkin sate with his spectacles pushed up on his forehead, ready to watch his countenance and listen to his words. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hepburn." "Good afternoon, sir." Philip hesitated how to begin. Mr. Donkin became impatient, and tapped with the fingers of his left hand on his desk. Philip's sensitive nerves felt and rightly interpreted the action. "Please, sir, I'm come to speak to you about Daniel Robson of Haytersbank Farm." "Daniel Robson?" said Mr. Donkin, after a short pause, to try and compel Philip into speed in his story. "Yes, sir. He's been taken up on account of this affair, sir, about the press gang on Saturday night." "To be sure. I thought I knew the name," and Mr. Donkin's face became graver, and the expression more concentrated. Looking up suddenly at Philip, he said, "You are aware that I am the clerk to the magistrates?" "No, sir," in a tone that indicated the unexpressed. "What then?" "Well, but I am. And so, of course, if you want my services or advice in favour of a prisoner whom they have committed, or are going to commit, you can't have them, that's all." "I'm very sorry, very," said Philip, and then he was again silent for a period, long enough to make the busy attorney impatient. "Well, Mr. Hepburn, have you anything else to say to me?" "Yes, sir, I've a deal to ask of you, for you see I don't rightly understand what to do, and yet I'm all as Daniel's wife and daughter has to look to, and I've their grief heavy on my heart. You could not tell me what is to be done with Daniel, could you, sir?" "He'll be brought up before the magistrates to morrow morning for final examination, along with the others, you know, before he's sent to York Castle to take his trial at the spring assizes." "To York Castle, sir?" Mr. Donkin nodded, as if words were too precious to waste. "And when will he go?" asked poor Philip in dismay. "To morrow, most probably as soon as the examination is over. The evidence is clear as to his being present, aiding and abetting, indicted on the 4th section of 1 George I, Statute 1, Chapter 5. I'm afraid it's a bad lookout. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Hepburn?" "Only an uncle, sir," said Philip, his heart getting full, more from Mr. Donkin's manner than from his words. "But what can they do to him, sir?" "Do?" Mr. Donkin half smiled at the ignorance displayed. "Why, hang him, to be sure, if the judge is in a hanging mood. He's been either a principal in the offence, or a principal in the 2nd degree, and, as such, liable to the full punishment. I drew up the warrant myself this morning, though I left the exact name to be filled up by my clerk." "Oh, sir, can you do nothing for me?" asked Philip, with a sharp beseeching in his voice. He had never imagined that it was a capital offence, and the thought of his aunt's and Sylvia's ignorance of the possible fate awaiting him whom they so much loved was like a stab to his heart. "No, my good fellow, I'm sorry, but you see it's my duty to do all I can to bring criminals to justice." "My uncle thought he was doing such a fine deed." "Demolishing and pulling down, destroying and burning dwelling houses and outhouses," said Mr. Donkin. "He must have some peculiar notions." "The people is so mad with the press gang, and Daniel has been at sea hisself, and took it so to heart when he heard of mariners and seafaring folk being carried off, and just cheated into doing what was kind and helpful. Leastways, what would have been kind and helpful if there had been a fire. I'm against violence and riots myself, sir, I'm sure, but I cannot help thinking as Daniel had a deal to justify him on Saturday night, sir." "Well, you must try and get a good lawyer to bring out that side of the question. There's a good deal to be said on it, but it's my duty to get up all the evidence to prove that he and the others were present on the night in question, so, as you'll perceive, I can give you no help in defending him." "But who can, sir? I came to you as a friend who I thought would see me through it, and I don't know any other lawyer, leastways to speak to." Mr. Donkin was really more concerned for the misguided rioters than he was aware, and he was aware of more interest than he cared to express. So he softened his tone a little, and tried to give the best advice in his power. "You'd better go to Edward Dawson on the other side of the river, he that was articled clerk with me 2 years ago, you know. He's a clever fellow, and has not too much practice. He'll do the best he can for you. He'll have to be at the court house, tell him, to morrow morning at 10, when the justices meet. He'll watch the case for you, and then he'll give you his opinion, and tell you what to do. You can't do better than follow his advice. I must do all I can to collect evidence for a conviction, you know." Philip stood up, looked at his hat, and then came forward and laid down 6 and 8 pence on the desk in a blushing, awkward way. "Pooh, pooh," said Mr. Donkin, pushing the money away. "Don't be a fool. You'll need it all before the trial's over. I've done nothing, man. It would be a pretty thing for me to be feed by both parties." Philip took up the money and left the room. In an instant he came back again, glanced furtively at Mr. Donkin's face, and then, once more having recourse to brushing his hat, he said in a low voice, "You'll not be hard upon him, sir, I hope?" "I must do my duty," replied Mr. Donkin, a little sternly, "without any question of hardness." Philip, discomfited, left the room. An instant of thought, and Mr. Donkin had jumped up, and hastening to the door, he opened it and called after Philip. "Hepburn, Hepburn, I say. He'll be taken to York as soon as may be to morrow morning. If any one wants to see him before then, they'd better look sharp about it." Philip went quickly along the streets toward Mr. Dawson's, pondering upon the meaning of all that he had heard, and what he had better do. He had made his plans pretty clearly out by the time he arrived at Mr. Dawson's smart door in one of the new streets on the other side of the river. A clerk as smart as the door answered Philip's hesitating knock, and replied to his inquiry as to whether Mr. Dawson was at home, in the negative, adding, after a moment's pause, "He'll be at home in less than an hour. He's only gone to make Mrs. Dawson's will, Mrs. Dawson of Collytown. She's not expected to get better." Probably the clerk of an older established attorney would not have given so many particulars as to the nature of his master's employment, but, as it happened, it was of no consequence. The unnecessary information made no impression on Philip's mind. He thought the matter over, and then said, "I'll be back in an hour, then. It's gone 4:15. I'll be back before 5, tell Mr. Dawson." He turned on his heel and went back to the High Street as fast as he could, with a far more prompt and decided step than before. He hastened through the streets, emptied by the bad weather, to the principal inn of the town, the George, the sign of which was fastened to a piece of wood stretched across the narrow street, and, going up to the bar with some timidity, for the inn was frequented by the gentry of Monkshaven and the neighbourhood, and was considered as a touch above such customers as Philip, he asked if he could have a tax cart made ready in 1/4 of an hour, and sent up to the door of his shop. To be sure he could. How far was it to go? Philip hesitated before he replied. "Up the Knotting Lane to the stile leading down to Haytersbank Farm. They'll have to wait there for some as are coming." "They must not wait long such an evening as this. Standing in such rain and wind as there'll be up there is enough to kill a horse." "They shan't wait long," said Philip decisively. "In 1/4 of an hour, mind." He now went back to the shop, beating against the storm, which was increasing as the tide came in and the night hours approached. Coulson had no word for him, but he looked reproachfully at his partner for his long unexplained absence. Hester was putting away the ribbons and handkerchiefs and bright coloured things which had been used to deck the window, for no more customers were likely to come this night through the blustering weather to a shop dimly lighted by 2 tallow candles and an inefficient oil lamp. Philip came up to her and stood looking at her with unseeing eyes, but the strange consciousness of his fixed stare made her uncomfortable, and called the faint flush to her pale cheeks, and at length compelled her, as it were, to speak, and break the spell of silence. So, curiously enough, all 3 spoke at once. Hester asked, without looking at Philip, "You're sadly wet, I'm feared." Coulson said, "Thou might have a bit o' news to tell one after being on the gad all afternoon." Philip whispered to Hester, "Wilt come into t' parlour? I want a word with thee by ourselves." Hester quietly finished rolling up the ribbon she had in her hands when he spoke, and then followed him into the room behind the shop before spoken of. Philip set down on the table the candle which he had brought out of the shop, and turning round to Hester, took her trembling hand into both of his, and, gripping it nervously, said, "Oh, Hester, thou must help me. Thou will not thou?" Hester gulped down something that seemed to rise in her throat and choke her, before she answered, "Anything. Thou knows, Philip." Yes, I know. Thou sees the matter is this. Daniel Robson, he who married my aunt, is taken up for yon riot on Saturday night at t' Mariners' Arms. They spoke on it this afternoon. They said the warrant was out," said Hester, filling up the sentence as Philip hesitated, lost for an instant in his own thoughts. "Ay, the warrant is out, and he's in t' lock up, and will be carried to York Castle to morrow morn, and I'm afeared it will go bad with him, and they at Haytersbank is not prepared, and they must see him again before he goes. Now, Hester, will thou go in a tax cart, as will be here in less than 10 minutes from t' George, and bring them back here, and they must stay all night for to be ready to see him to morrow before he goes. It's dree weather for them, but they'll not mind that." He had used words as if he was making a request to Hester, but he did not seem to await her answer, so sure was he that she would go. She noticed this, and noticed also that the rain was spoken of in reference to them, not to her. A cold shadow passed over her heart, though it was nothing more than she already knew, that Sylvia was the one centre of his thoughts and his love. 'I'll go put on my things at once,' said she, gently. Philip pressed her hand tenderly. A glow of gratitude overspread him. 'Thou's a real good one. God bless thee,' said he. 'Thou must take care of thyself too,' continued he. 'There's wraps and plenty in the house, and if there are not, there's those in the shop, as'll be none the worse for once wearing at such a time as this; and wrap thee well up, and take shawls and cloaks for them, and mind as they put 'em on. Thou'll have to go out at a stile, I'll tell t' driver where, and thou must get over t' stile and follow t' path down 2 fields, and the house is right before ye, and bid 'em make haste and lock up the house, for they mun stay all night here. Kester 'll look after things.' All this time Hester was hastily putting on her hat and cloak, which she had fetched from the closet where they usually hung through the day. Now she stood listening, as it were, for final directions. 'But suppose they will not come?' said she. 'They do not know me, and mayn't believe my words.' 'They must,' said he, impatiently. 'They don't know what awaits 'em,' he continued. 'I tell thee, because thou'll not let out, and it seems as if I mun tell some one, it were such a shock. He's to be tried for his life. They know not it's so serious; and Hester,' said he, going on in his search after sympathy, 'she's like as if she was bound up in her father.' His lips quivered as he looked wistfully into Hester's face at these words. No need to tell her who was she. No need to put into words the fact, told plainer than words could have spoken it, that his heart was bound up in Sylvia. Hester's face, instead of responding to his look, contracted a little, and, for the life of her, she could not have helped saying, 'Why don't yo' go yourself, Philip?' 'I can't,' said he, impatiently. 'I'd give the world to go, for I might be able to comfort her; but there's lawyers to see, and iver so much to do, and they've niver a man friend but me to do it all. Yo'll tell her,' said Philip, insinuatingly, as if a fresh thought had struck him, 'as how I would ha' come. I would fain ha' come for 'em myself, but I couldn't, because of the lawyer. Mind, yo' say, because of the lawyer. I'd be loath for her to think I was minding any business of my own at this time. And whatever yo' do, speak hopeful, and, for t' life o' yo', don't speak of the hanging. It's likely it's a mistake o' Donkin's, and anyhow, there's t' cart. Anyhow, I should perhaps not ha' telled thee, but it's a comfort to make a clean breast to a friend at times. God bless thee, Hester. I don't know what I should ha' done without thee,' said he, as he wrapped her well up in the cart, and placed the bundles of cloaks and things by her side. Along the street in the jolting cart, as long as Hester could see the misty light streaming out of the shop door, so long was Philip standing bareheaded in the rain looking after her. But she knew that it was not her own poor self that attracted his lingering gaze. It was the thought of the person she was bound to. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 26. A Dreary Vigil. Through the dark rain, against the cold wind, shaken over the rough stones, went Hester in the little tax cart. Her heart kept rising against her fate. The hot tears came unbidden to her eyes. But rebellious heart was soothed, and hot tears were sent back to their source before the time came for her alighting. The driver turned his horse in the narrow lane, and shouted after her an injunction to make haste as, with her head bent low, she struggled down to the path to Haytersbank Farm. She saw the light in the window from the top of the brow, and involuntarily she slackened her pace. She had never seen Bell Robson, and would Sylvia recollect her? If she did not, how awkward it would be to give the explanation of who she was, and what her errand was, and why she was sent. Nevertheless, it must be done, so on she went, and standing within the little porch, she knocked faintly at the door. But in the bluster of the elements the sound was lost. Again she knocked, and now the murmur of women's voices inside was hushed, and some one came directly to the door and opened it sharply. It was Sylvia. Although her face was completely in shadow, of course Hester knew her well, but she, if indeed she would have recognised Hester less disguised, did not know in the least who the woman, muffled up in a great cloak, with her hat tied down with a silk handkerchief, standing in the porch at this time of night, could be. Nor, indeed, was she in a mood to care or to inquire. She said hastily, in a voice rendered hoarse and arid with grief, "Go away. This is no house for strangers to come to. We've enough on our own to think on." And she hastily shut the door in Hester's face, before the latter could put together the right words in which to explain her errand. Hester stood outside in the dark, wet porch, discomfited, and wondering how next to obtain a hearing through the shut and bolted door. Not long did she stand, however. Some one was again at the door, talking in a voice of distress and remonstrance, and slowly unbarring the bolts. A tall, thin figure of an elderly woman was seen against the warm firelight inside as soon as the door was opened. A hand was put out, like that which took the dove into the ark, and Hester was drawn into the warmth and the light, while Bell's voice went on speaking to Sylvia before addressing the dripping stranger. "It's not a night to turn a dog for the door. It's ill letting our grief harden our hearts. But oh, missus," to Hester, "you mun forgive us, for a great sorrow has fallen upon us this day, and we're like beside ourselves wi' crying and plaining." Bell sate down and threw her apron over her poor worn face, as if decently to shield the signs of her misery from a stranger's gaze. Sylvia, all tear swollen, and looking askance and almost fiercely at the stranger, who had made good her intrusion, was drawn as it were to her mother's side, and kneeling down by her, put her arms round her waist, and almost lay across her lap, still gazing at Hester with cold, distrustful eyes, the expression of which repelled and daunted that poor unwilling messenger, and made her silent for a minute or so after her entrance. Bell suddenly put down her apron. "You're cold and drenched," said she. "Come near to the fire and warm yoursel. You mun pardon us if we dunnot think on everything at onst." "You're very kind indeed," said Hester, touched by the poor woman's evident effort to forget her own grief in the duties of hospitality, and loving Bell from that moment. "I'm Hester Rose," she continued, half addressing Sylvia, who she thought might remember the name, "and Philip Hepburn has sent me in a tax cart to the stile yonder, to fetch both on you back to Monkshaven." Sylvia raised her head and looked intently at Hester. Bell clasped her hands tight together and leant forwards. "It's my master as wants us," said she, in an eager, questioning tone. "It's for to see your master," said Hester. "Philip says he'll be sent to York to morrow, and you'll be fain to see him before he goes; and if you'll come down to Monkshaven to night, you'll be on t' spot again the time comes when t' justices will let ye." Bell was up and about, making for the place where she kept her outgoing things, almost before Hester had begun to speak. She hardly understood about her husband's being sent to York, in the possession of the idea that she might go and see him. She did not understand or care how, in this wild night, she was to get to Monkshaven. All she thought of was, that she might go and see her husband. But Sylvia took in more points than her mother, and almost suspiciously began to question Hester. "Why are they sending him to York? What made Philip leave us? Why didn't he come hissel'? He couldn't come hisself, he bade me say, because he was bound to be at the lawyer's at 5 about your father's business. I think you might ha' known he would ha' come for any business of his own. And about York, it's Philip as telled me, and I never asked why. I never thought on your asking me so many questions. I thought you'd be ready to fly on any chance of seeing your father." Hester spoke out the sad reproach that ran from her heart to her lips. To distrust Philip, to linger when she might hasten. "Oh!" said Sylvia, breaking out into a wild cry that carried with it more conviction of agony than much weeping could have done. "I may be rude and hard, and I may ask strange questions as if I cared for the answers you may give me. And in my heart o' hearts I care for nought but to have feyther back wi' us, as love him so dear. I can hardly tell what I say, much less why I say it. Mother is so patient, it puts me past mysel', for I could fight wi' the very walls, I'm so mad wi' grieving. Sure they'll let him come back wi' us to morrow, when they hear from his own sel' why he did it." She looked eagerly at Hester for an answer to this last question, which she had put in a soft, entreating tone, as if with Hester herself the decision rested. Hester shook her head. Sylvia came up to her and took her hands, almost fondling them. "You dunnot think they'll be hard wi' him when they hear all about it, don you? Why, York Castle's the place they send all the thieves and robbers to, not honest men like feyther." Hester put her hand on Sylvia's shoulder with a soft caressing gesture. "Philip will know," she said, using Philip's name as a kind of spell. It would have been so to her. "Come away to Philip," said she again, urging Sylvia by her looks and manner to prepare for the little journey. Sylvia moved away for this purpose, saying to herself, "It's going to see feyther. He will tell me all." Poor Mrs. Robson was collecting a few clothes for her husband with an eager trembling hand, so trembling that article after article fell to the floor, and it was Hester who picked them up, and at last, after many vain attempts by the grief-shaken woman, it was Hester who tied the bundle, and arranged the cloak, and fastened down the hood, Sylvia standing by not unobservant, though apparently absorbed in her own thoughts. At length all was arranged, and the key given over to Kester. As they passed out into the storm, Sylvia said to Hester, "Thou's a real good wench. Thou's fitter to be about mother than me. I'm but a cross patch at best, and now it's like as if I was no good to nobody." Sylvia began to cry, but Hester had no time to attend to her, even had she the inclination. All her care was needed to help the hasty, tottering steps of the wife who was feebly speeding up the wet and slippery brow to her husband. All Bell thought of was that he was at the end of her toil. She hardly understood when she was to see him. Her weary heart and brain had only received one idea, that each step she was now taking was leading her to him. Tired and exhausted with her quick walk uphill, battling all the way with wind and rain, she could hardly have held up another minute when they reached the tax cart in the lane, and Hester had almost to lift her on to the front seat by the driver. She covered and wrapped up the poor old woman, and afterwards placed herself in the straw at the back of the cart, packed up close by the shivering, weeping Sylvia. Neither of them spoke a word at first, but Hester's tender conscience smote her for her silence before they had reached Monkshaven. She wanted to say some kind word to Sylvia, and yet knew not how to begin. Somehow, without knowing why, or reasoning upon it, she hit upon Philip's message as the best comfort in her power to give. She had delivered it before, but it had been apparently little heeded. "Philip bade me say it was business as kept him from fetching yo' hisself. Business with a lawyer about your father." "What do they say?" said Sylvia, suddenly lifting her bowed head, as though she would read her companion's face in the dim light. "I dunnot know," said Hester sadly. They were now jolting over the paved streets, and not a word could be spoken. They were now at Philip's door, which was opened to receive them even before they arrived, as if some one had been watching and listening. The old servant Phoebe, the fixture in the house, who had belonged to it and to the shop for the last 20 years, came out holding a candle, and sheltering it in her hand from the weather, while Philip helped the tottering steps of Mrs. Robson as she descended behind. As Hester had got in last, so she had now to be the first to move. As she was moving, Sylvia's cold little hand was laid on her arm. "I am main and thankful to you. I ask your pardon for speaking cross, but indeed my heart's a'most broken with fear about feyther." The voice was so plaintive, so full of tears, that Hester could not but yearn towards the speaker. She bent over and kissed her cheek, and then clambered unaided down by the wheel on the dark side of the cart. Wistfully she longed for one word of thanks or recognition from Philip, in whose service she had performed this hard task, but he was otherwise occupied, and on casting a further glance back, as she turned the corner of the street, she saw Philip lifting Sylvia carefully down in his arms from her footing on the top of the wheel, and then they all went into the light and the warmth, and the door was shut, the lightened cart drove briskly away, and Hester, in rain and cold and darkness, went homewards with her tired, sad heart. Philip had done all he could, since his return from Lawyer Dawson's, to make his house bright and warm for the reception of his beloved. He had a strong apprehension of the probable fate of poor Daniel Robson. He had a warm sympathy with the miserable distress of the wife and daughter. But still at the back of his mind his spirits danced as if this was to them a festal occasion. He had even taken unconscious pleasure in Phoebe's suspicious looks and tones as he had hurried and superintended her in her operations. A fire blazed cheerily in the parlour, almost dazzling to the travellers brought in from the darkness and the rain. Candles burned, 2 candles, much to Phoebe's discontent. Poor Bell Robson had to sit down almost as soon as she entered the room, so worn out was she with fatigue and excitement, yet she grudged every moment which separated her, as she thought, from her husband. "I'm ready now," said she, standing up, and rather repulsing Sylvia's cares. "I'm ready now," said she, looking eagerly at Philip, as if for him to lead the way. "It's not to-night," replied he, almost apologetically. "You can't see him to-night. It's to-morrow morning, before he goes to York. It was better for you to be down here in town ready, and besides, I didn't know when I sent for ye that he was locked up for the night." "Well a day," said Bell, rocking herself backwards and forwards, and trying to soothe herself with these words. Suddenly she said, "But I've brought his comforter wi' me, his red woollen comforter, as he's allays slept in this 12 month past. He'll get his rheumatiz again. Oh, Philip, can I not get it to him?" "I'll send it by Phoebe," said Philip, who was busy making tea, hospitable and awkward. "Can I not take it mysel'?" repeated Bell. "I could make surer nor anybody else. They'd maybe not mind yon woman. Phoebe, d'ye call her?" "Nay, mother," said Sylvia, "thou's not fit to go." "Shall I go?" asked Philip, hoping she would say no, and be content with Phoebe, and leave him where he was. "Oh, Philip, would you?" said Sylvia, turning round. "Ay," said Bell, "if thou would take it, they'd be minding yo'." So there was nothing for it but for him to go, in the first flush of his delightful rights of hospitality. "It's not far," said he, consoling himself rather than them. "I'll be back in 10 minutes. The tea is maskit, and Phoebe will take your wet things and dry them by t' kitchen fire, and here's the stairs," opening a door in the corner of the room, from which the stairs immediately ascended. "There's 2 rooms at the top. That to the left is all made ready. The other is mine," said he, reddening a little as he spoke. Bell was busy undoing her bundle with trembling fingers. "Here," said she, "and oh, lad, here's a bit of peppermint cake. He's main and fond on it, and I catched sight on it by good luck just t' last minute." Philip was gone, and the excitement of Bell and Sylvia flagged once more and sank into wondering despondency. Sylvia, however, roused herself enough to take off her mother's wet clothes, and she took them timidly into the kitchen and arranged them before Phoebe's fire. Phoebe opened her lips once or twice to speak in remonstrance, and then, with an effort, gulped her words down, for her sympathy, like that of all the rest of the Monkshaven world, was in favour of Daniel Robson, and his daughter might place her dripping cloak this night wherever she would for Phoebe. Sylvia found her mother still sitting on the chair next the door, where she had first placed herself on entering the room. "I'll gi'e you some tea, mother," said she, struck with the shrunken look of Bell's face. "No, no," said her mother. "It's not manners for to help ourselves." "I'm sure Philip would have wished you for to take it," said Sylvia, pouring out a cup. Just then he returned, and something in his look, some dumb expression of delight at her occupation, made her blush and hesitate for an instant; but then she went on, and made a cup of tea ready, saying something a little incoherent all the time about her mother's need of it. After tea, Bell Robson's weariness became so extreme that Philip and Sylvia urged her to go to bed. She resisted a little, partly out of manners, and partly because she kept fancying, poor woman, that somehow or other her husband might send for her. But about 7 o'clock Sylvia persuaded her to come upstairs. Sylvia, too, bade Philip good night, and his look followed the last wave of her dress as she disappeared up the stairs. Then, leaning his chin on his hand, he gazed at vacancy and thought deeply, for how long he knew not, so intent was his mind on the chances of futurity. He was aroused by Sylvia's coming downstairs into the sitting room again. He started up. "Mother is so shivery," said she. "May I go in there," indicating the kitchen, "and make her a drop of gruel?" "Phoebe shall make it, not you," said Philip, eagerly preventing her by going to the kitchen door and giving his orders. When he turned round again, Sylvia was standing over the fire, leaning her head against the stone mantelpiece for the comparative coolness. She did not speak at first, or take any notice of him. He watched her furtively, and saw that she was crying, the tears running down her cheeks, and she too much absorbed in her thoughts to wipe them away with her apron. While he was turning over in his mind what he could best say to comfort her, his heart, like hers, being almost too full for words, she suddenly looked him full in the face, saying, "Philip, won't they soon let him go? What can they do to him?" Her open lips trembled while awaiting his answer. The tears came up and filled her eyes. It was just the question he had most dreaded. It led to the terror that possessed his own mind, but which he had hoped to keep out of hers. He hesitated. "Speak, lad," said she, impatiently, with a little passionate gesture. "I can see thou knows." He had only made it worse by consideration. He rushed blindfold at a reply. "He's ta'en up for a felony." "Felony?" said she. "There thou're out. He's in for letting yon men out. Thou may call it rioting, if thou's a mind to set folks again him. But it's too bad to cast such hard words at him as yon felony," she repeated in a half-offended tone. "It's what the lawyers call it," said Philip sadly. "It's no word o' mine." "Lawyers is allays for making the worst o' things," said she, a little pacified. "But folks shouldn't allays believe them. It's lawyers as has to judge in the long run." "Cannot the justices, Mr. Harter and them as is no lawyers, give him a sentence to morrow without sending him to York?" "No," said Philip, shaking his head. He went to the kitchen door and asked if the gruel were not ready. So anxious was he to stop the conversation at this point. But Phoebe, who held her young master in but little respect, scolded him for a stupid man, who thought, like all his sex, that gruel was to be made in a minute, whatever the fire was, and bade him come and make it for himself if he was in such a hurry. He had to return discomfited to Sylvia, who meanwhile had arranged her thoughts ready to return the charge. "And say he's sent to York, and say he's tried there, what's t' worst they can do again him?" asked she, keeping down her agitation to look at Philip the more sharply. Her eyes never slackened their penetrating gaze at his countenance until he replied, with the utmost unwillingness and most apparent confusion, "They may send him to Botany Bay." He knew that he held back a worse contingency, and he was mortally afraid that she would perceive this reserve. But what he did say was so much beyond her utmost apprehension, which had only reached to various terms of imprisonment, that she did not imagine the dark shadow lurking behind. What he had said was too much for her. Her eyes dilated, her lips blanched, her pale cheeks grew yet paler. After a minute's look into his face, as if fascinated by some horror, she stumbled backwards into the chair in the chimney corner, and covered her face with her hands, moaning out some inarticulate words. Philip was on his knees by her, dumb from excess of sympathy, kissing her dress, all unfelt by her. He murmured half words, he began passionate sentences that died away upon his lips, and she thought of nothing but her father, and was possessed and rapt out of herself by the dread of losing him to that fearful country which was almost like the grave to her, so all but impassable was the gulf. But Philip knew that it was possible that the separation impending might be that of the dark mysterious grave, that the gulf between the father and child might indeed be that which no living, breathing, warm human creature can ever cross. "Sylvie, Sylvie," said he, and all their conversation had to be carried on in low tones and whispers for fear of the listening ears above. "Don't, thou'rt rending my heart. Oh, Sylvie, hearken. There's not a thing I'll not do. There's not a penny I've got. The last drop of blood that's in me, I'll give up my life for his." "Life!" said she, putting down her hands and looking at him as if her looks could pierce his soul. "Who talks o' touching his life? Thou're going crazy, Philip, I think." But she did not think so, although she would fain have believed it. In her keen agony she read his thoughts as though they were an open page. She sate there, upright and stony, the conviction creeping over her face like the grey shadow of death. No more tears, no more trembling, almost no more breathing. He could not bear to see her, and yet she held his eyes, and he feared to make the effort necessary to move or to turn away, lest the shunning motion should carry conviction to her heart. Alas! Conviction of the probable danger to her father's life was already there. It was that was calming her down, tightening her muscles, bracing her nerves. In that hour she lost all her early youth. "Then he may be hung," said she, low and solemnly, after a long pause. Philip turned away his face and did not utter a word. Again deep silence, broken only by some homely sound in the kitchen. "Mother must not know on it," said Sylvia, in the same tone in which she had spoken before. "It's t' worst as can happen to him," said Philip. "More likely he'll be transported. Maybe he'll be brought in innocent after all." "No," said Sylvia, heavily, as one without hope, as if she were reading some dreadful doom in the tablets of the awful future. "They'll hang him. Oh, feyther, feyther," she choked out, almost stuffing her apron into her mouth to deaden the sound, and catching at Philip's hand, and wringing it with convulsive force, till the pain that he loved was nearly more than he could bear. No words of his could touch such agony, but irrepressibly, and as he would have done it to a wounded child, he bent over her and kissed her with a tender, trembling kiss. She did not repulse it; probably she did not even perceive it. At that moment Phoebe came in with the gruel. Philip saw her, and knew in an instant what the old woman's conclusion must needs be. But Sylvia had to be shaken by the now standing Philip, before she could be brought back to the least consciousness of the present time. She lifted up her white face to understand his words. Then she rose up like one who slowly comes to the use of her limbs. "I suppose I mun go," she said, "but I'd sooner face the dead. If she asks me, Philip, what mun I say?" "She'll not ask you," said he, "if you go about as common. She's never asked you all this time, and if she does, put her on to me. I'll keep it from her as long as I can. I'll manage better nor I've done with thee, Sylvie," said he, with a sad faint smile, looking with fond penitence at her altered countenance. "Thou mustn't blame thysel'," said Sylvia, seeing his regret. "I brought it on me, mysel'. I thought I would ha' t' truth, whatever came on it. Now I'm not strong enough to stand it, God help me," she continued piteously. "Oh, Sylvie, let me help you. I cannot do what God can. I'm not meaning that. But I can do next to him of any man. I have loved you for years and years, in a way it's terrible to think on, if my love can do nought now to comfort you in your sore distress." "Cousin Philip," she replied, in the same measured tone in which she had always spoken since she had learnt the extent of her father's danger, and the slow stillness of her words was in harmony with the stony look of her face. "Thou's a comfort to me. I couldn't bide my life without thee. But I cannot take in the thought o' love. It seems beside me quite. I can think on nought but them as is quick, and them that is dead." End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 27. Gloomy Days. Philip had money in the Fosters' Bank, not so much as it might have been if he had not had to pay for the furniture in his house. Much of this furniture was old, and had belonged to the brothers Foster, and they had let Philip have it at a very reasonable rate, but still the purchase of it had diminished the amount of his savings. But on the sum which he possessed he drew largely; he drew all, nay, he overdrew his account somewhat, to his former master's dismay, although the kindness of their hearts overruled the harder arguments of their heads. All was wanted to defend Daniel Robson at the approaching York Assizes. His wife had handed over to Philip all the money or money's worth she could lay her hands upon. Daniel himself was not one to be much beforehand with the world, but to Bell's thrifty imagination the round golden guineas, tied up in the old stocking foot against rent day, seemed a mint of money on which Philip might draw infinitely. As yet she did not comprehend the extent of her husband's danger. Sylvia went about like one in a dream, keeping back the hot tears that might interfere with the course of life she had prescribed for herself in that terrible hour when she first learnt all. Every penny of money either she or her mother could save went to Philip. Kester's hoard too was placed in Hepburn's hands at Sylvia's earnest entreaty, for Kester had no great opinion of Philip's judgment, and would rather have taken his money straight himself to Mr. Dawson, and begged him to use it for his master's behoof. Indeed, if anything, the noiseless breach between Kester and Philip had widened of late. It was seed time, and Philip, in his great anxiety for every possible interest that might affect Sylvia, and also as some distraction from his extreme anxiety about her father, had taken to study agriculture of an evening in some old books which he had borrowed, the Farmer's Complete Guide, and such like. And from time to time he came down upon the practical dogged Kester with directions gathered from the theories in his books. Of course the two fell out, but without many words. Kester persevered in his old ways, making light of Philip and his books in manner and action, till at length Philip withdrew from the contest. Many a man may lead a horse to water, but there's few can make him drink, and Philip certainly was not one of those few. Kester, indeed, looked upon him with jealous eyes on many accounts. He had favoured Charley Kinraid as a lover of Sylvia's, and though he had no idea of the truth, though he believed in the drowning of the specksioneer as much as anyone, yet the year which had elapsed since Kinraid's supposed death was but a very short while to the middle-aged man, who forgot how slowly time passes with the young. and he could often have scolded Sylvia if the poor girl had been a whit less heavy at heart than she was for letting Philip come so much about her, come though it was on her father's business. For the darkness of their common dread drew them together, occasionally to the comparative exclusion of Bell and Kester, which the latter perceived and resented. Kester even allowed himself to go so far as to wonder what Philip could want with all the money, which to him seemed unaccountable; and once or twice the ugly thought crossed his mind that shops conducted by young men were often not so profitable as when guided by older heads, and that some of the coin poured into Philip's keeping might have another destination than the defence of his master. Poor Philip! And he was spending all his own, and more than all his own money, and no one ever knew it, as he had bound down his friendly bankers to secrecy. Once only Kester ventured to speak to Sylvia on the subject of Philip. She had followed her cousin to the field just in front of their house, just outside the porch, to ask him some questions she dared not put in her mother's presence. Bell, indeed, in her anxiety, usually absorbed all the questions when Philip came, and stood, after Philip had bid her good-bye, hardly thinking about him at all, but looking unconsciously after him as he ascended the brow, and at the top he had turned to take a last glance at the place his love inhabited, and, seeing her, he had waved his hat in gratified farewell. She, meanwhile, was roused from far other thoughts than of him and of his now acknowledged love by the motion against the sky, and was turning back into the house, when she heard Kester's low hoarse call, and saw him standing at the shippen door. "Come hither, wench," said he indignantly. "Is this a time for courting?" "Courting?" said she, drawing up her head, and looking back at him with proud defiance. "Ay, courting. What other mak' o' thing is when thou's gazing after yon meddlesome chap, as if thou'd send thy eyes after him, and he making marlocks back at thee? It's what we called courting in my young days, anyhow. And it's not a time for a wench to go courting when her feyther's i' prison," said he, with a consciousness, as he uttered these last words, that he was cruel and unjust and going too far, yet carried on to say them by his hot jealousy against Philip. Sylvia continued looking at him without speaking. She was too much offended for expression. "Thou may glower, and thou may look, lass," said he, "but I'd thought better on thee. It's like last week the last sweetheart were drowned, but thou's not one to waste time i' remembering them as is gone, if indeed thou iver cared a bottom for yon Kinraid, if it wasn't a make-believe." Her lips were contracted and drawn up, showing her small glittering teeth, which were scarcely apart as she breathed out, "Thou thinks so, does thou, that I've forgotten him? Thou'd better have a care o' thy tongue." Then, as if fearful that her self-command might give way, she turned into the house, and going through the kitchen like a blind person, she went up to her now unused chamber, and threw herself face downwards flat on her bed, almost smothering herself. Ever since Daniel's committal, the decay that had imperceptibly begun in his wife's bodily and mental strength during her illness of the previous winter had been making quicker progress. She lost her reticence of speech, and often talked to herself. She had not so much forethought as of old. Slight differences, it is true, but which, with some others of the same description, gave foundation for the homely expression which some now applied to Bell: "She'll never be t' same woman again." This afternoon she had cried herself to sleep in her chair after Philip's departure. She had not heard Sylvia's sweeping passage through the kitchen, but half an hour afterwards she was startled up by Kester's abrupt entry. "Where's Silva?" asked he. "I don't know," said Bell, looking scared, and as if she was ready to cry. "It's no news about him," said she, standing up and supporting herself on the stick she was now accustomed to use. "Bless you, no, dunnot be afeard, missus. It's only as I spoke hasty to t' wench, and I want to tell her as I'm sorry," said Kester, advancing into the kitchen and looking round for Sylvia. "Sylvie! Sylvie!" shouted he. "She mun be in t' house." Sylvia came slowly down the stairs and stood before him. Her face was pale, her mouth set and determined, the light of her eyes veiled in gloom. Kester shrank from her look, and even more from her silence. "I'm come to ax pardon," said he, after a little pause. She was still silent. "I'm noane above axing pardon, though I'm 50 and more, and thee's but a silly wench as I've nursed in my arms. I'll say before thy mother as I ought niver to use them words, and as how I'm sorry for't." "I don't understand it at all," said Bell, in a hurried and perplexed tone. "What's Kester been saying, my lass?" she added, turning to Sylvia. Sylvia went a step or two nearer to her mother, and took hold of her hand as if to quieten her. Then, facing once more round, she said deliberately to Kester, "If thou want Kester, I'd niver forgive thee. Niver," she added with bitterness, as the words he had used recurred to her mind. "It's in me to hate thee now, for saying what thou did. But thou're dear old Kester after all, and I can't help mysel'. I mun needs forgive thee." And she went towards him. He took her little head between his horny hands and kissed it. She looked up with tears in her eyes, saying softly, "Niver say things like them again, never speak on—" "I'll bite my tongue off first," he interrupted. He kept his word. In all Philip's comings and goings to and from Haytersbank Farm at this time, he never spoke again of his love. In look, words, manner, he was like a thoughtful, tender brother, nothing more. He could be nothing more in the presence of the great dread which loomed larger upon him after every conversation with the lawyer. For Mr. Donkin had been right in his prognostication. Government took up the attack on the rendezvous with a high and heavy hand. It was necessary to assert authority which had been of late too often braved. An example must be made, to strike dismay into those who opposed and defied the press gang, and all the minor authorities who held their powers from government were in a similar manner severe and relentless in the execution of their duty. So the attorney who went over to see the prisoner in York Castle told Philip. He added that Daniel still retained his pride in his achievement, and could not be brought to understand the dangerous position in which he was placed, that when pressed and questioned as to circumstances that might possibly be used in his defence, he always wandered off to accounts of previous outrages committed by the press gang, or to passionate abuse of the trick by which men had been lured from their homes on the night in question to assist in putting out an imaginary fire, and then seized and carried off. Some of this very natural indignation might possibly have some effect on the jury, and this seemed the only ground of hope, and was indeed a slight one, as the judge was likely to warn the jury against allowing their natural sympathy in such a case to divert their minds from the real question. Such was the substance of what Philip heard, and heard repeatedly, during his many visits to Mr. Dawson. And now the time of trial drew near, for the York Assizes opened on March the 12th, not much above 3 weeks since the offence was committed which took Daniel from his home and placed him in peril of death. Philip was glad that, the extremity of his danger never having been hinted to Bell, and travelling some 40 miles being a most unusual exertion at that time to persons of her class, the idea of going to see her husband at York had never suggested itself to Bell's mind. Her increasing feebleness made this seem a step only to be taken in case of the fatal extreme necessity. Such was the conclusion that both Sylvia and he had come to, and it was the knowledge of this that made Sylvia strangle her own daily longing to see her father. Not but that her hopes were stronger than her fears. Philip never told her the causes for despondency. She was young, and she, like her father, could not understand how fearful sometimes is the necessity for prompt and severe punishment of rebellion against authority. Philip was to be in York during the time of the assizes, and it was understood almost without words that if the terrible worst occurred, the wife and daughter were to come to York as soon as might be. For this end Philip silently made all the necessary arrangements before leaving Monkshaven. The sympathy of all men was with him. It was too large an occasion for Coulson to be anything but magnanimous. He urged Philip to take all the time requisite, to leave all business cares to him. And as Philip went about pale and sad, there was another cheek that grew paler still, another eye that filled with quiet tears as his heaviness of heart became more and more apparent. The day for opening the assizes came on. Philip was in York Minster, watching the solemn antique procession in which the highest authority in the county accompanies the judges to the house of the Lord, to be there admonished as to the nature of their duties. As Philip listened to the sermon with a strained and beating heart, his hopes rose higher than his fears for the first time, and that evening he wrote his first letter to Sylvia. Dear Sylvia, it will be longer first than I thought for. Mr. Dawson says Tuesday in next week, but keep up your heart. I have been hearing the sermon to-day which is preached to the judges, and the clergyman said so much in it about mercy and forgiveness, I think they cannot fail to be lenient this assize. I have seen uncle, who looks but thin, but is in good heart, only he will keep saying he would do it over again if he had the chance, which neither Mr. Dawson nor I thinks is wise in him, in especial as the jailer is by and hears every word as is said. He was very fain of hearing all about home, and wants you to rear Daisy's calf, as he thinks she will prove a good one. He bade me give his best love to you and my aunt, and his kind duty to Kester. Sylvia, will you try and forget how I used to scold you about your writing and spelling, and just write me 2 or 3 lines? I think I would rather have them badly spelt than not, because then I shall be sure they are yours. And never mind about capitals. I was a fool to say such a deal about them, for a man does just as well without them. A letter from you would do a vast to keep me patient all these days till Tuesday. Direct, Mr. Philip Hepburn, care of Mr. Fraser, Draper, Micklegate, York. My affectionate duty to my aunt, your respectful cousin and servant, Philip Hepburn. P.S. The sermon was grand. The text was Zechariah, chapter 7, verse 9. Execute true judgment and show mercy. God grant it may have put mercy into the judge's heart as is to try my uncle. Heavily the days passed over. On Sunday Bell and Sylvia went to church with a strange, half-superstitious feeling, as if they could propitiate the Most High to order the events in their favour by paying him the compliment of attending to duties in their time of sorrow, which they had too often neglected in their prosperous days. But he who knoweth our frame, and remembereth that we are dust, took pity upon his children, and sent some of his blessed peace into their hearts, else they could scarce have endured the agony of suspense of those next hours. For as they came slowly and wearily home from church, Sylvia could no longer bear her secret, but told her mother of the peril in which Daniel stood. Cold as the March wind blew, they had not felt it, and had sat down on a hedge-bank for Bell to rest. And then Sylvia spoke, trembling and sick for fear, yet utterly unable to keep silence any longer. Bell heaved up her hands, and let them fall down on her knees before she replied. "The Lord is above us," said she solemnly. "He has sent a fear of this into my heart afore now. I never breathed it to thee, my lass, and I never spoken it to thee, mother, because—" Sylvia choked with crying, and laid her head on her mother's lap, feeling that she was no longer the strong one and the protector, but the protected. Bell went on stroking her head. "The Lord is like a tender nurse as weans a child to look on, and to like what it loathed once. He has sent me dreams as prepared me for this, if so be it comes to pass." "Philip is hopeful," said Sylvia, raising her head and looking through her tears at her mother. "Ay, he is. And I cannot tell, but I think it's not for nought as the Lord has taken away all fear of death out of my heart. I think he means as Daniel and me is to go hand in hand through the valley, like as we walked up to our wedding in Crosswaite Church. I could never guide the house without Daniel, and I should be feared he'd take a deal more nor is good for him without me." "But me, mother, thou's forgetting me," moaned out Sylvia. "Oh, mother, think on me." "Nay, my lass, I'm none forgetting ye. I'd a sore heart last winter a thinking on thee when that chap Kinraid were hanging about thee. I'll noan speak ill on dead, but I were uneasy like. But sin Philip and thee seem to ha' made it up." Sylvia shivered and opened her mouth to speak, but did not say a word. "And sin the Lord been comforting me, and talking to me many a time when thou's thought I were asleep, things has seemed to red theirselves up, and if Daniel goes, I'm ready to follow. I could never stand living to hear folk said he'd been hung. It seems so unnatural and shameful." "But mother, he won't, he shan't be hung," said Sylvia, springing to her feet. "Philip says he won't." Bell shook her head. They walked on, Sylvia both disheartened and almost irritated at her mother's despondency. But before they went to bed at night, Belle said things which seemed as though the morning's feelings had been but temporary, and as if she was referring every decision to the period of her husband's return. "When father comes home" seemed a sort of burden at the beginning or end of every sentence, and this reliance on his certain coming back to them was almost as great a trial to Sylvia as the absence of all hope had been in the morning. But that instinct told her that her mother was becoming incapable of argument. She would have asked her why her views were so essentially changed in so few hours. This inability of reason in poor Belle made Sylvia feel very desolate. Monday passed over. How, neither of them knew, for neither spoke of what was filling the thoughts of both. Before it was light on Tuesday morning, Belle was astir. "It's very early, mother," said weary, sleepy Sylvia, dreading returning consciousness. "Ay, lass," said Belle in a brisk, cheerful tone. "But he'll, maybe, be home to-night. There's bound to have all things ready for him. Anyhow," said Sylvia, sitting up in bed, "he couldn't come home to-night." "Tut, lass, thou doesn't know how quick a man comes home to wife and child. I'll be ready at any rate." She hurried about in a way which Sylvia wondered to see, till at length she fancied that perhaps her mother did so to drive away thought. Every place was cleaned, and there was scarce time allowed for breakfast, till at last, long before midday, all the work was done, and the two sat down to their spinning wheels. Sylvia's spirits sank lower and lower at each speech of her mother's, from whose mind all fear seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a strange, restless kind of excitement. "It's time for potatoes," said Belle, after her wool had snapped many a time from her uneven tread. "Mother," said Sylvia, "it's but just gone 10." "Put 'em on," said Belle, without attending to the full meaning of her daughter's words. "It'll, maybe, hasten day on if we get dinner done betimes." "But Kester isn't far afield, and he'll not be home till noon." This seemed to settle matters for a while, but then Belle pushed her wheel away and began searching for her hood and cloak. Sylvia found them for her, and then asked, sadly, "What dost want 'em for, mother?" "I'll go up to Brownthrope field, and just have a look down t' lane." "I'll go with thee," said Sylvia, feeling all the time the uselessness of any looking for intelligence from York so early in the day. Very patiently did she wait by her mother's side during the long half hour which Belle spent in gazing down the road for those who never came. When they got home Sylvia put the potatoes on to boil, but when dinner was ready and the three were seated at the dresser, Belle pushed her plate away from her, saying it was so long after dinner time that she was past eating. Kester would have said something about its being only 12:30, but Sylvia gave him a look beseeching silence, and he went on with his dinner without a word, only brushing away the tears from his eyes with the back of his hand from time to time. "I'll noan gone far from home to rest at day," said he in a whisper to Sylvia as he went out. "Will this day never come to an end?" cried Belle plaintively. "Oh, mother, it'll come to an end sometime, never fear. I've heard say, 'Be the day weary or be the day long, at length it ringeth to evensong.'" "To evensong, to evensong!" repeated Belle. "D'ye think now that evensong means death, Sylvie?" "I cannot tell, I cannot bear it, mother," said Sylvia in despair. "I'll make some clap bread. That's an heavy job, and we'll while wait afternoon." "Ay, do," replied the mother. "He'll like it fresh, he'll like it fresh." Murmuring and talking to herself she fell into a doze, from which Sylvia was careful not to disturb her. The days were now getting long, although as cold as ever, and at Haytersbank Farm the light lingered, as there was no near horizon to bring on early darkness. Sylvia had all ready for her mother's tea against she wakened, but she slept on and on, the peaceful sleep of a child, and Sylvia did not care to waken her. Just after the sun had set, she saw Kester outside the window making signs to her to come out. She stole out on tiptoe by the back kitchen, the door of which was standing open. She almost ran against Philip, who did not perceive her, as he was awaiting her coming the other way round the corner of the house, and who turned upon her a face whose import she read in an instant. "Philip!" was all she said, and then she fainted at his feet, coming down with a heavy bang on the round paving stones of the yard. "Kester! Kester!" he cried, for she looked like one dead, and with all his strength the wearied man could not lift her and carry her into the house. With Kester's help she was borne into the back kitchen, and Kester rushed to the pump for some cold water to throw over her. while Philip, kneeling at her head, was partly supporting her in his arms, and, heedless of any sight or sound, the shadow of some one fell upon him. He looked up and saw his aunt, the old, dignified, sensible expression on her face, exactly like her former self, composed, strong, and calm. "My lass," said she, sitting down by Philip, and gently taking her out of his arms into her own. "Lass, bear up. We mun bear up, and be agate on our way to him. He'll be needing us now. Bear up, my lass. The Lord will give us strength. We mun go to him, aye. Time's precious. Thou mun cry thy cry at after." Sylvia opened her dim eyes, and heard her mother's voice. The ideas came slowly into her mind, and slowly she rose up, standing still, like one who has been stunned, to regain her strength. And then, taking hold of her mother's arm, she said in a soft, strange voice, "Let's go. I'm ready." End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 28. The Ordeal. It was the afternoon of an April day in that same year, and the sky was blue above, with little sailing white clouds catching the pleasant sunlight. The earth in that northern country had scarcely yet put on her robe of green. The few trees grew near brooks running down from the moors and the higher ground. The air was full of pleasant sounds prophesying of the coming summer, the rush and murmur and tinkle of the hidden watercourses, the song of the lark poised up high in the sunny air, the bleat of the lambs calling to their mothers. Everything inanimate was full of hope and gladness. For the first time for a mournful month the front door of Haytersbank Farm was open. The warm spring air might enter, and displace the sad dark gloom if it could. There was a newly lighted fire in the unused grate, and Kester was in the kitchen, with his clogs off his feet, so as not to dirty the spotless floor, stirring here and there, and trying in his awkward way to make things look homelike and cheerful. He had brought in some wild daffodils, which he had been to seek in the dawn, and he placed them in a jug on the dresser. Dolly Reid, the woman who had come to help Sylvia during her mother's illness a year ago, was attending to something in the back kitchen, making a noise among the milk cans, and singing a ballad to herself as she worked, yet every now and then she checked herself in her singing, as if a sudden recollection came upon her that this was neither the time nor the place for songs. Once or twice she took up the funeral psalm, which is sung by the bearers of the body in that country. Our God, our help in ages past. But it was of no use. The pleasant April weather out of doors, and perhaps the natural spring in the body, disposed her nature to cheerfulness, and insensibly she returned to her old ditty. Kester was turning over many things in his rude honest mind as he stood there, giving his finishing touches every now and then to the aspect of the house place, in preparation for the return of the widow and daughter of his old master. It was a month and more since they had left home, more than a fortnight since Kester, with 3 halfpence in his pocket, had set out after his day's work to go to York, to walk all night long, and to wish Daniel Robson his last farewell. Daniel had tried to keep up, and had brought out 1 or 2 familiar, threadbare, well-worn jokes, such as he had made Kester chuckle over many a time and oft, when the two had been together afield, or in the shippen at the home which he should never more see. But no old grouse in the gun-room could make Kester smile, or do anything except groan in but a heart-broken sort of fashion, and presently the talk had become more suitable to the occasion, Daniel being up to the last the more composed of the two, for Kester, when turned out of the condemned cell, fairly broke down into the heavy sobbing he had never thought to sob again on earth. He had left Bell and Sylvia in their lodging at York under Philip's care. He dared not go see them. He could not trust himself. He had sent them his duty, and bade Philip tell Sylvia that the game hen had brought out 15 chickens at a hatch. Yet although Kester sent this message through Philip, although he saw and recognized all that Philip was doing on their behalf, in the behalf of Daniel Robson, the condemned felon, his honoured master, he liked Hepburn not a whit better than he had done before all this sorrow had come upon them. Philip had perhaps shown a want of tact in his conduct to Kester. Acute with passionate keenness in one direction, He had a sort of dull straightforwardness in all others. For instance, he had returned Kester the money which the latter had so gladly advanced towards the expenses incurred in defending Daniel. Now the money which Philip gave him back was a part of an advance which Foster Brothers had made on Philip's own account. Philip had thought that it was hard on Kester to lose his savings in a hopeless cause, and had made a point of repaying the old man. But Kester would far rather have felt that the earnings of the sweat of his brow had gone in the attempt to save his master's life, than have had 10 times as many gold guineas. Moreover, it seemed to take his action in lending his hoard out of the sphere of love, and make it but a leaden common loan, when it was Philip who brought him the sum, not Sylvia, into whose hands he had given it. With these feelings Kester felt his heart shut up, as he saw the long watched for two coming down the little path with a third person, with Philip holding up the failing steps of poor Bell Robson, as, loaded with her heavy mourning, and feeble from the illness which had detained her in York ever since the day of her husband's execution, she came faltering back to her desolate home. Sylvia was also occupied in attending to her mother. Once or twice, when they paused a little, she and Philip spoke, in the familiar way in which there is no coyness nor reserve. Kester caught up his clogs and went quickly out through the back kitchen into the farmyard, not staying to greet them, as he had meant to do. And yet it was dull-sighted of him not to have perceived that whatever might be the relations between Philip and Sylvia, he was sure to have accompanied them home, for alas, he was the only male protector of their blood remaining in the world. Poor Kester, who would fain have taken that office upon himself, chose to esteem himself cast off, and went heavily about the farmyard, knowing that he ought to go in and bid such poor welcome as he had to offer, yet feeling too much to like to show himself before Philip. It was long, too, before any one had leisure to come and seek him. Bell's mind had flashed up for a time, till the fatal day, only to be reduced by her subsequent illness into complete and hopeless childishness. It was all Philip and Sylvia could do to manage her in the first excitement of returning home. Her restless inquiry for him who would never more be present in the familiar scene, her feverish weariness and uneasiness, all required tender soothing and most patient endurance of her refusals to be satisfied with what they said or did. At length she took some food, and refreshed by it and warmed by the fire, she sank asleep in her chair. Then Philip would fain have spoken with Sylvia before the hour came at which he must return to Monkshaven, but she eluded him, and went in search of Kester, whose presence she had missed. She had guessed some of the causes which kept him from greeting them on their first return, but it was not as if she had shaped these causes into the definite form of words. It is astonishing to look back and find how differently constituted were the minds of most people 50 or 60 years ago. They felt, they understood, without going through reasoning or analytic processes. And if this was the case among the more educated people, of course it was still more so in the class to which Sylvia belonged. She knew by some sort of intuition that if Philip accompanied them home, as indeed, under the circumstances, was so natural as to be almost unavoidable, the old servant and friend of the family would have sent himself, and so she slipped away at the first possible moment to go in search of him. There he was in the farmyard, leaning over the gate that opened into the home field, apparently watching the poultry that scratched and pecked at the new springing grass with the utmost relish. A little farther off were the ewes with their new dropped lambs. Beyond that, the great old thorn tree, with its round fresh clusters of buds. Again beyond that, there was a glimpse of the vast sunny rippling sea. But Sylvia knew well that Kester was looking at none of these things. She went up to him and touched his arm. He started from his reverie, and turned round upon her with his dim eyes full of unshed tears. When he saw her black dress, her deep mourning, he had hard work to keep from breaking out. But by dint of a good brush of his eyes with the back of his hand, and a moment's pause, he could look at her again with tolerable calmness. "Why, Kester, why didst niver come speak to us?" said Sylvia, finding it necessary to be cheerful if she could. "I dun know, niver ax me. I say they gin Dick Simpson, whose evidence had been all material against poor Daniel Robson at the trial, ta rotten eggs and foul things they could a Saturday, they did," continued he, in a tone of satisfaction. "Ay, and they niver stopped to see whether t' eggs were rotten or fresh when their blood was up, nor whether stones was hard or soft," he added, in a lower tone, and chuckling a little. Sylvia was silent. He looked at her now, chuckling still. Her face was white, her lips tightened, her eyes aflame. She drew a long breath. "I wish I'd been there. I wish I could do him an ill turn," sighed she, with some kind of expression on her face that made Kester quail a little. Nay, lass, he'll get it frae others. Niver fret thysel about sich rubbish. I'm done ill to speak on him.' 'No, thou hasn't. Them as was friends o' father's, I'll love for iver and iver. Them as helped for to hang him,' she shuddered from head to foot, a sharp irrepressible shudder, 'I'll niver forgive, niver.' 'Niver's a long word,' said Kester, musingly. 'I could horsewhip him, or cast stones at him, or duck him mysel'; but, lass, niver's a long word.' 'Well, niver heed if it is. It's me as has said it, and I'm turned savage late days. Come in, Kester, and see poor mother.' 'I cannot,' said he, turning his wrinkled puckered face away, that she might not see the twitchings of emotion on it. 'There's kine to be fetched up, and what not; and he's there, isn't he, Sylvie?' Facing round upon her with inquisitiveness, under his peering eyes, she reddened a little. 'Yes, if it's Philip thou means, he's been all we've had to look to sin'. Again the shudder. 'Well, now he'll be seeing after his shop, I reckon.' Sylvia was calling to the old mare, nibbling tufts of early springing grass here and there, and half unconsciously coaxing the creature to come up to the gate to be stroked. But she heard Kester's words well enough, and so he saw, although she made this excuse not to reply. But Kester was not to be put off. 'Folks is talking about thee and him. Thou ha' to mind lest thee and him gets your names coupled together.' 'It's right down cruel on folks, then,' said she, crimsoning from some emotion. 'As if any man as was a man wouldn't do all he could for two lone women at such a time, and he a cousin too. Tell me who said so,' continued she, firing round at Kester, 'and I'll niver forgive 'em, that's all.' 'Hoot!' said Kester, a little conscious that he himself was the principal representative of that name of multitude folk. 'Here's a pretty lass. She's got I'll never forgie at her tongue's end wi' a vengeance.' Sylvia was a little confused. 'Oh, Kester, man,' said she, 'my heart is sore again' every one for feyther's sake.' And at length the natural relief of plentiful tears came, and Kester, with instinctive wisdom, let her weep undisturbed. Indeed, he cried not a little himself. They were interrupted by Philip's voice from the back door. 'Sylvie, your mother's awake and wants you.' 'Come, Kester, come,' and taking hold of him, she drew him with her into the house. Bell rose as they came in, holding by the arms of the chair. At first she received Kester as though he had been a stranger. 'I'm glad to see yo', sir. T' master's out, but he'll be in afore long. It'll be about t' lambs yo're come, maybe.' 'Mother,' said Sylvia, 'dunnot yo' see it's Kester? Kester wi' his Sunday clothes on.' 'Kester! Ay, sure it is. My eyes have getten so sore and dim of late. Just as if I'd been greeting. I'm sure, lad, I'm glad to see thee. It's a long time I've been away. But it were not pleasure seeking as took me, it were business o' some make. Tell him, Sylvie, what it were, for my head's clean gone. I only know I wouldn't ha' left home if I could ha' helped it, for I think I should ha' kept my health better if I'd bided at home with my master. I wonder as he's not comed in for to bid me welcome. Is he far afield, think ye, Kester?' Kester looked at Sylvia, mutely imploring her to help him out in the dilemma of answering, but she was doing all she could to help crying. Philip came to the rescue. 'Aunt,' he said, 'the clock has stopped. Can you tell me where to find t' key, and I'll wind it up?' 'T' key,' said she, hurriedly, 't' key, it's behind t' big Bible on yon shelf, but I'd rather thou wouldn't touch it, lad. It's t' master's work, and he distrusts folk meddling wi' it.' Day after day there was this constant reference to her dead husband. In one sense it was a blessing. All the circumstances attendant on his sad and untimely end were swept out of her mind along with the recollection of the fact itself. She referred to him as absent, and had always some plausible way of accounting for it, which satisfied her own mind, and accordingly they fell into the habit of humouring her, and speaking of him as gone to Monkshaven, or afield, or wearied out, and taking a nap upstairs, as her fancy led her to believe for the moment. But this forgetfulness, though happy for herself, was terrible for her child. It was a constant renewing of Sylvia's grief, while her mother could give her no sympathy, no help, or strength in any circumstances that arose out of this grief. She was driven more and more upon Philip. His advice and his affection became daily more necessary to her. Kester saw what would be the end of all this more clearly than did Sylvia herself, and, impotent to hinder what he feared and disliked, he grew more and more surly every day. Yet he tried to labour hard and well for the interests of the family, as if they were bound up in his good management of the cattle and land. He was out and about by the earliest dawn, working all day long with might and main. He bought himself a pair of new spectacles, which might, he fancied, enable him to read the Farmer's Complete Guide, his dead master's vade mecum. but he had never learned more than his capital letters, and had forgotten many of them, so the spectacles did him but little good. Then he would take the book to Sylvia, and ask her to read to him the instructions he needed, instructions, be it noted, that he would formerly have despised as mere book learning, but his present sense of responsibility had made him humble. Sylvia would find the place with all deliberation, and putting her finger under the line to keep the exact place of the word she was reading, she would strive in good earnest to read out the directions given. But when every fourth word had to be spelt, it was rather hopeless work, especially as all these words were unintelligible to the open-mouthed listener, however intent he might be. He had generally to fall back on his own experience, and guided by that, things were not doing badly in his estimation, when one day Sylvia said to him, as they were in the hayfield, heaping up the hay into cocks with Dolly Reid's assistance, "Kester, I didn't tell thee. There were a letter from Measter Hall, Lord Malton's steward, that came last night, and that Philip read me." She stopped for a moment. "Ay, lass, Philip read it thee, and whatten might it say?" "Only that he had an offer for Haytersbank Farm, and would set mother free to go as soon as t' crops was off t' ground." She sighed a little as she said this. "Only, say'st ta? Whatten business has he for to go and offer to let t' farm for iver he were told as yo' wished to leave it?" observed Kester in high dudgeon. "Oh," replied Sylvia, throwing down her rake, as if weary of life, "what could we do wi' t' farm and land? If it were all dairy I might ha' done, but with so much on it arable." "And if 'tis arable, is not I allays to t' fore?" "Oh, man, dunnot find fault wi' me. I'm just fain to lie down and die, if it were not for mother." "Ay, thy mother will be sore unsettled if thou's for quitting Haytersbank," said merciless Kester. "I cannot help it. I cannot help it. What can I do? It would take two pair o' men's hands to keep t' land up as Maister Hall likes it, and beside—" "Beside what?" said Kester, looking up at her with his sudden odd look, one eye shut, the other open. There she stood, her two hands clasped tight together, her eyes filling with tears, her face pale and sad. "Beside what?" he asked again sharply. "T' answer's sent to Measter Hall. Philip wrote it last night. So there's no use planning and fretting. It were done for t' best, and mun be done." She stooped and picked up her rake, and began tossing the hay with energy, the tears streaming down her cheeks unheeded. It was Kester's turn to throw down his rake. She took no notice. He did not feel sure she had observed his action. He began to walk towards the field gate. This movement did catch her eye, for in a minute her hand was on his arm, and she was stooping forward to look into his face. It was working and twitching with emotion. "Kester! Oh, man, speak out, but dunnot leave me a thisens. What could I ha' done? Mother is gone dateless wi' sorrow, and I am but a young lass, i' years I mean, for I'm old enough wi' weeping." "I'd to put up for t' farm mysel' sooner than had thee turned out," said Kester in a low voice. Then working himself up into a passion, as a new suspicion crossed his mind, he added, "And what for didn't ye tell me on t' letter? Yo're in a mighty hurry to settle it a', and get rid o' t' oud place." "Maister Hall had sent a notice to quit on Midsummer Day, but Philip had answered it hisself. Thou knows I'm not good at reading writing, special when a letter's full o' long words, and Philip had taken it in hand to answer." "Wi'out asking thee?" Sylvia went on without minding the interruption. "And Maister Hall makes a good offer, for t' man as is going to come in will take t' stock and all t' implements, and if I like the furniture and all." "Furniture!" said Kester in grim surprise. "What's to come o' t' missus and thee, that you'll not need a bed to lie on, or a pot to boil your victual in?" Sylvia reddened, but kept silence. "Cannot yo' speak?" "Oh, Kester, I didn't think thou'd turn again me, and me so friendless. It's as if I'd been doing something wrong, and I've so striven to act as is best. There's mother as well as me to be thought on." "Cannot yo' answer a question?" said Kester once more. "Whatten's up that t' missus and you'll not need bed and table, pots and pans?" "I think I'm going to marry Philip," said Sylvia, in so low a tone that if Kester had not suspected what her answer was to be, he could not have understood it. After a moment's pause he recommenced his walk towards the field gate. But she went after him, and held him tight by the arm, speaking rapidly. "Kester, what could I do? What can I do? He's my cousin, and mother knows him and likes him, and he's been so good to us in all this time o' trouble and heavy grief, and he'll keep mother in comfort all t' rest of her days." "Ay, and thee in comfort. There's a deal in a well-filled purse in a wench's eye, or one would ha' thought it weren't so easy for getting yon lad as loved he has t' apple on his eye." Kester, Kester, she cried, I've never forgotten Charlie. I think on him. I see him every night lying drowned at the bottom of the sea. Forgetting him, man, it's easy talking. She was like a wild creature that sees its young but is unable to reach it without a deadly spring, and yet is preparing to take that fatal leap. Kester himself was almost startled, and yet it was as if he must go on torturing her. And who telled thee so sure and certain as he were drowned? He might have been carried off by t' press gang as well as other men. Oh, if I were but dead that I might know all, cried she, flinging herself down on the hay. Kester kept silence. Then she sprang up again, and looking with eager wistfulness into his face, she said, Tell me the chances. Tell me quick. Philip's very good and kind, and he says he shall die if I will not marry him. And there's no home for mother and me, no home for her. For as for me, I do not care what becomes on me. But if Charlie's alive, I cannot marry Philip. No, not if he dies for want of me. And as for mother, poor mother, Kester, it's an awful strait. Only first tell me if there's a chance, just 1 in 1,000, only 1 in 100,000, as Charlie were ta'en by t' gang. She was breathless by this time, what with her hurried words, and what with the beating of her heart. Kester took time to answer. He had spoken before too hastily. This time he weighed his words. Kinraid went away from this here place to join his ship, and he never joined it no more. And t' captain and all his friends at Newcastle as iver were made search for him on board t' king's ships. That's more nor 15 month ago, and naught has iver been heard on him by any man. That's what's to be said on one side o' t' matter. Then on t'other there's this as is known. His hat were cast up by t' sea wi' a ribbon on it, as there's reason to think as he'd not ha' parted wi' so quick if he'd had his own will. But you said as he might have been carried off by t' gang. You did, Kester, though now you're off at t'other side. My lass, I'd fain have him alive, and I dunnot fancy Philip for thy husband, but it's a serious judgment as thou's put me on, and I'm trying it fair. There's allus one chance in 1,000 as he's alive, for no man iver saw him dead. But t' gang were known about Monkshaven then. There were niver a tender on t' coast nearer than Shields, and those there were searched. He did not say any more, but turned back into the field, and took up his haymaking again. Sylvia stood quite still, thinking, and wistfully longing for some kind of certainty. Kester came up to her. Sylvie, thou knows Philip paid me back my money, and it were £8.15 and 3p. And t' hay and stock'll sell for summat above t' rent, and I've a sister as is a decent widow woman, though but badly off, living at Dale End, and if thee and thy mother'll go live wi' her, I'll give thee well on to all I can earn, and it'll be a matter of 5 shilling a week. But dunnot go and marry a man as thou's none taken wi', and another as most like for to be dead, but who maybe is alive, having a pull on thy heart. Sylvia began to cry as if her heart was broken. She had promised herself more fully to Philip the night before than she had told Kester, and with some pains and much patience, her cousin, her lover, alas, her future husband, had made the fact clear to the bewildered mind of her poor mother, who had all day long shown that her mind and heart were full of the subject, and that the contemplation of it was giving her as much peace as she could ever know. And now Kester's words came to call up echoes in the poor girl's heart. Just as she was in this miserable state, wishing that the grave lay open before her, and that she could lie down and be covered up by the soft green turf from all the bitter sorrows and carking cares and weary bewilderments of this life, wishing that her father was alive, that Charlie was once more here, that she had not repeated the solemn words by which she had promised herself to Philip only the very evening before, she heard a soft low whistle, and looking round unconsciously, there was her lover and affianced husband leaning on the gate, and gazing into the field with passionate eyes, devouring the fair face and figure of her, his future wife. "Oh, Kester," said she once more, "what mun I do? I'm pledged to him as strong as words can make it, and mother blessed us both wi' more sense than she's had for weeks. Kester, man, speak. Shall I go and break it all off? Say." "Nay, it's noane for me to say. M'appen thou's gone too far. Them above only knows what is best." Again that long cooing whistle. "Sylvie!" "He's been very kind to us all," said Sylvia, laying down her rake with slow care, "and I'll try to make him happy." End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shu Shan. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 29. Wedding Raiment. Philip and Sylvia were engaged. It was not so happy a state of things as Philip had imagined. He had already found that out, although it was not 24 hours since Sylvia had promised to be his. He could not have defined why he was so dissatisfied. If he had been compelled to account for his feeling, he would probably have alleged as a reason that Sylvia's manner was so unchanged by her new position towards him. She was quiet and gentle, but no shyer, no brighter, no coyer, no happier than she had been for months before. When she joined him at the field gate, his heart was beating fast, his eyes were beaming out love at her approach. She neither blushed nor smiled, but seemed absorbed in thought of some kind. But she resisted his silent effort to draw her away from the path leading to the house, and turned her face steadily homewards. He murmured soft words, which she scarcely heard. Right in their way was the stone trough for the fresh, bubbling water, that issuing from a roadside spring served for all the household purposes of Haytersbank Farm. By it were the milk cans, glittering and clean. Sylvia knew she should have to stop for these, and carry them back home in readiness for the evening's milking, and at this time during this action she resolved to say what was on her mind. They were there. Sylvia spoke. "Philip, Kester has been saying as how it might have been." "Well," said Philip. Sylvia sat down on the edge of the trough, and dipped her hot little hand in the water. Then she went on quickly, and lifting her beautiful eyes to Philip's face with a look of inquiry, "He thinks as Charley Kinraid may have been took by to Presking." It was the first time she had named the name of her former lover to her present one since the day, long ago now, when they had quarrelled about him, and the rosy colour flushed her all over, but her sweet, trustful eyes never flinched from their steady, unconscious gaze. Philip's heart stopped beating, literally, as if he had come to a sudden precipice, while he had thought himself securely walking on sunny greensward. He went purple all over from dismay. He dared not take his eyes away from that sad, earnest look of hers, but he was thankful that a mist came before them and drew a veil before his brain. He heard his own voice saying words he did not seem to have framed in his own mind. "Kester's a damned fool," he growled. "He says there's maybe but one chance in 100, said Sylvia, pleading as it were for Kester. "But oh, Philip, think you there's just that one chance?" "Ay, there's a chance, sure enough," said Philip, in a kind of fierce despair that made him reckless what he said or did. "There's a chance, I suppose, for everything in life as we have not seen with our own eyes as it may not ha' happened. Kester may say next as there's a chance as your father is not dead, because we none on us saw him hung," he was going to have said, but a touch of humanity came back into his stony heart. Sylvia sent up a little sharp cry at his words. He longed at the sound to take her in his arms and hush her up, as a mother hushes her weeping child, but the very longing, having to be repressed, only made him more beside himself with guilt, anxiety, and rage. They were quite still now, Sylvia looking sadly down into the bubbling, merry, flowing water, Philip glaring at her, wishing that the next word were spoken, though it might stab him to the heart. But she did not speak. At length, unable to bear it any longer, he said, "Thou sets a deal of store on that man, Sylvie." If that man had been there at the moment, Philip would have grappled with him, and not let go his hold till one or the other were dead. Sylvia caught some of the passionate meaning of the gloomy, miserable tone of Philip's voice as he said these words. She looked up at him. "I thought you knowed that I cared a deal for him." There was something so pleading and innocent in her pale, troubled face, so pathetic in her tone, that Philip's anger, which had been excited against her as well as against all the rest of the world, melted away into love. And once more he felt that have her for his own he must, at any cost. He sat down by her, and spoke to her in quite a different manner to that which he had used before, with a ready tact and art which some strange instinct or tempter close at his ear supplied. "Yes, darling, I know you cared for him. I'll not say ill of him that is dead. Ay, dead and drowned, whatever Kester may say, before now. But if I chose I could tell tales." "No, tell no tales. I'll not hear them," said she, wrenching herself out of Philip's clasping arm. "They may misca' him for ever, and I'll not believe them." "I'll niver miscall one who is dead," said Philip, each new unconscious sign of the strength of Sylvia's love for her former lover, only making him the more anxious to convince her that he was dead, only rendering him more keen at deceiving his own conscience by repeating to it the lie that long ere this Kinraid was in all probability dead, killed by either the chances of war or tempestuous sea; that even if not, he was as good as dead to her, so that the word dead might be used in all honest certainty, as in one of its meanings Kinraid was dead for sure. "Think ye that if he were not dead he wouldn't have written ere this to some one of his kin, if not to thee? Yet none of his kin knew Castlereagh but believe him dead." "So Kester says," sighed Sylvia. Philip took heart. He put his arms softly round her again, and murmured, "My lassie, try not to think on them as is gone as is dead, but to think a bit more on him as loves you wi' heart and soul and might, and has done iver sin' he first set eyes on you. Oh, Sylvie, my love for thee is just terrible." At this moment Dolly Reid was seen at the back door of the farmhouse, and catching sight of Sylvia, she called out, "Sylvia, thy mother is axing for thee, and I cannot make her mind easy." In a moment Sylvia had sprung up from her seat, and was running in to soothe and comfort her mother's troubled fancies. Philip sat on by the well side, his face buried in his two hands. Presently he lifted himself up, drank some water eagerly out of his hollowed palm, sighed and shook himself, and followed his cousin into the house. Sometimes he came unexpectedly to the limits of his influence over her. In general she obeyed his expressed wishes with gentle indifference, as if she had no preferences of her own. Once or twice he found that she was doing what he desired out of the spirit of obedience, which as her mother's daughter she believed to be her duty towards her affianced husband, and this last motive for action depressed her lover more than anything. He wanted the old Sylvia back again, captious, capricious, wilful, haughty, merry, charming. Alas, that Sylvia was gone for ever. But once especially his power, arising from whatever cause, was stopped entirely short, was utterly of no avail. It was on the occasion of Dick Simpson's mortal illness. Sylvia and her mother kept aloof from everyone. They had never been intimate with any family but the Corneys, and even this friendship had considerably cooled since Molly's marriage, and most especially since Kinraid's supposed death, when Bessie Corney and Sylvia had been, as it were, rival mourners. But many people, both in Monkshaven and the country round about, held the Robson family in great respect, although Mrs. Robson herself was accounted high and distant, and poor little Sylvia, in her heyday of beautiful youth and high spirits, had been spoken of as a bit flighty and a set-up lassie. Still, when their great sorrow fell upon them, there were plenty of friends to sympathize deeply with them, and as Daniel had suffered in a popular cause, there were even more who, scarcely knowing them personally, were ready to give them all the marks of respect and friendly feeling in their power. But neither Belle nor Sylvia were aware of this. The former had lost all perception of what was not immediately before her. The latter shrank from all encounters of any kind with a sore heart, and sensitive avoidance of everything that could make her a subject of remark. So the poor afflicted people at Haytersbank knew little of Monkshaven news. What little did come to their ears came through Dolly Reid, when she returned from selling the farm produce of the week, and often, indeed, even then she found Sylvia too much absorbed in other cares or thoughts to listen to her gossip. So no one had ever named that Simpson was supposed to be dying, till Philip began on the subject one evening. Sylvia's face suddenly flashed into glow and life.
He's dying, is he? To earth is well rid on such a fellow.
Eh, Sylvie, that's a hard speech o' thine, said Philip. It gives me but poor heart to ask a favour of thee.
If it's aught about Simpson, replied she, and then she interrupted herself. But say on, it were ill-mannered in me for to interrupt you.
Thou would be sorry to see him, I think, Sylvie. He cannot get over the way folk met him and pelted him when he came back fra York. And he's weak and faint, and beside himself at times. And he'll lie dreaming and a-fancying they're all at him again, hooting and yelling and pelting him.
I'm glad on't, said Sylvia. It's the best news I've heard for many a day. He to turn again feyther who gave him money for to get a lodging that night, when he'd no place to go to. It were his evidence as hung feyther, and he's rightly punished for it now.
For all that, and he's done a vast o' wrong beside. He's dying now, Sylvie.
Well, let him die. It's the best thing he could do.
But he's lying in such dree poverty, and never a friend to go near him, never a person to speak a kind word to him. It seems as you've been speaking wi' him at any rate, said Sylvia, turning round on Philip. Aye, he sent for me by Nell Manning, the old beggar woman who sometimes goes in and makes his bed for him, poor wretch. He's lying in t' ruins of the cow-house of the Mariner's Arms, Sylvie.
Well,
said she in the same hard, dry tone, and I went and fetched the parish doctor, for I thought he'd all died before my face. He was so wan and ashen grey, so thin too. His eyes seemed pushed out of his bony face.
That last time, feyther's eyes were starting wild like, as if he couldn't meet ours, or bear the sight on our weeping.
It was a bad lookout for Philip's purpose, but after a pause he went bravely on. He's a poor dying creature anyhow. The doctor said so, and told him he hadn't many hours, let alone days, to live.
And he'd shrink for dying wi' his sins on his head, said Sylvia, almost exultingly.
Philip shook his head. He said this world had been too strong for him, and men too hard upon him. He could never do any good here, and he thought he should maybe find folks in t' next place more merciful.
He'll meet feyther there, said Sylvia, still hard and bitter.
He's a poor ignorant creature, and doesn't seem to know rightly who he's like to meet. Only he seems glad to get away from Monkshaven folks. He were really hurt, I'm afeared, that night, Sylvie, and he speaks as if he'd had hard times of it ever since he were a child, and he talks as if he were really grieved for t' part the lawyers made him take at the trial. They made him speak against his will, he says.
Couldn't he ha' bitten his tongue out? Asked Sylvia. It's fine talking of sorrow when the thing is done.
Well, anyhow, he's sorry now, and he's not long for to live. And Sylvie, he bid me ask thee if for the sake of all that is dear to thee both here and in the world to come, thou'd go wi' me, and just say to him that thou forgives him his part that day.
He sent thee on that errand, did he? And thou could come and ask me? I've a mind to break it off for ever with thee, Philip.
She kept gasping as if she could not say any more. Philip watched and waited till her breath came, his own half choked.
Thee and me was never meant to go together. It's not in me to forgive. I sometimes think it's not in me to forget. I wonder, Philip, if thy feyther had done a kind deed, and a right deed, and a merciful deed, and someone as he'd been good to, even in the midst of his just anger, had gone and let on about him to the judge as was trying to hang him, and had gotten him hanged dead, so that his wife were a widow, and his child fatherless for evermore. I wonder if thy veins would run milk and water so that thou could go and make friends, and speak so wi' him as had caused thy feyther's death. It's said in t' Bible, Sylvie, that we're to forgive. There's some things as I know I never forgive, and there's others as I can't, and I won't either.
But, Sylvie, you'll pray to be forgiven your trespasses, as you forgive them as trespass against you.
Well, if I'm to be taken at my word, I'll not and pray at all, that's all. It's well enough for them as has but little to forgive to use them words, and I don't reckon it's kind or pretty behaved in you, Philip, to bring up Scripture again me. Thou may go about thy business.
Thou art vexed with me, Sylvie, and I'm not meaning but that it would go hard with thee to forgive him, but I think it would be right and Christian-like in thee,
and that thou'd find thy comfort in thinking on it after. If thou'd only go, and see his wistful eyes, I think they'd plead with thee more than his words, or mine either. I tell thee my flesh and blood wasn't made for forgiving and forgetting. Once for all, thou must take my word. When I love, and when I hate, I hate. And him as has done hard to me, or to mine, I may keep fra striking or murdering, but I'll never forgive. I should be just a monster fit to be shown at a fair if I could forgive him as got feyther hanged. Philip was silent, thinking what more he could urge. You'd be better off, said Sylvia in a minute or two. You and me has got wrong, and it'll take a night's sleep to set us right. You've said all you can for him, and perhaps it's not you as is to blame, but your nature. But I'm put out with thee, and want thee out of my sight for a while. One or two more speeches of this kind convinced him that it would be wise in him to take her at her word. He went back to Simpson, and found him, though still alive, past the understanding of any words of human forgiveness. Philip had almost wished he had not troubled or irritated Sylvia by urging the dying man's request. The performance of this duty seemed now to have been such a useless office. After all, the performance of a duty is never a useless office, though we may not see the consequences, or they may be quite different to what we expected or calculated on. In the pause of active work, when daylight was done, and the evening shades came on, Sylvia had time to think, and her heart grew sad and soft, in comparison to what it had been when Philip's urgency had called out all her angry opposition. She thought of her father, his sharp passions, his frequent forgiveness, or rather his forgetfulness that he had even been injured. All Sylvia's persistent or enduring qualities were derived from her mother, her impulses from her father. It was her dead father whose example filled her mind this evening in the soft and tender twilight. She did not say to herself that she would go and tell Simpson that she forgave him, but she thought that if Philip asked her again that she should do so. But when she saw Philip again, he told her that Simpson was dead, and passed on from what he had reason to think would be an unpleasant subject to her. Thus he never learnt how her conduct might have been more gentle and relenting than her words, words which came up into his memory at a future time, with full measure of miserable significance. In general, Sylvia was gentle and good enough, but Philip wanted her to be shy and tender with him, and this she was not. She spoke to him, her pretty eyes looking straight and composedly at him. She consulted him like the family friend that he was. She met him quietly in all the arrangements for the time of their marriage, which she looked upon more as a change of home, as the leaving of Haytersbank as it would affect her mother, than in any more directly personal way. Philip was beginning to feel, though not as yet to acknowledge, that the fruit he had so inordinately longed for was but of the nature of an apple of Sodom. Long ago, lodging in Widow Rose's garret, he had been in the habit of watching some pigeons that were kept by a neighbour. The flock disported themselves on the steep tiled roofs, just opposite to the attic window, and insensibly Philip grew to know their ways, and one pretty soft little dove was somehow perpetually associated in his mind with his idea of his cousin Sylvia. The pigeon would sit in one particular place, sunning herself, and puffing out her feathered breast, with all the blue and rose-coloured lights gleaming in the morning rays, cooing softly to herself as she dressed her plumage. Philip fancied that he saw those same colours in a certain piece of shot silk, now in the shop, and none other seemed to him so suitable for his darling's wedding dress. He carried enough to make a gown, and gave it to her one evening as she sat on the grass just outside the house, half attending to her mother, half engaged in knitting stockings for her scanty marriage outfit. He was glad that the sun was not gone down, thus allowing him to display the changing colours in fuller light. Sylvia admired it duly. Even Mrs. Robson was pleased and attracted by the soft yet brilliant hues. Philip whispered to Sylvia. He took delight in whispers. She, on the contrary, always spoke to him in her usual tone of voice. Thou'd look so pretty in it, sweetheart, on Thursday fortnight. Thursday fortnight? On the 4th you're thinking on, but I cannot wear it then. I shall be in black. Not on that day, sure, said Philip. Why not? There's nought to happen on that day for to make me forget feyther. I couldn't put off my black, Philip, no, not to save my life. Yon silk is just lovely, far too good for the likes of me, and I'm sure I'm much beholden to ye, and I'll have it made up first of any gown after last April come 2 years. But, oh, Philip, I cannot put off my mourning. Not for a wedding day, said Philip sadly. No, lad, I really cannot. I'm just sorry about it, for I see thou'rt set upon it, and thou'rt so kind and good. I sometimes think I can never be thankful enough to thee. When I think on what would have become of mother and me if we hadn't had thee for a friend in need. I'm not ungrateful, Philip, though I sometimes fancy thou'rt thinking I am. I don't want you to be grateful, Sylvie, said poor Philip, dissatisfied, yet unable to explain what he did want, only knowing that there was something he lacked, yet fain would have had. As the marriage day drew near, all Sylvia's care seemed to be for her mother. All her anxiety was regarding the appurtenances of the home she was leaving. In vain Philip tried to interest her in details of his improvements or contrivances in the new home to which he was going to take her. She did not tell him, but the idea of the house behind the shop was associated in her mind with 2 times of discomfort and misery. The first time she had gone into the parlour about which Philip spoke so much was at the time of the Press King riot, when she had fainted from terror and excitement. The second was on that night of misery, when she and her mother had gone into Monkshaven to bid her father farewell before he was taken to York. In that room, on that night, she had first learnt something of the fatal peril in which he stood. She could not show the bright, shy curiosity about her future dwelling that is common enough with girls who are going to be married. All she could do was to restrain herself from sighing, and listen patiently when he talked on the subject. In time he saw that she shrank from it, so he held his peace and planned and worked for her in silence, smiling to himself as he looked on each completed arrangement for her pleasure or comfort, and knowing well that her happiness was involved in what fragments of peace and material comfort might remain to her mother. The wedding day drew near apace. It was Philip's plan that after they had been married in Kirk Moorside Church, he and his Sylvia, his cousin, his love, his wife, should go for the day to Robin Hood's Bay, returning in the evening to the house behind the shop in the market-place. There they were to find Belle Robson installed in her future home, for Haytersbank Farm was to be given up to the new tenant on the very day of the wedding. Sylvia would not be married any sooner. She said that she must stay there till the very last, and had said it with such determination that Philip had desisted from all urgency at once. He had told her that all should be settled for her mother's comfort during their few hours' absence, otherwise Sylvia would not have gone at all. He told her he should ask Hester, who was always so good and kind, who never yet had said him nay, to go to church with them as bridesmaid, for Sylvia would give no thought or care to anything but her mother, and that they would leave her at Haytersbank as they returned from church. She would manage Mrs. Robson's removal. She would do this, do that, do everything. Such friendly confidence had Philip in Hester's willingness and tender skill. Sylvia acquiesced at length, and Philip took upon himself to speak to Hester on the subject. "Hester," said he one day, when he was preparing to go home after the shop was closed, "would you mind stopping a bit? I should like to show ye the place now it's done up, and I've a favour to ask on ye besides." He was so happy he did not see her shiver all over. She hesitated just a moment before she answered, "I'll stay if thou wishes it, Philip, but I'm no judge of fashions and such like." "Thou'rt a judge of comfort, and that's what I've been aiming at. I were never so comfortable in a' my life as when I were a lodger at thy house," said he, with brotherly tenderness in his tone. "If my mind had been at ease, I could ha' said I never were happier in all my days than under thy roof, and I know it were thy doing for the most part, So come along, Hester, and tell me if there's aught more I can put in for Sylvie." It might not have been a very appropriate text, but such as it was, the words, "From him that would ask of thee, turn not thou away," seemed the only source of strength that could have enabled her to go patiently through the next half hour. As it was, she unselfishly brought all her mind to bear upon the subject, admired this, thought and decided upon that, as one by one Philip showed her all his alterations and improvements. Never was such a quiet little bit of unconscious and unrecognized heroism. She really ended by such a conquest of self that she could absolutely sympathize with the proud, expectant lover, and had quenched all envy of the beloved, in sympathy with the delight she imagined Sylvia must experience when she discovered all these proofs of Philip's fond consideration and care. But it was a great strain on the heart, that source of life, and when Hester returned into the parlour after her deliberate survey of the house, she felt as weary and depressed in bodily strength as if she had gone through an illness of many days. She sat down on the nearest chair, and felt as though she never could rise again. Philip, joyous and content, stood near her talking. "And Hester," said he, "Sylvia has given me a message for thee. She says thou must be her bridesmaid. She'll have none other." "I cannot," said Hester, with sudden sharpness. "Oh yes, but you must. It wouldn't be like my wedding if thou wasn't there. Why, I've looked upon thee as a sister ever since I came to lodge with thy mother." Hester shook her head. Did her duty require her not to turn away from this asking too? Philip saw her reluctance, and by intuition rather than reason, he knew that what she would not do for gaiety or pleasure she would consent to, if by so doing she could render any service to another. So he went on. "Besides, Sylvie and me has planned to go for our wedding jaunt to Robin Hood's Bay. I have been to engage a shandry this very morn, before t' shop was opened, and there's no one to leave wi' my aunt. The poor old body is sore crushed with sorrow, and is, as one may say, childish at times. She's to come down here, that we may find her when we come back at night. And there's niver a one she'll come with so willing and so happy as with thee, Hester. Sylvie and me has both said so." Hester looked up in his face with her grave, honest eyes. "I cannot go to church with thee, Philip, and thou must not ask me any further. But I'll go betimes to Haytersbank Farm, and I'll do my best to make the old lady happy, and to follow out thy directions in bringing her here before nightfall." Philip was on the point of urging her afresh to go with them to church, but something in her eyes brought a thought across his mind, as transitory as a breath passes over a looking-glass, and he desisted from his entreaty, and put away his thought as a piece of vain coxcombry, insulting to Hester. He passed rapidly on to all the careful directions rendered necessary by her compliance with the latter part of his request, coupling Sylvia's name with his perpetually, so that Hester looked upon her as a happy girl, as eager in planning all the details of her marriage as though no heavy, shameful sorrow had passed over her head not many months ago. Hester did not see Sylvia's white, dreamy, resolute face, that answered the solemn questions of the marriage service in a voice that did not seem her own. Hester was not with them to notice the heavy abstraction that made the bride as if unconscious of her husband's loving words, and then start and smile, and reply with a sad gentleness of tone. No, Hester's duty lay in conveying the poor widow and mother down from Haytersbank to the new home in Monkshaven. And for all Hester's assistance and thoughtfulness, it was a dreary, painful piece of work. The poor old woman crying like a child, with bewilderment at the confused bustle which, in spite of all Sylvia's careful forethought, could not be avoided on this final day, when her mother had to be carried away from the homestead over which she had so long presided. But all this was as nothing to the distress which overwhelmed poor Bell Robson when she entered Philip's house. The parlour, the whole place, so associated with the keen agony she had undergone there, that the stab of memory penetrated through her deadened senses, and brought her back to misery. In vain Hester tried to console her, by telling her the fact of Sylvia's marriage with Philip in every form of words that occurred to her. Bell only remembered her husband's fate,
which filled up her poor wandering mind, and coloured everything, insomuch that Sylvia not being at hand to reply to her mother's cry for her, the latter imagined that her child, as well as her husband, was in danger of trial and death, and refused to be comforted by any endeavour of the patient, sympathizing Hester. In a pause of Mrs. Robson's sobs, Hester heard the welcome sound of the wheels of the returning shandry, bearing the bride and bridegroom home. It stopped at the door. An instant, and Sylvia, white as a sheet at the sound of her mother's wailings, which she had caught while yet at a distance, with the quick ears of love, came running in. Her mother feebly rose and tottered towards her, and fell into her arms, saying, "Oh, Sylvie, Sylvie, take me home, and away from this cruel place." Hester could not but be touched with the young girl's manner to her mother, as tender, as protecting, as if their relation to each other had been reversed, and she was lulling and tenderly soothing a wayward, frightened child. She had neither eyes nor ears for any one till her mother was sitting in trembling peace, holding her daughter's hand tight in both of hers, as if afraid of losing sight of her. Then Sylvia turned to Hester, and with the sweet grace which is a natural gift to some happy people, thanked her. In common words enough she thanked her, but in that nameless manner, and with that strange, rare charm, which made Hester feel as if she had never been thanked in all her life before. And from that time forth she understood, if she did not always yield to, the unconscious fascination which Sylvia could exercise over others at times. Did it enter into Philip's heart to perceive that he had wedded his long-sought bride in mourning raiment, and that the first sounds which greeted them as they approached their home were those of weeping and wailing? End of chapter 29. Recording by Shushan.
Chapter 30 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 30. Happy Days. And now Philip seemed as prosperous as his heart could desire. The business flourished, and money beyond his moderate wants came in. As for himself, he required very little. He had always looked forward to placing his idol in a befitting shrine, and means for this were now furnished to him. The dress, the comforts, the position he had desired for Sylvia were all hers. She did not need to do a stroke of household work, if she preferred to sit in her parlour and sew up a seam. Indeed, Phoebe resented any interference in the domestic labour which she had performed so long, that she looked upon the kitchen as a private empire of her own. Mrs. Hepburn, as Sylvia was now termed, had a good dark silk gown piece in her drawers, as well as the poor dove colour, against the day when she chose to leave off mourning, and stuff for either grey or scarlet cloaks was hers at her bidding. What she cared for far more were the comforts with which it was in her power to surround her mother. In this Philip vied with her, for besides his old love and new pity for his Aunt Bell, he never forgot how she had welcomed him to Haytersbank, and favoured his love to Sylvia, in the yearning days when he little hoped he should ever win his cousin to be his wife. But even if he had not had these grateful and affectionate feelings toward the poor woman, he would have done much for her, if only to gain the sweet, rare smiles which his wife never bestowed upon him so freely as when she saw him attending to mother, for so both of them now called Bell. For her creature comforts, her silk gowns, and her humble luxury, Sylvia did not care. Philip was almost annoyed at the indifference she often manifested to all his efforts to surround her with such things. It was even a hardship to her to leave off her country dress, her uncovered hair, her linsey petticoat, and loose bedgown, and to don a stiff and stately gown for her morning dress. Sitting in the dark parlour at the back of the shop, and doing white work, was much more wearying to her than running out into the fields to bring up the cows, or spinning wool, or making up butter. She sometimes thought to herself that it was a strange kind of life, where there were no outdoor animals to look after. The ox and the ass had hitherto come into all her ideas of humanity, and her care and gentleness had made the dumb creatures round her father's home into mute friends with loving eyes, looking at her as if wistful to speak in words the grateful regard that she could read without the poor expression of language. She missed the free open air, the great dome of sky above the fields. She rebelled against the necessity of dressing, as she called it, to go out, although she acknowledged that it was necessary where the first step beyond the threshold must be into a populous street. It is possible that Philip was right at one time, when he had thought to win her by material advantages, but the old vanities had been burnt out of her by the hot iron of acute suffering. A great deal of passionate feeling still existed, concealed and latent. But at this period it appeared as though she were indifferent to most things, and had lost the power of either hoping or fearing much. She was stunned into a sort of temporary numbness on most points, those on which she was sensitive being such as referred to the injustice and oppression of her father's death, or anything that concerned her mother. She was quiet even to passiveness in all her dealings with Philip. He would have given not a little for some of the old bursts of impatience, the old pettishness, which, naughty as they were, had gone to form his idea of the former Sylvia. Once or twice he was almost vexed with her for her docility. He wanted her so much to have a will of her own, if only that he might know how to rouse her to pleasure by gratifying it. Indeed, he seldom fell asleep at nights without his last thoughts being devoted to some little plan for the morrow, that he fancied she would like, and when he wakened in the early dawn, he looked to see if she were indeed sleeping by his side, or whether it was not all a dream that he called Sylvia wife. He was aware that her affection for him was not to be spoken of in the same way as his for her, but he found much happiness in only being allowed to love and cherish her, and with the patient perseverance that was one remarkable feature in his character, he went on striving to deepen and increase her love when most other men would have given up the endeavour, made themselves content with half a heart, and turned to some other object of attainment. All this time Philip was troubled by a dream that recurred whenever he was over-fatigued or otherwise not in perfect health. Over and over again in this first year of married life he dreamt this dream, perhaps as many as 8 or 9 times, and it never varied. It was always of Kinraid's return. Kinraid was full of life in Philip's dream, though in his waking hours he could and did convince himself by all the laws of probability that his rival was dead. He never remembered the exact sequence of events in that terrible dream after he had roused himself, with a fight and a struggle, from his feverish slumbers. He was generally sitting up in bed when he found himself conscious, his heart beating wildly, with a conviction of Kinraid's living presence somewhere near him in the darkness. Occasionally Sylvia was disturbed by his agitation, and would question him about his dreams, having, like most of her class at that time, great faith in their prophetic interpretation. But Philip never gave her any truth in his reply. After all, and though he did not acknowledge it even to himself, the long-desired happiness was not so delicious and perfect as he had anticipated. Many have felt the same in their first year of married life, but the faithful, patient nature that still works on, striving to gain love, and capable itself of steady love all the while, is a gift not given to all. For many weeks after their wedding, Kester never came near them. A chance word or two from Sylvia showed Philip that she had noticed this and regretted it, and accordingly he made it his business, at the next leisure opportunity, to go to Haytersbank, never saying a word to his wife of his purpose, and seek out Kester. The whole place was altered. It was new whitewashed, new thatched, the patches of colour in the surrounding ground were changed with altered tillage, the great geraniums were gone from the window, and instead was a smart knitted blind. Children played before the house door, a dog lying on the step flew at Philip. All was so strange, that it was even the strangest thing of all for Kester to appear where everything else was so altered. Philip had to put up with a good deal of crabbed behaviour on the part of the latter, before he could induce Kester to promise to come down into the town and see Sylvia in her new home. Somehow the visit when paid was but a failure. At least it seemed so at the time, though probably it broke the ice of restraint which was forming over the familiar intercourse between Kester and Sylvia. The old servant was daunted by seeing Sylvia in a strange place, and stood, sleeking his hair down, and furtively looking about him, instead of seating himself on the chair Sylvia had so eagerly brought forward for him. Then his sense of the estrangement caused by their new positions infected her, and she began to cry pitifully, saying, "Oh, Kester, Kester, tell me about Haytersbank." Is it just as it used to be in feyther's days?" "Well, I cannot say as it is," said Kester, thankful to have a subject started. "They'n ploughed up Towed pasture field, and are setting it for taters. They're not much for cattle, isn't Higgins's. They'll be for corn into next year, I reckon, and they'll just ha' their pains for their payment. But they're allays so pig-headed as folks for a distance." So they went on discoursing on Haytersbank and the old days, till Bell Robson, having finished her afternoon nap, came slowly downstairs to join them; and after that the conversation became so broken up, from the desire of the other two to attend and reply as best they could to her fragmentary and disjointed talk, that Kester took his leave before long, falling, as he did so, into the formal and unnaturally respectful manner which he had adopted on first coming in. But Sylvia ran after him and brought him back from the door. "To think of thy going away, Kester, without either bit or drink! Nay, come back with thee, and taste wine and cake." Kester stood at the door, half shy, half pleased, while Sylvia, in all the glow and hurry of a young housekeeper's hospitality, sought for the decanter of wine, and a wine glass in the corner cupboard, and hastily cut an immense wedge of cake, which she crammed into his hand in spite of his remonstrances, and then she poured him out an overflowing glass of wine, which Kester would far rather have gone without, as he knew manners too well to suppose that he might taste it without having gone through the preliminary ceremony of wishing the donor health and happiness. He stood red and half smiling, with his cake in one hand, his wine in the other, and then began: "Long may ye live, happy may ye be, and blessed with a numerous progeny." There, that's poetry for you, as I larnt in my youth. But there's a deal to be said as cannot be put into poetry, and yet I cannot say it somehow. It did tax a parson to say a' as I've getten in my mind. It's like a heap o' wood just after shearing time. It's worth a deal, but it takes a vast o' combing and carding and spinning afore it can be made use on. If I were up to t' use o' words, I could say a mighty deal, but somehow I'm tongue-tied when I come to want my words most. So I'll only just make bold to say, as I think you've done pretty well for yoursel, getting a house full of furniture," looking around him as he said this, "and victual and clothing for taxing, belike, and a home for t' missus in her time o' need, and maybe not sich a bad husband as I once thought yon man 'ud make. I'm not above saying as he's, maybe, better nor I took him for. So here's to ye both, and wishing ye health and happiness, ay, and money to buy you another, as country folk say." Having ended his oration, much to his own satisfaction, Kester tossed off his glass of wine, smacked his lips, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, pocketed his cake, and made off. That night Sylvia spoke of his visit to her husband. Philip never said how he himself had brought it to pass, nor did he name the fact that he had heard the old man come in just as he himself had intended going into the parlour for tea, but had kept away, as he thought Sylvia and Kester would most enjoy their interview undisturbed. And Sylvia felt as if her husband's silence was unsympathizing, and shut up the feelings that were just beginning to expand towards him. She sank again into the listless state of indifference, from which nothing but some reference to former days, or present consideration for her mother, could rouse her. Hester was almost surprised at Sylvia's evident liking for her. By slow degrees Hester was learning to love the woman, whose position as Philip's wife she would have envied so keenly, had she not been so truly good and pious. But Sylvia seemed as though she had given Hester her whole affection all at once. Hester could not understand this, while she was touched and melted by the trust it implied. For one thing Sylvia remembered and regretted her harsh treatment of Hester the rainy stormy night on which the latter had come to Haytersbank to seek her and her mother, and bring them into Monkshaven to see the imprisoned father and husband. Sylvia had been struck with Hester's patient endurance of her rudeness, a rudeness which she was conscious that she herself should have immediately and vehemently resented. Sylvia did not understand how a totally different character from hers might immediately forgive the anger she could not forget. And because Hester had been so meek at the time, Sylvia, who knew how passing and transitory was her own anger, thought that all was forgotten, while Hester believed that the words, which she herself could not have uttered except under deep provocation, meant much more than they did, and admired and wondered at Sylvia for having so entirely conquered her anger against her. Again, The two different women were divergently affected by the extreme fondness which Bell had shown towards Hester ever since Sylvia's wedding day. Sylvia, who had always received more love from others than she knew what to do with, had the most entire faith in her own supremacy in her mother's heart, though at times Hester would do certain things more to the poor old woman's satisfaction. Hester, who had craved for the affection which had been withheld from her, and had from that one circumstance become distrustful of her own power of inspiring regard, while she exaggerated the delight of being beloved, feared lest Sylvia should become jealous of her mother's open display of great attachment and occasional preference for Hester. But such a thought never entered Sylvia's mind. She was more thankful than she knew how to express towards any one who made her mother happy. As has already been said, the contributing to Bell Robson's pleasures earned Philip more of his wife's smiles than anything else, and Sylvia threw her whole heart into the words and caresses she lavished on Hester whenever poor Mrs. Robson spoke of the goodness and kindness of the latter. Hester attributed more virtue to these sweet words and deeds of gratitude than they deserved. They did not imply in Sylvia any victory over evil temptation, as they would have done in Hester. It seemed to be Sylvia's fate to captivate more people than she cared to like back again. She turned the heads of John and Jeremiah Foster, who could hardly congratulate Philip enough on his choice of a wife. They had been prepared to be critical on one who had interfered with their favourite project of a marriage between Philip and Hester, and though full of compassion for the cruelty of Daniel Robson's fate, they were too completely men of business not to have some apprehension that the connection of Philip Hepburn with the daughter of a man who was hanged might injure the shop over which both his and their name appeared. But all the possible proprieties demanded that they should pay attention to the bride of their former shopman and present successor, and the very first visitors whom Sylvia had received after her marriage had been John and Jeremiah Foster, in their Sabbath day clothes. They found her in the parlour, so familiar to both of them, clear starching her mother's caps, which had to be got up in some particular fashion, that Sylvia was afraid of dictating to Phoebe. She was a little disturbed at her visitors discovering her at this employment, but she was on her own ground, and that gave her self-possession, and she welcomed the two old men so sweetly and modestly, and looked so pretty and feminine, and besides so notable in her handiwork, that she conquered all their prejudices at one blow, and their first thought on leaving the shop was how to do her honour, by inviting her to a supper party at Jeremiah Foster's house. Sylvia was dismayed when she was bidden to this wedding feast, and Philip had to use all his authority, though tenderly, to make her consent to go at all. She had been to merry country parties like the Corneys, and to bright haymaking romps in the open air, but never to a set, stately party at a friend's house. She would fain have made attendance on her mother an excuse, but Philip knew he must not listen to any such plea, and applied to Hester in the dilemma, asking her to remain with Mrs. Robson while he and Sylvia went out visiting, and Hester had willingly, nay, eagerly consented. It was much more to her taste than going out. So Philip and Sylvia set out arm in arm down Bridge Street, across the bridge, and then clambered up the hill. On the way he gave her the directions she asked for about her behaviour as bride and most honoured guest, and altogether succeeded, against his intention and will, in frightening her so completely as to the grandeur and importance of the occasion, and the necessity of remembering certain set rules, and making certain set speeches, and attending to them when the right time came, that, if any one so naturally graceful could have been awkward, Sylvia would have been so that night. As it was, she sate, pale and weary looking, on the very edge of her chair. She uttered the formal words which Philip had told her were appropriate to the occasion, and she heartily wished herself safe at home and in bed. Yet she left but one unanimous impression on the company when she went away, namely, that she was the prettiest and best behaved woman they had ever seen, and that Philip Hepburn had done well in choosing her, felon's daughter though she might be. Both the hosts had followed her into the lobby to help Philip in cloaking her, and putting on her pattens. They were full of old-fashioned compliments and good wishes. One speech of theirs came up to her memory in future years. "Now, Sylvia Hepburn," said Jeremiah, "I've known thy husband long, and I don't say but what thou hast done well in choosing him. But if he ever neglects or ill uses thee, come to me, and I'll give him a sound lecture on his conduct. Mind, I'm thy friend from this day forwards, and ready to take thy part against him." Philip smiled as if the day would never come when he should neglect or ill use his darling. Sylvia smiled a little, without much attending to or caring for the words that were detaining her, tired as she was, John and Jeremiah chuckled over the joke, but the words came up again in after days, as words idly spoken sometimes do. Before the end of that first year, Philip had learnt to be jealous of his wife's new love for Hester. To the latter, Sylvia gave the free confidence on many things which Philip fancied she withheld from him. A suspicion crossed his mind from time to time that Sylvia might speak of her former lover to Hester. It would not be unnatural, he thought, if she did so, believing him to be dead, but the idea irritated him. He was entirely mistaken, however. Sylvia, with all her apparent frankness, kept her deep sorrows to herself. She never mentioned her father's name, though he was continually present to her mind, nor did she speak of Kinraid to human being, though, for his sake, her voice softened when, by chance, she spoke to a passing sailor, and for his sake her eyes lingered on such men longer than on others, trying to discover in them something of the old familiar gait, and partly for his dead sake, and partly because of the freedom of the outlook and the freshness of the air, she was glad occasionally to escape from the comfortable imprisonment of her parlour, and the close streets around the market-place, and to mount the cliffs and sit on the turf, gazing abroad over the wide still expanse of the open sea. For at that height, even breaking waves looked only like broken lines of white foam on the blue watery plain. She did not want any companions on these rambles, which had somewhat of the delight of stolen pleasures, for all the other respectable matrons and town-dwellers whom she knew were content to have always a business object for their walk, or else to stop at home in their own households, and Sylvia was rather ashamed of her own yearnings for solitude and open air, and the sight and sound of the mother-like sea. She used to take off her hat, and sit there, her hands clasping her knees, the salt air lifting her bright curls, gazing at the distant horizon over the sea, in a sad dreaminess of thought. If she had been asked on what she meditated, she could not have told you. But by and by the time came when she was a prisoner in the house, a prisoner in her room, lying in bed, with a little baby by her side, her child, Philip's child. His pride, his delight, knew no bounds. This was a new fast tie between them. This would reconcile her to the kind of life that, with all its respectability and comfort, was so different from what she had lived before, and which Philip had often perceived that she felt to be dull and restraining. He already began to trace in the little girl, only a few days old, the lovely curves that he knew so well by heart in the mother's face. Sylvia, too, pale, still, and weak, was very happy, yes, really happy for the first time since her irrevocable marriage. For its irrevocableness had weighed much upon her with a sense of dull hopelessness. She felt all Philip's kindness. She was grateful to him for his tender regard towards her mother. She was learning to love him as well as to like and respect him. She did not know what else she could have done but marry so true a friend, and she and her mother so friendless. But at the same time it was like lead in her morning spirits when she awoke and remembered that the decision was made, the deed was done, the choice taken, which comes to most people but once in their lives. Now the little baby came in upon this state of mind like a ray of sunlight into a gloomy room. Even her mother was rejoiced and proud. Even with her crazed brain and broken heart, the sight of sweet, peaceful infancy brought light to her. All the old ways of holding a baby, of hushing it to sleep, of tenderly guarding its little limbs from injury, came back, like the habits of her youth, to Belle, and she was never so happy or so easy in her mind, or so sensible and connected in her ideas, as when she had Sylvia's baby in her arms. It was a pretty sight to see, however familiar to all of us such things may be, the pale, worn old woman, in her quaint, old-fashioned country dress, holding the little infant on her knees, looking at its open, unspeculative eyes, and talking the little language to it, as though it could understand. The father on his knees, kept prisoner by a small, small finger curled round his strong and sinewy one, and gazing at the tiny creature with wondering idolatry. The young mother, fair and pale and smiling, propped up on pillows in order that she too might see the wonderful babe. It was astonishing how the doctor could come and go without being drawn into the admiring vortex, and look at this baby just as if babies came into the world every day. "Philip," said Sylvia one night, as he sate as still as a mouse in her room, imagining her to be asleep. He was by her bedside in a moment. "I've been thinking what she's to be called. Isabella, after mother. And what will your mother's name?" "Margaret," said he. "Margaret, Isabella, Isabella, Margaret. Mother's called Belle. She might be called Bella." I could ha' wished her to be called after thee." She made a little impatient movement. "Nay, Sylvia's not a lucky name. Best be called after thy mother and mine. And I want for to ask Hester to be godmother." "Anything thou likes, sweetheart. Shall we call her Rose, after Hester Rose?" "No, no," said Sylvia. "She mun be called after my mother or thine, or both. I should like her to be called Bella, after mother, because she's so fond of baby." "Anything to please thee, darling." "Don't say that, as if it didn't signify. There's a deal in having a pretty name," said Sylvia, a little annoyed. "I ha' always hated being called Sylvia. It were after father's mother, Sylvia Steele." "I niver thought any name in all the world so sweet and pretty as Sylvia," said Philip fondly; but she was too much absorbed in her own thoughts to notice either his manner or his words. "There, you'll not mind if it is Bella, because, you see, my mother is alive to be pleased by its being named after her, and Hester may be godmother, and I'll have t' dove-coloured silk as you gave me afore we were married made up into a cloak for it to go to church in." "I got it for thee," said Philip, a little disappointed. "It'll be too good for the baby." But I'm so careless, I should be spilling something on it." "But if thou got it for me, I cannot find it in my heart for to wear it on baby, and I'll have it made into a christening gown for mysel', but I'll niver feel at my ease in it, for fear of spoiling it." "Well, and if thou does spoil it, love, I'll get thee another. I make account of riches only for thee, that I may be able to get thee whatever thou's a fancy for either thysel' or thy mother." She lifted her pale face from her pillow, and put up her lips to kiss him for these words. Perhaps on that day Philip reached the zenith of his life's happiness. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 31. Evil Omens. The first step in Philip's declension happened in this way. Sylvia had made rapid progress in her recovery, but now she seemed at a stationary point of weakness, wakeful nights succeeding to languid days. Occasionally she caught a little sleep in the afternoons, but she usually awoke startled and feverish. One afternoon Philip had stolen upstairs to look at her and his child, but the efforts he made at careful noiselessness made the door creak on its hinges as he opened it. The woman employed to nurse her had taken the baby into another room, that no sound might rouse her from her slumber, and Philip would probably have been warned against entering the chamber where his wife lay sleeping, had he been perceived by the nurse. As it was, he opened the door, made a noise, and Sylvia started up, her face all one flush, her eyes wild and uncertain. She looked about her as if she did not know where she was, pushed the hair off her hot forehead, all which actions Philip saw dismayed and regretful. But he kept still, hoping that she would lie down and compose herself. Instead, she stretched out her arms imploringly, and said, in a voice full of yearning and tears, "Oh, Charlie, come to me, come to me!" And then, as she more fully became aware of the place where she was, her actual situation, she sank back and feebly began to cry. Philip's heart boiled within him. Any man's would under the circumstances, but he had the sense of guilty concealment to aggravate the intensity of his feelings. Her weak cry after another man, too, irritated him, partly through his anxious love, which made him wise to know how much physical harm she was doing herself. At this moment he stirred, or unintentionally made some sound. She started up afresh and called out, "Oh, who's there? Do, for God's sake, tell me who you are!" "It's me," said Philip, coming forwards, striving to keep down the miserable complication of love and jealousy and remorse and anger that made his heart beat so wildly and almost took him out of himself. Indeed, he must have been quite beside himself for the time, or he could never have gone on to utter the unwise, cruel words he did. But she spoke first, in a distressed and plaintive tone of voice. "Oh, Philip, I've been asleep, and yet I think I was awake. I saw Charlie Kinraid as plain as ever I see thee now, and he wasn't drowned at all. I'm sure he's alive somewhere. He was so clear and lifelike. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" She wrung her hands in feverish distress. Urged by passionate feelings of various kinds, and also by his desire to quench the agitation which was doing her harm, Philip spoke, hardly knowing what he said. "Kinraid's dead, I tell you, Sylvie. What kind of a woman are you to go dreaming of another man in this way, and taking on so about him, when you're a wedded wife, with a child as you've borne to another man?" In a moment he could have bitten out his tongue. She looked at him with the mute reproach which some of us see, God help us, in the eyes of the dead, as they come before our sad memories in the night season. Looked at him with such a solemn, searching look, never saying a word of reply or defence. Then she lay down, motionless and silent. He had been instantly stung with remorse for his speech. The words were not beyond his lips when an agony had entered his heart, but her steady, dilated eyes had kept him dumb and motionless as if by a spell. Now he rushed to the bed on which she lay, and half knelt, half threw himself upon it, imploring her to forgive him, regardless for the time of any evil consequences to her. It seemed as if he must have her pardon, her relenting at any price, even if they both died in the act of reconciliation. But she lay speechless, and, as far as she could be, motionless, the bed trembling under her with the quivering she could not still. Philip's wild tones caught the nurse's ears, and she entered full of the dignified indignation of wisdom. "Are you for killing your wife, master?" she asked. "She's none as strong as she can bear fighting and scolding, nor will she be for many a week to come. Go down with her, and leave her in peace if you're a man as can be called a man." Her anger was rising as she caught sight of Sylvia's averted face. It was flushed crimson, her eyes full of intense emotion of some kind, her lips compressed, but an involuntary twitching overmastering her resolute stillness from time to time. Philip, who did not see the averted face, nor understand the real danger in which he was placing his wife, felt as though he must have one word, one responsive touch of the hand which lay passive in his, which was not even drawn away from the kisses with which he covered it, any more than if it had been an impassive stone. The nurse had fairly to take him by the shoulders and turn him out of the room. In half an hour the doctor had to be summoned. Of course the nurse gave him her version of the events of the afternoon, with much animus against Philip, and the doctor thought it his duty to have some very serious conversation with him. "I do assure you, Mr. Hepburn, that, in the state your wife has been in for some days, it was little less than madness on your part to speak to her about anything that could give rise to strong emotion." "It was madness, sir," replied Philip in a low, miserable tone of voice. The doctor's heart was touched, in spite of the nurse's accusations against the scolding husband. Yet the danger was now too serious for him to mince matters. "I must tell you that I cannot answer for her life, unless the greatest precautions are taken on your part, and unless the measures I shall use have the effect I wish for in the next 24 hours. She is on the verge of a brain fever. Any allusion to the subject, which has been the final cause of the state in which she now is, must be most cautiously avoided, even to a chance word which may bring it to her memory." And so on, but Philip seemed to hear only this. Then he might not express contrition or sue for pardon. He must go on unforgiven through all this stress of anxiety, and even if she recovered, the doctor warned him of the undesirableness of recurring to what had passed. Heavy, miserable times of endurance and waiting have to be passed through by all during the course of their lives, and Philip had had his share of such seasons, when the heart and the will and the speech and the limbs must be bound down with strong resolution to patience. For many days, nay, for weeks, he was forbidden to see Sylvia, as the very sound of his footstep brought on a recurrence of the fever and convulsive movement. Yet she seemed, from questions she feebly asked the nurse, to have forgotten all that had happened on the day of her attack from the time when she dropped off to sleep. But how much she remembered of after occurrences no one could ascertain. She was quiet enough when, at length, Philip was allowed to see her. But he was half jealous of his child when he watched how she could smile at it, while she never changed a muscle of her face at all he could do or say. And of a piece with this extreme quietude and reserve was her behaviour to him when at length she had fully recovered, and was able to go about the house again. Philip thought many a time of the words she had used long before their marriage. Ominous words they were. "It's not in me to forgive. I sometimes think it's not in me to forget." Philip was tender even to humility in his conduct towards her. but nothing stirred her from her fortress of reserve. And he knew she was so different. He knew how loving, nay, passionate was her nature. Vehement, demonstrative. Oh, how could he stir her once more into expression, even if the first show or speech she made was of anger? Then he tried being angry with her himself. He was sometimes unjust to her consciously and of a purpose, in order to provoke her into defending herself and appealing against his unkindness. He only seemed to drive her love away still more. If any one had known all that was passing in that household, while yet the story of it was not ended, nor indeed come to its crisis, their hearts would have been sorry for the man who lingered long at the door of the room in which his wife sate cooing and talking to her baby, and sometimes laughing back to it, or who was soothing the querulousness of failing age with every possible patience of love. Sorry for the poor listener who was hungering for the profusion of tenderness thus scattered on the senseless air, yet only by stealth caught the echoes of what ought to have been his. It was so difficult to complain too. Impossible, in fact. Everything that a wife could do from duty, she did, but the love seemed to have fled, and in such cases no reproaches or complaints can avail to bring it back. So reason outsiders, and are convinced of the result before the experiment is made. But Philip could not reason, or could not yield to reason, and so he complained and reproached. She did not much answer him, but he thought that her eyes expressed the old words, "It's not in me to forgive. I sometimes think it's not in me to forget." However, it is an old story, an ascertained fact, that, even in the most tender and stable masculine natures, at the supremest season of their lives, there is room for other thoughts and passions than such as are connected with love. Even with the most domestic and affectionate men, their emotions seem to be kept in a cell, distinct and away from their actual lives. Philip had other thoughts and other occupations than those connected with his wife during all this time. An uncle of his mother's, a Cumberland statesman, of whose existence he was barely conscious, died about this time, leaving to his unknown great-nephew 400 or 500 pounds, which put him at once in a different position with regard to his business. Henceforward his ambition was roused, such humble ambition as befitted a shopkeeper in a country town 60 or 70 years ago. To be respected by the men around him had always been an object with him, and was, perhaps, becoming more so than ever now, as a sort of refuge from his deep, sorrowful mortification in other directions. He was greatly pleased at being made a sidesman, and, in preparation for the further honour of being churchwarden, he went regularly twice a day to church on Sundays. There was enough religious feeling in him to make him disguise the worldly reason for such conduct from himself. He believed that he went because he thought it right to attend public worship in the parish church whenever it was offered up, but it may be questioned of him, as of many others, how far he would have been as regular in attendance in a place where he was not known. With this, however, we have nothing to do. The fact was that he went regularly to church, and he wished his wife to accompany him to the pew, newly painted with his name on the door, where he sate in full sight of the clergyman and congregation. Sylvia had never been in the habit of such regular church-going, and she felt it as a hardship, and slipped out of the duty as often as ever she could. In her unmarried days, she and her parents had gone annually to the mother church of the parish in which Haytersbank was situated, on the Monday succeeding the Sunday next after the Romish saint's day, to whom the church was dedicated, there was a great feast or wake held, and on the Sunday all the parishioners came to church from far and near. Frequently, too, in the course of the year, Sylvia would accompany one or other of her parents to Scarby Moorside afternoon service, when the hay was got in and the corn not ready for cutting, or the cows were dry and there was no afternoon milking. Many clergymen were languid in those days, and did not too curiously inquire into the reasons which gave them such small congregations in country parishes. Now she was married, this weekly church-going which Philip seemed to expect from her became a tie and a small hardship which connected itself with a life of respectability and prosperity. A crust of bread and liberty was much more accordant to Sylvia's nature than plenty of creature comforts and many restraints. Another wish of Philip's, against which she said no word, but constantly rebelled in thought and deed, was his desire that the servant he had engaged during the time of her illness to take charge of the baby should always carry it whenever it was taken out for a walk. Sylvia often felt, now she was strong, as if she would far rather have been without the responsibility of having this nursemaid, of whom she was, in reality, rather afraid. The good side of it was that it set her at liberty to attend to her mother at times when she would have been otherwise occupied with her baby. But Belle required very little from anyone. She was easily pleased and exacting, and methodical even in her dotage, preserving the quiet and demonstrative habits of her earlier life, now that the faculty of reason, which had been at the basis of the formation of such habits, was gone. She took great delight in watching the baby, and was pleased to have it in her care for a short time, but she dozed so much that it prevented her having any strong wish on the subject. So Sylvia contrived to get her baby as much as possible to herself, in spite of the nursemaid, and, above all, she would carry it out, softly cradled in her arms, warm pillowed on her breast, and bear it to the freedom and solitude of the seashore on the west side of the town, where the cliffs were not so high, and there was a good space of sand and shingle at all low tides. Once here, she was as happy as she ever expected to be in this world. The fresh sea breeze restored something of the colour of former days to her cheeks, the old buoyancy to her spirits. Here she might talk her heart full of loving nonsense to her baby. Here it was all her own. No father to share in it, no nursemaid to dispute the wisdom of anything she did with it. She sang to it, she tossed it, it crowed and it laughed back again till both were weary, and then she would sit down on a broken piece of rock and fall to gazing on the advancing waves catching the sunlight on their crests, advancing, receding, for ever and for ever, as they had done all her life long, as they did when she had walked with them that once by the side of Kinraid, those cruel waves that, forgetful of the happy lovers' talk by the side of their waters, had carried one away and drowned him deep till he was dead. Every time she sat down to look at the sea, this process of thought was gone through up to this point. The next step would, she knew, bring her to the question she dared not, must not ask. He was dead. He must be dead, for was she not Philip's wife? Then came up the recollection of Philip's speech, never forgotten, only buried out of sight. "What kind of a woman are you to go on dreaming of another man, and your wedded wife?" She used to shudder as if cold steel had been plunged into her warm living body as she remembered these words. Cruel words, harmlessly provoked. They were too much associated with physical pains to be dwelt upon. Only their memory was always there. She paid for these happy rambles with her baby by the depression which awaited her on her re-entrance into the dark, confined house that was her home. Its very fullness of comfort was an oppression. Then, when her husband saw her pale and fatigued, he was annoyed, and sometimes upbraided her for doing what was so unnecessary as to load herself with her child. She knew full well it was not that caused her weariness. By and by, when he inquired and discovered that all these walks were taken in one direction, out towards the sea, he grew jealous of her love for the inanimate ocean. Was it connected in her mind with the thought of Kinraid? Why did she so perseveringly, in wind or cold, go out to the seashore, the western side too, where, if she went but far enough, she would come upon the mouth of the Haytersbank Gully, the point at which she had last seen Kinraid? Such fancies haunted Philip's mind for hours after she had acknowledged the direction of her walks. But he never said a word that could distinctly tell her he disliked her going to the sea, otherwise she would have obeyed him in this as in everything else. For absolute obedience to her husband seemed to be her rule of life at this period, obedience to him who would so gladly have obeyed her smallest wish had she but expressed it. She never knew that Philip had any painful association with the particular point on the seashore that she instinctively avoided, both from a consciousness of wifely duty, and also because the sight of it brought up so much sharp pain. Philip used to wonder if the dream that preceded her illness was the suggestive cause that drew her so often to the shore. Her illness consequent upon that dream had filled his mind, so that for many months he himself had had no haunting vision of Kinraid to disturb his slumbers. But now the old dream of Kinraid's actual presence by Philip's bedside began to return with fearful vividness. Night after night it recurred, each time with some new touch of reality and close approach, till it was as if the fate that overtakes all men were then, even then, knocking at his door. In his business Philip prospered. Men praised him because he did well to himself. He had the perseverance, the capability for head work and calculation, the steadiness and general forethought which might have made him a great merchant if he had lived in a large city. Without any effort of his own, almost too, without Coulson's being aware of it, Philip was now in the position of superior partner, the one to suggest and arrange, while Coulson only carried out the plans that emanated from Philip. The whole work of life was suited to the man, He did not aspire to any different position, only to the full development of the capabilities of that which he already held. He had originated several fresh schemes with regard to the traffic of the shop, and his old masters, with all their love of tried ways and distrust of everything new, had been candid enough to confess that their successors' plans had resulted in success. Their successors! Philip was content with having the power when the exercise of it was required, and never named his own important share in the new improvements. Possibly, if he had, Coulson's vanity might have taken the alarm, and he might not have been so acquiescent for the future. As it was, he forgot his own subordinate share, and always used the imperial we. We thought, it struck us, etc. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 32. Rescued from the Waves. Meanwhile, Hester came and went as usual, in so quiet and methodical a way, with so even and undisturbed a temper, that she was almost forgotten when everything went well in the shop or household. She was a star, the brightness of which was only recognized in times of darkness. She herself was almost surprised at her own increasing regard for Sylvia. She had not thought she should ever be able to love the woman who had been such a laggard in acknowledging Philip's merits, and from all she had ever heard of Sylvia before she came to know her, from the angry words with which Sylvia had received her when she had first gone to Haytersbank Farm, Hester had intended to remain on friendly terms, but to avoid intimacy. But her kindness to Bell Robson had won both the mother's and daughter's hearts, and in spite of herself, certainly against her own mother's advice, she had become the familiar friend and welcome guest of the household. Now the very change in Sylvia's whole manner and ways which grieved and vexed Philip made his wife the more attractive to Hester. Brought up among Quakers, although not one herself, she admired and respected the staidness and outward peacefulness common among the young women of that sect. Sylvia, whom she had expected to find volatile, talkative, vain, and wilful, was quiet and still, as if she had been born a friend. She seemed to have no will of her own. She served her mother and child for love, she obeyed her husband in all things, and never appeared to pine after gaiety or pleasure. And yet at times Hester thought, or rather a flash came across her mind, as if all things were not as right as they seemed. Philip looked older, more careworn. Nay, even Hester was obliged to allow to herself that she had heard him speak to his wife in sharp, aggrieved tones. Innocent Hester! She could not understand how the very qualities she so admired in Sylvia were just what were so foreign to her nature, that the husband, who had known her from a child, felt what an unnatural restraint she was putting upon herself, and would have hailed petulant words or wilful actions with an unspeakable thankfulness for relief. One day, it was in the spring of 1798, Hester was engaged to stay to tea with the Hepburns, in order that after that early meal she might set to again in helping Philip and Coulson to pack away the winter cloths and flannels, for which there was no longer any use. The tea time was 4:30. About 4 o'clock a heavy April shower came on, the hail pattering against the window panes, so as to awaken Mrs. Robson from her afternoon's nap. She came down the corkscrew stairs, and found Phoebe in the parlour arranging the tea things. Phoebe and Mrs. Robson were better friends than Phoebe and her young mistress, and so they began to talk a little together in a comfortable, familiar way. Once or twice Philip looked in, as if he would be glad to see the tea table in readiness, and then Phoebe would put on a spurt of busy bustle, which ceased almost as soon as his back was turned, so eager was she to obtain Mrs. Robson's sympathy in some little dispute that had occurred between her and the nursemaid. The latter had misappropriated some hot water, prepared and required by Phoebe, to the washing of the baby's clothes. It was a long story, and would have tired the patience of any one in full possession of their senses. But the details were just within poor Bell's comprehension, and she was listening with the greatest sympathy. Both the women were unaware of the lapse of time, but it was of consequence to Philip, as the extra labour was not to be begun until after tea, and the daylight hours were precious. At 4:45 Hester and he came in, and then Phoebe began to hurry. Hester went up to sit by Bell and talk to her. Philip spoke to Phoebe in the familiar words of country folk. Indeed, until his marriage, Phoebe had always called him by his Christian name, and had found it very difficult to change it to 'master.' "Where's Sylvie?" said he. "Going out with t' babby," replied Phoebe. "Why can't Nancy carry it out?" asked Philip. It was touching on the old grievance. He was tired, and he spoke with sharp annoyance. Phoebe might easily have told him the real state of the case. Nancy was busy at her washing, which would have been reason enough. But the nursemaid had vexed her, and she did not like Philip's sharpness, so she only said, "It's none o' my business. It's yo' to look after your own wife and child. But you're but a lad after all." This was not a conciliatory speech, and just put the last stroke to Philip's fit of ill temper. "I'm not for my tea to night," said he, to Hester when all was ready. "Sylvie's not here, and nothing is nice, or as it should be. I'll go and set to on to stock taking. Don't you hurry, Hester. Stop and chat a bit with the old lady." "Nay, Philip," said Hester. "Thou's sadly tired. Just take this cup o' tea. Sylvia'll be grieved if you haven't something." "Sylvia doesn't care whether I'm full or fasting," replied he, impatiently putting aside the cup. "If she did, she'd ha' taken care to be in, and ha' seen to things being as I like them." Now, in general, Philip was the least particular of men about meals; and to do Sylvia justice, she was scrupulously attentive to every household duty in which old Phoebe would allow her to meddle, and always careful to see after her husband's comforts. But Philip was too vexed at her absence to perceive the injustice of what he was saying, nor was he aware how Bell Robson had been attending to what he said. But she was sadly discomfited by it, understanding just enough of the grievance in hand to think that her daughter was neglectful of those duties which she herself had always regarded as paramount to all others. Nor could Hester convince her that Philip had not meant what he said, neither could she turn the poor old woman's thoughts from the words which had caused her distress. Presently Sylvia came in, bright and cheerful, although breathless with hurry. "Oh!" said she, taking off her wet shawl, "we've had to shelter from such a storm of rain, baby and me; but see, she's none the worse for it, as bonny as ever, bless her." Hester began some speech of admiration for the child, in order to prevent Bell from delivering the lecture she felt sure was coming down on the unsuspecting Sylvia, but all in vain. "Philip's been complaining on thee, Sylvie," said Bell, in the way in which she had spoken to her daughter when she was a little child, grave and severe in tone and look more than in words. "I forget justly what about, but he spoke on thy neglecting him continual. It's not right, my lass, it's not right. A woman should but my head's very tired, and all I can think on to say is, it's not right." "Philip been complaining of me, and to mother!" said Sylvia, ready to burst into tears, so grieved and angry was she. "No," said Hester, "thy mother has taken it a little too strong. He were vexed like at his tea not being ready." Sylvia said no more, but the bright colour faded from her cheek, and the contraction of care returned to her brow. She occupied herself with taking off her baby's walking things. Hester lingered, anxious to soothe and make peace. She was looking sorrowfully at Sylvia, when she saw tears dropping on the baby's cloak, and then it seemed as if she must speak a word of comfort before going to the shop work, where she knew she was expected by both Philip and Coulson. She poured out a cup of tea, and coming close up to Sylvia, and kneeling down by her, she whispered, "Just take him this into t' ware room. It'll put all to rights if thou'll take it to him wi' thy own hands." Sylvia looked up, and Hester then more fully saw how she had been crying. She whispered in reply, for fear of disturbing her mother, "I don't mind anything but his speaking ill on me to mother. I know I'm for iver trying to be a good wife to him, and it's very dull work, harder than you think on, Hester, and I would have been home for tea to night, only I was afeared of baby getting wet wi' a storm and a hail as we had down on the shore, and we sheltered under a rock. It's a weary coming home to this dark place, and to find my own mother set against me. Take him his tea like a good lassie. I'll answer for it he'll be all right. A man takes it hardly when he comes in tired, a thinking his wife will be there to cheer him up a bit, to find her off, and niver know nought of t' reason why." "I'm glad enough I've getten a baby," said Sylvia, "but for aught else, I wish I'd niver been married, I do." "Hush thee, lass," said Hester, rising up indignant. "Now that is a sin. If thou only knew the lot o' some folk. But let's talk no more on that. That cannot be helped. Go, take him his tea, for it's a sad thing to think on him fasting all this time." Hester's voice was raised by the simple fact of her change of position, and the word fasting caught Mrs. Robson's ear as she sate at her knitting by the chimney corner. "Fasting! He said thou didn't care if he were full or fasting, lassie. It's not right in thee, I say. Go, take him his tea at once." Sylvia rose, and gave up the baby, which she had been suckling, to Nancy, who, having done her washing, had come in for her charge to put it to bed. Sylvia kissed it fondly, making a little moan of sad passionate tenderness as she did so. Then she took the cup of tea, but she said rather defiantly to Hester, "I'll go to him with it, because mother bids me, and it'll ease her mind." Then louder to her mother she added, "Mother, I'll take him this tea, though I couldn't help the being out." If the act itself was conciliatory, the spirit in which she was going to do it was the reverse. Hester followed her slowly into the Weir room, with intentional delay, thinking that her presence might be an obstacle to their mutually understanding one another. Sylvia held the cup and plate of bread and butter out to Philip, but avoided meeting his eye, and said not a word of explanation or regret or self-justification. If she had spoken, though ever so crossly, Philip would have been relieved, and would have preferred it to her silence. He wanted to provoke her to speech, but did not know how to begin. "Thou's been out again wandering on that sea shore," said he. She did not answer him. "I cannot think what's always taking thee there, when one would have thought a walking up to Eskdale would be far more sheltered, both for thee and baby in such weather as this. Thou'll be having that baby ill some of these days." At this she looked up at him, and her lips moved as though she were going to say something. Oh, how he wished she would, that they might come to a wholesome quarrel, and a making friends again, and a tender kissing, in which he might whisper penitence for all his hasty words or unreasonable vexation. But she had come resolved not to speak, for fear of showing too much passion, too much emotion. Only as she was going away she turned and said, "Philip, mother hasn't many more years to live. Dunnot grieve her, and set her again me by finding fault wi' me afore her. Our being wed were a great mistake, but before t' poor old widow woman, let us make as if we were happy." "Sylvie! Sylvie!" he called after her. She must have heard, but she did not turn. He went after her, and seized her by the arm rather roughly. She had stung him to the heart with her calm words, which seemed to reveal a long-formed conviction. "Sylvie!" said he, almost fiercely, "what do you mean by what you've said? Speak! I will have an answer." He almost shook her. She was half frightened by his vehemence of behaviour, which she took for pure anger, while it was the outburst of agonized and unrequited love. "Let me go! Oh, Philip, you hurt me!" Just at this moment Hester came up. Philip was ashamed of his passionate ways in her serene presence, and loosened his grasp of his wife, and she ran away, ran into her mother's empty room, as to a solitary place, and there burst into that sobbing, miserable crying, which we instinctively know is too surely lessening the length of our days on earth to be indulged in often. When she had exhausted that first burst, and lay weak and quiet for a time, she listened, in dreading expectation of the sound of his footstep coming in search of her to make friends. But he was detained below on business, and never came. Instead, her mother came clambering up the stairs. She was now in the habit of going to bed between 7 and 8, and to night she was retiring at even an earlier hour. Sylvia sprang up and drew down the window blind, and made her face and manner as composed as possible, in order to soothe and comfort her mother's last waking hours. She helped her to bed with gentle patience. The restraint imposed upon her by her tender filial love was good for her, though all the time she was longing to be alone to have another wild outburst. When her mother was going off to sleep, Sylvia went to look at her baby, also in a soft sleep. Then she gazed out at the evening sky, high above the tiled roofs of the opposite houses, and the longing to be out under the peaceful heavens took possession of her once more. "It's my only comfort," said she to herself, "and there's no earthly harm in it. I would have been home to his tea, if I could, but when he doesn't want me, and mother doesn't want me, and baby is either in my arms or asleep, why I'll go and cry my fill out under yon great quiet sky. I cannot stay in t' house to be choked up wi' my tears, nor yet to have him coming about me either for scolding or peacemaking." So she put on her things and went out again, this time along the High Street, and up the long flights of steps towards the parish church. And there she stood and thought that here she had first met Kinraid, at Darley's burying, and she tried to recall the very look of all the sad, earnest faces round the open grave, the whole scene, in fact, and let herself give way to the miserable regrets she had so often tried to control. Then she walked on, crying bitterly, almost unawares to herself, on through the high bleak fields at the summit of the cliffs, fields bounded by loose stone fences, and far from all sight of the habitation of man. But below, the sea rose and raged. It was high water at the highest tide, and the wind blew gustily from the land, vainly combating the great waves that came invincibly up with a roar and an impotent, furious dash against the base of the cliffs below. Sylvia heard the sound of the passionate rush and rebound of many waters, like the shock of mighty guns, whenever the other sound of the blustering gusty wind was lulled for an instant. She was more quieted by this tempest of the elements than she would have been had all nature seemed as still as she had imagined it to be while she was yet indoors, and only saw a part of the serene sky. She fixed on a certain point in her own mind which she would reach and then turn back again. It was where the outline of the land curved inwards, dipping into a little bay. Here the field path she had hitherto followed descended somewhat abruptly to a cluster of fishermen's cottages, hardly large enough to be called a village, and then the narrow roadway wound up the rising ground till it again reached the summit of the cliffs that stretched along the coast for many and many a mile. Sylvia said to herself that she would turn homewards when she came within sight of this cove, Headlington Cove as they called it. All the way along she had met no one since she had left the town, but just as she had got over this last stile or ladder of stepping stones into the field from which the path descended, she came upon a number of people, quite a crowd in fact, men moving forward in a steady line, hauling at a rope, a chain, or something of that kind, boys, children, and women holding babies in their arms, as if all were fain to come out and partake in some general interest. They kept within a certain distance from the edge of the cliff, and Sylvia, advancing a little, now saw the reason why. The great cable the men held was attached to some part of a smack, which could now be seen by her in the waters below, half dismantled, and all but a wreck, yet with her deck covered with living men, as far as the waning light would allow her to see. The vessel strained to get free of the strong guiding cable. The tide was turning, the wind was blowing off shore, and Sylvia knew without being told that almost parallel to this was a line of sunken rocks that had been fatal to many a ship before now. If she had tried to take the inner channel instead of keeping out to sea for miles, and then steering in straight for Monkshaven port, and the ships that had been thus lost had been in good plight and order compared to this vessel, which seemed nothing but a hull without mast or sail. By this time the crowd, the fishermen from the hamlet down below, with their wives and children, all had come but the bedridden, had reached the place where Sylvia stood. The women, in a state of wild excitement, rushed on, encouraging their husbands and sons by words, even while they hindered them by actions, and from time to time one of them would run to the edge of the cliff and shout out some brave words of hope, in her shrill voice, to the crew on the deck below. Whether these latter heard it or not, no one could tell, but it seemed as if all human voice must be lost in the tempestuous stun and tumult of wind and wave. It was generally a woman with a child in her arms who so employed herself. As the strain upon the cable became greater, and the ground on which they strove more uneven, every hand was needed to hold and push, and all those women who were unencumbered held by the dear rope on which so many lives were depending. On they came, a long line of human beings, black against the ruddy sunset sky. As they came near Sylvia, a woman cried out, 'Dunnot stand idle, lass, but houd on wi' us. There's many a bonny life at stake, and many a mother's heart a hanging on this bit o' hemp. Take hold, lass, and give a firm grip, and God remember thee in thy need.' Sylvia needed no second word. A place was made for her, and in an instant more the rope was pulling against her hands till it seemed as though she were holding fire in her bare palms. Never a one of them thought of letting go for an instant, though when all was over many of their hands were raw and bleeding. Some strong, experienced fishermen passed a word along the line from time to time, giving directions as to how it should be held according to varying occasions, but few among the rest had breath or strength enough to speak. The women and children that accompanied them ran on before, breaking down the loose stone fences, so as to obviate delay or hindrance. They talked continually, exhorting, encouraging, explaining. From their many words and fragmentary sentences, Sylvia learned that the vessel was supposed to be a Newcastle smack, sailing from London, that had taken the dangerous inner channel to save time, and had been caught in the storm, which she was too crazy to withstand, and that if by some daring contrivance of the fishermen who had first seen her, the cable had not been got ashore, she would have been cast upon the rocks before this, and all on board perished. 'It were dayleet then,' quoth one woman. 'I could see their faces, they were so near. They were as pale as dead men, and one was praying down on his knees. There was a king's officer aboard, for I saw t' gowd about him. He'd maybe come from these hom'ard parts, and be coming to see his own folk, else it's no common for king's officers to sail in aught but king's ships. But it's getting dark. See, there's t' leets in t' house at t' new town. T' grass is crisping wi' t' right frost under our feet. It'll be a hard tug round t' point, and then she'll be getting into still waters.' One more great push and mighty strain, and the danger was past. The vessel, or what remained of her, was in the harbour, among the lights and cheerful sounds of safety. The fishermen sprang down the cliff to the quayside, anxious to see the men whose lives they had saved. The women, weary and overexcited, began to cry. Not Sylvia, however. Her fount of tears had been exhausted earlier in the day. Her principal feeling was of gladness and high rejoicing that they were saved who had been so near to death not half an hour before. She would have liked to have seen the men, and shaken hands with them all round. But instead she must go home, and well would it be with her if she was in time for her husband's supper, and escaped any notice of her absence. So she separated herself from the groups of women who sate on the grass in the churchyard, awaiting the return of such of their husbands as could resist the fascinations of the Monkshaven public houses. As Sylvia went down the church steps, she came upon one of the fishermen who had helped to tow the vessel into port. There was 17 men and boys aboard her, and a navy lieutenant as had comed as passenger. It were a good job as we could manage her. Good neet to thee. Thou'll sleep all t' sounder for having lent a hand. The street air felt hot and close after the sharp keen atmosphere of the heights above. The decent shops and houses had all their shutters put up, and were preparing for their early bedtime. Already lights shone here and there in the upper chambers, and Sylvia scarcely met any one. She went round up the passage from the quayside, and in by the private door. All was still. The basins of bread and milk that she and her husband were in the habit of having for supper stood in the fender before the fire, each with a plate upon them. Nancy had gone to bed. Phoebe dozed in the kitchen. Philip was still in the Weir room, arranging goods and taking stock along with Coulson, for Hester had gone home to her mother. Sylvia was not willing to go and seek out Philip, after the manner in which they had parted. All the despondency of her life became present to her again as she sate down within her home. She had forgotten it in her interest and excitement, but now it came back again. Still she was hungry, and youthful, and tired. She took her basin up, and was eating her supper when she heard a cry of her baby upstairs, and ran away to attend to it. When it had been fed and hushed away to sleep, she went in to see her mother, attracted by some unusual noise in her room. She found Mrs. Robson awake and restless and ailing, dwelling much on what Philip had said in his anger against Sylvia. It was really necessary for her daughter to remain with her, so Sylvia stole out, and went quickly downstairs to Philip, now sitting tired and worn out and eating his supper with little or no appetite, and told him she meant to pass the night with her mother. His answer of acquiescence was so short and careless, or so it seemed to her, that she did not tell him any more of what she had done or seen that evening, or even dwell upon any details of her mother's indisposition. As soon as she had left the room, Philip set down his half-finished basin of bread and milk, and sate long, his face hidden in his folded arms. The wick of the candle grew long and black, and fell and sputtered and guttered. He sate on, unheeding either it or the pale grey fire that was dying out, dead at last. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 33. An Apparition. Mrs. Robson was very poorly all night long. Uneasy thoughts seemed to haunt and perplex her brain, and she neither slept nor woke, but was restless and uneasy in her talk and movements. Sylvia lay down by her, but got so little sleep that at length she preferred sitting in the easy chair by the bedside. Here she dropped off to slumber in spite of herself. The scene of the evening before seemed to be repeated. The cries of the many people, the heavy roar and dash of the threatening waves, were repeated in her ears, and something was said to her through all the conflicting noises. What it was she could not catch, though she strained to hear the hoarse murmur that, in her dream, she believed to convey a meaning of the utmost importance to her. This dream, that mysterious only half-intelligible sound, recurred whenever she dozed, and her inability to hear the words uttered distressed her so much that at length she sate bolt upright, resolved to sleep no more. Her mother was talking in a half-conscious way. Philip's speech of the evening before was evidently running in her mind. "Sylvie, if thou're not a good wife to him, it'll just break my heart outright. A woman should obey her husband, and not go her own gait. I never leave the house without telling father, and getting his leave." and then she began to cry pitifully and to say unconnected things, till Sylvia, to soothe her, took her hand and promised never to leave the house without asking her husband's permission, though in making this promise she felt as if she were sacrificing her last pleasure to her mother's wish, for she knew well enough that Philip would always raise objections to the rambles which reminded her of her old free open-air life. But to comfort and cherish her mother she would have done anything. Yet this very morning that was dawning she must go and ask his permission for a simple errand, or break her word. She knew from experience that nothing quieted her mother so well as balm tea. It might be that the herb really possessed some sedative power, it might be only early faith and often repeated experience, but it had always had a tranquilizing effect, and more than once during the restless hours of the night Mrs. Robson had asked for it, but Sylvia's stock of last year's dead leaves was exhausted. Still, she knew where a plant of balm grew in the sheltered corner of Haytersbank farm garden. She knew that the tenants who had succeeded them in the occupation of the farm had had to leave it in consequence of a death, and that the place was unoccupied, and in the darkness she had planned that if she could leave her mother after the dawn came and she had attended to her baby, she would walk quickly to the old garden and gather the tender sprigs which she was sure to find there. Now she must go and ask Philip. Until she held her baby to her breast, she bitterly wished that she were free from the duties and chains of matrimony. But the touch of its waxen fingers, the hold of its little mouth, made her relax into docility and gentleness. She gave it back to Nancy to be dressed, and softly opened the door of Philip's bedroom. "Philip," said she gently, "Philip." He started up from dreams of her angry. He saw her there, rather pale with her night's watch and anxiety, but looking meek and a little beseeching. "Mother has had such a bad night. She fancied once as some balm tea would do her good. It always used to, but my dried balm is all gone, and I thought there'd be sure to be some in the old garden at Haytersbank. Feyther planted a bush just for mother, where it allays came up early, nigh t' old elder tree, and if you'd not mind, I could run there while she sleeps, and be back again in an hour, and it's not 7 now." "Thou's not wear thyself out with running, Sylvie," said Philip eagerly. "I'll get up and go myself. Or perhaps," continued he, catching the shadow that was coming over her face, "thou'd rather go thyself. It's only that I'm so afraid of thy tiring thyself." "It'll not tire me," said Sylvia. "Afore I was married I was out often far farther than that, afield to fetch up t' kine before my breakfast." "Well, go if thou will," said Philip, "but get somewhat to eat first, and don't hurry. There's no need for that." She had got her hat and shawl, and was off before he had finished his last words. The long High Street was almost empty of people at that early hour. One side was entirely covered by the cool morning shadow which lay on the pavement, and crept up the opposite houses, till only the topmost story caught the rosy sunlight. Up the hill road, through the gap in the stone wall, across the dewy fields, Sylvia went by the very shortest path she knew. She had only once been at Haytersbank since her wedding day. On that occasion the place had seemed strangely and dissonantly changed by the numerous children who were diverting themselves before the open door, and whose playthings and clothes strewed the house place, and made it one busy scene of confusion and untidiness, more like the Corneys' kitchen in former times, than her mother's orderly and quiet abode. Those little children were fatherless now, and the house was shut up, awaiting the entry of some new tenant. There were no shutters to shut, the long low window was blinking in the rays of the morning sun. The house and cow-house doors were closed, and no poultry wandered about the field in search of stray grains of corn or early worms. It was a strange and unfamiliar silence, and struck solemnly on Sylvia's mind. Only a thrush in the old orchard down in the hollow, out of sight, whistled and gurgled with continual shrill melody. Sylvia went slowly past the house and down the path, leading to the wild, deserted bit of garden. She saw that the last tenants had had a pump sunk for them, and resented the innovation, as though the well she was passing could feel the insult. Over it grew 2 hawthorn trees. On the bent trunk of one of them she used to sit long ago, the charm of the position being enhanced by the possible danger of falling into the well and being drowned. The rusty unused chain was wound round the windlass. The bucket was falling into pieces from dryness. A lean cat came from some outhouse and mewed pitifully with hunger, accompanying Sylvia to the garden, as if glad of some human companionship, yet refusing to allow itself to be touched. Primroses grew in the sheltered places, just as they formerly did, and made the uncultivated ground seem less deserted than the garden, where the last year's weeds were rotting away and cumbering the ground. Sylvia forced her way through the berry bushes to the herb plot, and plucked the tender leaves she had come to seek, sighing a little all the time. Then she retraced her steps, paused softly before the house door, and entered the porch and kissed the senseless wood. She tried to tempt the poor gaunt cat into her arms, meaning to carry it home and befriend it, but it was scared by her endeavour, and ran back to its home in the outhouse, making a green path across the white dew of the meadow. Then Sylvia began to hasten home, thinking and remembering. At the stile that led into the road she was brought short up. Some one stood in the lane, just on the other side of the gap. His back was to the morning sun. All she saw at first was the uniform of a naval officer, so well known in Monkshaven in those days. Sylvia went hurrying past him, not looking again, although her clothes almost brushed his, as he stood there still. She had not gone a yard, no, not half a yard, when her heart leaped up and fell again dead within her, as if she had been shot. "Sylvia!" he said, in a voice tremulous with joy and passionate love. "Sylvia!" She looked round. He had turned a little, so that the light fell straight on his face. It was bronzed, and the lines were strengthened, but it was the same face she had last seen in Haytersbank Gully 3 long years ago, and had never thought to see in life again. He was close to her, and held out his fond arms. She went fluttering towards their embrace, as if drawn by the old fascination. But when she felt them close round her, she started away, and cried out with a great pitiful shriek, and put her hands up to her forehead, as if trying to clear away some bewildering mist. Then she looked at him once more, a terrible story in her eyes, if he could but have read it. Twice she opened her stiff lips to speak, and twice the words were overwhelmed by the surges of her misery, which bore them back into the depths of her heart. He thought that he had come upon her too suddenly, and he attempted to soothe her with soft murmurs of love, and to woo her to his outstretched hungry arms once more. But when she saw this motion of his, she made a gesture as though pushing him away, and with an inarticulate moan of agony she put her hands to her head once more, and turning away began to run blindly towards the town for protection. For a minute or so he was stunned with surprise at her behaviour, and then he thought it accounted for by the shock of his accost, and that she needed time to understand the unexpected joy. So he followed her swiftly, ever keeping her in view, but not trying to overtake her too speedily. "I have frightened my poor love," he kept thinking, and by this thought he tried to repress his impatience and check the speed he longed to use. Yet he was always so near behind that her quickened sense heard his well-known footsteps following, and a mad notion flashed across her brain that she would go to the wide full river and end the hopeless misery she felt enshrouding her. There was a sure hiding place from all human reproach and heavy mortal woe beneath the rushing waters borne landwards by the morning tide. No one can tell what changed her course. Perhaps the thought of her sucking child, perhaps her mother, perhaps an angel of God. No one on earth knows, but as she ran along the quayside, she all at once turned up an entry and through an open door. He, following all the time, came into a quiet dark parlour, with a cloth and tea things on the table ready for breakfast. The change from the bright sunny air out of doors to the deep shadow of this room made him think for the first moment that she had passed on, and that no one was there. And he stood for an instant baffled, and hearing no sound but the beating of his own heart, but an irrepressible sobbing gasp made him look round, and there he saw her, cowered behind the door, her face covered tight up, and sharp shudders going through her whole frame. "My love, my darling," said he, going up to her, and trying to raise her, and to loosen her hands away from her face. "I've been too sudden for thee. It was thoughtless in me. But I have so looked forward to this time, and seeing thee come along the field and go past me. But I should have been more tender and careful of thee. Nay, let me have another look of thy sweet face." All this he whispered in the old tones of manoeuvring love, in that voice she had yearned and hungered to hear in life, and had not heard, for all her longing, save in her dreams. She tried to crouch more and more into the corner, into the hidden shadow, to sink into the ground out of sight. Once more he spoke, beseeching her to lift up her face, and let him hear her speak, but she only moaned. "Sylvia," said he, thinking he could change his tactics, and pique her into speaking, that he would make a pretence of suspicion and offence. "Sylvia, one would think you weren't glad to see me back again at length. I only came in late last night, and my first thought on awakening was of you. It has been ever since I left you." Sylvia took her hands away from her face. It was grey as the face of death. Her awful eyes were passionless in her despair. "Where have you been?" she asked in slow, hoarse tones, as if her voice were half strangled within her. "Been," said he, a red light coming into his eyes, as he bent his looks upon her, now indeed a true and not an assumed suspicion entering his mind. "Been," he repeated. Then, coming a step nearer to her, and taking her hand, not tenderly this time, but with a resolution to be satisfied, "Did not your cousin, Hepburn I mean, did not he tell you? He saw the press gang seize me. I gave him a message to you. I bade you keep true to me as I would be to you." Between every clause of this speech he paused and gasped for her answer, but none came. Her eyes dilated, and held his steady gaze prisoner as with a magical charm. Neither could look away from the other's wild, searching gaze. When he had ended, she was silent for a moment. Then she cried out, shrill and fierce, "Philip!" No answer. Wilder and shriller still, "Philip!" she cried. He was in the distant Weir room, completing the last night's work, before the regular shop hours began; before breakfast also, that his wife might not find him waiting and impatient. He heard her cry. It cut through doors, and still air, and great bales of woollen stuff. He thought that she had hurt herself, that her mother was worse, that her baby was ill, and he hastened to the spot whence the cry proceeded. On opening the door that separated the shop from the sitting room, he saw the back of a naval officer, and his wife on the ground, huddled up in a heap. When she perceived him come in, she dragged herself up by means of a chair, groping like a blind person, and came and stood facing him. The officer turned fiercely round, and would have come towards Philip, who was so bewildered by the scene that even yet he did not understand who the stranger was, did not perceive for an instant that he saw the realization of his greatest dread. But Sylvia laid her hand on Kinraid's arm, and assumed to herself the right of speech. Philip did not know her voice, it was so changed. "Philip," she said, "this is Kinraid, come back again to wed me. He is alive. He has never been dead, only taken by t' press gang. And he says yo' saw it, and knew it all the time. Speak, was it so?" Philip knew not what to say, whither to turn, under what refuge of words or acts to shelter. Sylvia's influence was keeping Kinraid silent, but he was rapidly passing beyond it. "Speak," he cried, loosening himself from Sylvia's light grasp, and coming towards Philip with a threatening gesture. "Did I not bid you tell her how it was? Did I not bid you say how I would be faithful to her, and she was to be faithful to me? Oh, you damned scoundrel! Have you kept it from her all that time, and let her think me dead, or false? Take that!" His closed fist was up to strike the man, who hung his head with bitterest shame and miserable self-reproach, but Sylvia came swift between the blow and its victim. "Charley, thou shan't strike him," she said. "He is a damned scoundrel." This was said in the hardest, quietest tone. "But he is my husband." "Oh, thou false heart!" exclaimed Kinraid, turning sharp on her. "If ever I trusted woman, I trusted you, Sylvia Robson." He made as though throwing her from him, with a gesture of contempt that stung her to life. "Oh, Charley," she cried, springing to him, "do not cut me to the quick. Have pity on me, though he had none. I did so love thee. It was my very heartstrings as gave way when they told me thou was drowned. Feyther, and the Corneys and all, everybody. Thy hat and t' bit of ribbon I gave thee were found drenched and dripping with sea water, and I went mourning for thee all the day long. Do not turn away from me. Only hearken this once, and then kill me dead, and I'll bless you. And have never been myself since. Never ceased to feel t' sun grow dark and the air chill and dreary when I thought on t' time when thou was alive. I did, my Charley, my own love. And I thought thou was dead for iver, and I wished I were lying beside thee. Oh, Charley, Philip there where he stands could tell you this was true. Philip, wasn't it so?" "Would God I were dead," moaned forth the unhappy, guilty man. But she had turned to Kinraid, and was speaking again to him, and neither of them heard or heeded him. They were drawing closer and closer together, she with her cheeks and eyes aflame, talking eagerly. "And feyther was taken up, and all for setting some free as t' press gang had gotten by a foul trick. And he were put i' York prison and tried and hung, Charley. Good kind feyther was hung on a gallows, and mother lost her sense and grew silly in grief, and we were like to be turned out on t' wide world, and poor mother dateless, and I thought you were dead. Oh, I thought you were dead, I did. Oh, Charley, Charley!" By this time they were in each other's arms, she with her head on his shoulder, crying as if her heart would break. Philip came forwards and took hold of her to pull her away, but Charlie held her tight, mutely defying Philip. Unconsciously she was Philip's protection in that hour of danger, from a blow which might have been his death if strong will could have aided it to kill. "Sylvie," said he, grasping her tight, "listen to me. He didn't love you as I did. He had loved other women. You alone. He loved other girls before you, had left off loving him. I wish God would free my heart from the pang, but it will go on till I die, whether you love me or not. And then, where was I? Oh, that very night he was taken, I was a-thinking on you and on him, and I might ha' given you his message, but I heard them speaking of him as know him well, talking of his false fickle ways. How was I to know he would keep true to thee? It might be a sin in me, I cannot say. My heart and my sense are gone dead within me. I know this, I've loved you as no man but me ever loved before. Have some pity and forgiveness on me, if it's only because I've been so tormented with my love." He looked at her with feverish, eager wistfulness. It faded away into despair, as she made no sign of having even heard his words. He let go his hold of her, and his arm fell loosely by his side. "I may die," he said, "for my life is ended." "Sylvia," spoke out Kinraid, bold and fervent, "your marriage is no marriage. You were tricked into it. You are my wife, not his. I am your husband. We plighted each other our troth. See, here is my half of the sixpence." He pulled it out from his bosom, tied by a black ribbon round his neck. "When they stripped me and searched me in the French prison, I managed to keep this. No lies can break the oath we swore to each other. I can get your pretence of a marriage set aside. I'm in favour with my admiral, and he'll do a deal for me, and back me out. Come with me, your marriage shall be set aside, and we'll be married again, all square and above board. Come away, leave that damned fellow to repent of the trick he played an honest sailor. We'll be true, whatever has come and gone. Come, Sylvia." His arm was round her waist, and he was drawing her towards the door, his face all crimson with eagerness and hope. Just then the baby cried. "Hark!" said she, starting away from Kinraid. "Baby's crying for me. His child. Yes, it is his child. I'd forgotten that, forgotten all. I'll make my vow now, lest I lose myself again. I'll never forgive yon man, nor live with him as his wife again. All that's done and ended. He's spoilt my life. He's spoilt it for as long as ever I live on this earth. But neither you nor him shall spoil my soul. It goes hard with me, Charlie. It does indeed. I'll just give you one kiss, one little kiss, and then, so help me God, I'll never see nor hear till... No, not that. Not that is needed. I'll never see. Sure, that's enough. I'll never see you again on this side heaven, so help me God. I'm bound and tied, but I've sworn my oath to him as well as you. There's things I will do, and there's things I won't. Kiss me once more. God help me. He's gone. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 34. A Reckless Recruit. She lay across a chair, her arms helplessly stretched out, her face unseen. Every now and then a thrill ran through her body. She was talking to herself all the time with incessant low incontinence of words. Philip stood near her, motionless. He did not know whether she was conscious of his presence. In fact, he knew nothing but that he and she were sundered for ever. He could only take in that one idea, and it numbed all other thought. Once more her baby cried for the comfort she alone could give. She rose to her feet, but staggered when she tried to walk. Her glazed eyes fell upon Philip as he instinctively made a step to hold her steady. No light came into her eyes any more than if she had looked upon a perfect stranger. Not even was there the contraction of dislike. Some other figure filled her mind, and she saw him no more than she saw the inanimate table. That way of looking at him withered him up more than any sign of aversion would have done. He watched her laboriously climb the stairs and vanish out of sight, and sat down with a sudden feeling of extreme bodily weakness. The door of communication between the parlour and the shop was opened. That was the first event of which Philip took note, but Phoebe had come in unawares to him, with the intention of removing the breakfast things on her return from market, and seeing them unused, and knowing that Sylvia had sat up all night with her mother, she had gone back to the kitchen. Philip had neither seen nor heard her. Now Coulson came in, amazed at Hepburn's non-appearance in the shop. "Why, Philip, what's ado? How ill you look, man!" exclaimed he, thoroughly alarmed by Philip's ghastly appearance. "What's the matter?" "Ay," said Philip, slowly gathering his thoughts. "Why should there be anything the matter?" His instinct, quicker to act than his reason, made him shrink from his misery being noticed, much more made any subject for explanation or sympathy. "There may be nothing the matter wi' thee," said Coulson, "but thou's the look of a corpse on thy face. I was afeard something were wrong, for it's 9:30 and thee so punctual." He almost guarded Philip into the shop, and kept furtively watching him, and perplexing himself with Philip's odd, strange ways. Hester, too, observed the heavy, broken-down expression on Philip's ashen face, and her heart ached for him. But after that first glance, which told her so much, she avoided all appearance of noticing or watching. Only a shadow brooded over her sweet, calm face, and once or twice she sighed to herself. It was market day, and people came in and out, bringing their store of gossip from the country or the town, from the farm or the quayside. Among the pieces of news, the rescue of the smack the night before furnished a large topic, and by Philip heard a name that startled him into attention. The landlady of a small public house, much frequented by sailors, was talking to Coulson. "There was a sailor aboard of her as knowed Kinraid by sight, in Shields years ago, and he called him by his name afore they were well out o' river, and Kinraid was no ways set up for all his lieutenant's uniform, and but they say he looks handsome in it. But he tells 'em all about it, how he were pressed aboard a man o' war, and for his good conduct were made a warrant officer, boatswain or something." All the people in the shop were listening now. Philip alone seemed engrossed in folding up a piece of cloth, so as to leave no possible chance of creases in it. Yet he lost not a syllable of the good woman's narration. She, pleased with the enlarged audience her tale had attracted, went on with fresh vigour. "And there's a gallant captain, one Sir Sidney Smith, and he'd a notion o' going smack into a French port and carrying off a vessel from right under their very noses, and says he, 'Which o' you British sailors 'll go along wi' me to death or glory?' So Kinraid stands up like a man, and 'I'll go with you, captain,' he says. So they and some others as brave went off and did their work, and choose whatever it was, they did it famously. But they got caught by them French, and were clapped into prison in France for ever so long, but at last one Philip something, he were a Frenchman I know, helped 'em to escape in a fishing boat, but they were welcomed by the whole British squadron as was i' Channel for t' piece of daring they'd done i' cutting out ship from a French port, and Captain Sir Sidney Smith was made an admiral, and him as we used to call Charlie Kinraid, the specksioneer, is made a lieutenant, and a commissioned officer at King's service, and is come to great glory, and slept in my house this very blessed night as is just past." A murmur of applause and interest and rejoicing buzzed all around Philip. All this was publicly known about Kinraid, and how much more? All Monkshaven might hear to morrow, nay, to day, of Philip's treachery to the hero of the hour, how he had concealed his fate, and supplanted him in his love. Philip shrank from the burst of popular indignation which he knew must follow. Any wrong done to one who stands on the pinnacle of the people's favour is resented by each individual as a personal injury, and among a primitive set of country folk who recognise the wild passion in love as it exists untamed by the trammels of reason and self-restraint, any story of balked affections or treachery in such matters spreads like wildfire. Philip knew this quite well. His doom of disgrace lay plain before him if only Kinraid spoke the word. His head was bent down while he thus listened and reflected. He half resolved on doing something. He lifted up his head, caught the reflection of his face in the little strip of glass on the opposite side, in which the women might look at themselves and their contemplated purchases, and quite resolved. The sight he saw in the mirror was his own long, sad, pale face, made plainer and greyer by the heavy pressure of the morning's events. He saw his stooping figure, his rounded shoulders, with something like a feeling of disgust at his personal appearance, as he remembered the square, upright build of Kinraid, his fine uniform, with epaulette and sword-belt, his handsome brown face, his dark eyes, splendid with the fire of passion and indignation, his white teeth gleaming out with the terrible smile of scorn. The comparison drove Philip from passive hopelessness to active despair. He went abruptly from the crowded shop into the empty parlour, and on into the kitchen, where he took up a piece of bread, and, heedless of Phoebe's look and words, began to eat it before he even left the place. For he needed the strength that food would give, he needed it to carry him out of the sight and the knowledge of all who might hear what he had done and point their fingers at him. He paused a moment in the parlour, and then, setting his teeth tight together, he went upstairs. First of all he went into the bit of a room opening out of theirs, in which his baby slept. He dearly loved the child, and many a time would run in and play a while with it, and in such gambols he and Sylvia had passed their happiest moments of wedded life. The little Bella was having her morning slumber. Nancy used to tell long afterwards how he knelt down by the side of her cot, and was so strange she thought he must have prayed, for all it was nigh upon 11 o'clock, and folk in their senses only said their prayers when they got up and when they went to bed. Then he rose and stooped over and gave the child a long, lingering, soft, fond kiss. And on tiptoe he passed away into the room where his aunt lay, his aunt who had been so true a friend to him. He was thankful to know that in her present state she was safe from the knowledge of what was past, safe from the sound of the shame to come. He had not meant to see Sylvia again. He dreaded the look of her hatred, her scorn, but there, outside her mother's bed, she lay, apparently asleep. Mrs. Robson, too, was sleeping, her face towards the wall. Philip could not help it. He went to have one last look at his wife. She was turned towards her mother, her face averted from him. He could see the tear stains, the swollen eyelids, the lips yet quivering. He stooped down and bent to kiss the little hand that lay listless by her side. As his hot breath neared that hand it was twitched away, and a shiver ran through the whole prostrate body. And then he knew that she was not asleep, only worn out by her misery that he had caused. He sighed heavily, but he went away downstairs, and away for ever. Only as he entered the parlour his eyes caught on two silhouettes, one of himself, one of Sylvia, done in the first month of their marriage by some wandering artist, if so he could be called. They were hanging against the wall in little oval wooden frames, black profiles with the lights done in gold, about as poor semblances of humanity as could be conceived, but Philip went up, and after looking for a minute or so at Sylvia's, he took it down and buttoned his waistcoat over it. It was the only thing he took away from his home. He went down the entry on to the quay. The river was there, and waters, they say, have a luring power, and a weird promise of rest in their perpetual monotony of sound. But many people were there, if such a temptation presented itself to Philip's mind. The sight of his fellow townsmen, perhaps of his acquaintances, drove him up another entry, the town is burrowed with such, back into the High Street, which he straightway crossed into a well-known court, out of which rough steps led to the summit of the hill, and on to the fells and moors beyond. He plunged and panted up this rough ascent. From the top he could look down on the whole town lying below, severed by the bright shining river into two parts. To the right lay the sea, shimmering and heaving. There were the cluster of masts rising out of the little port, the irregular roofs of the houses. Which of them, thought he, as he carried his eye along the quayside to the market-place, which of them was his? And he singled it out in its unfamiliar aspect, and saw the thin blue smoke rising from the kitchen chimney, where even now Phoebe was cooking the household meal that he never more must share. Up at that thought and away, he knew not nor cared not whither. He went through the ploughed fields where the corn was newly springing. He came down upon the vast sunny sea, and turned his back upon it with loathing. He made his way inland to the high green pastures, the short upland turf above which the larks hung poised at heaven's gate. He strode along so straight and heedless of briar and bush that the wild black cattle ceased from grazing, and looked after him with their great blank puzzled eyes. He had passed all enclosures and stone fences now, and was fairly on the desolate brown moors. Through the withered last year's ling and fern, through the prickly gorse he tramped, crushing down the tender shoots of this year's growth, and heedless of the startled plover's cry, goaded by the furies. His only relief from thought, from the remembrance of Sylvia's looks and words, was in violent bodily action. So he went on, till evening shadows and ruddy evening lights came out upon the wild fells. He had crossed roads and lanes with a bitter avoidance of men's tracks, but now the strong instinct of self-preservation came out, and his aching limbs, his weary heart, giving great pants and beats for a time, and then ceasing altogether till a mist swam and quivered before his aching eyes, warned him that he must find some shelter and food, or lie down to die. He fell down now often, stumbling over the slightest obstacle. He had passed the cattle pastures, he was among the black-faced sheep, and they, too, ceased nibbling and looked after him, and somehow, in his poor wandering imagination, their silly faces turned to likenesses of Monkshaven's people who ought to be far, far away. "Thou'll be belated on these fells if thou don't tak' heed," shouted some one. Philip looked abroad to see whence the voice proceeded. An old stiff-legged shepherd in a smock-frock was within a couple of 100 yards. Philip did not answer, but staggered and stumbled towards him. "Good luck," said the man. "Where hast ta been? Thou seen old Harry, I think, thou looks so scared." Philip rallied himself and tried to speak up to the old standard of respectability, but the effort was pitiful to see, had any one been by, who could have understood the pain it caused to restrain cries of bodily and mental agony. "I've lost my way, that's all. 'Twould ha' been enough, too, I'm thinking, if I hadn't come out after yous. There's at 3 Griffins near at hand. Sup o' Hollands'll set thee to reets." Philip followed faintly. He could not see before him, and was guided by the sound of footsteps rather than by the sight of the figure moving onwards. He kept stumbling, and he knew that the old shepherd swore at him, but he also knew such curses proceeded from no ill will, only from annoyance at the delay in going and seem after yous. But had the man's words conveyed the utmost expression of hatred, Philip would neither have wondered at them nor resented them. They came into a wild mountain road, unfenced from the fells. 100 yards off, and there was a small public house, with a broad ruddy oblong of firelight shining across the tract. "Theere," said the old man. "Thee cannot well miss that. I dunno though, thee's be such a gawby." So he went on, and delivered Philip safely up to the landlord. "Here's a felly as I fund on t' fell side, just as one as if he were drunk. But he's sober enough, I reckon, only summat's wrong in his head, me thinking." "No," said Philip, sitting down on the first chair he came to. "I'm right enough. Just fairly wearied out, lost my way." And he fainted. There was a recruiting sergeant of marines sitting in the house place drinking. He too, like Philip, had lost his way, but was turning his blunder to account by telling all manner of wonderful stories to 2 or 3 rustics who had come in ready to drink on any pretence, especially if they could get good liquor without paying for it. The sergeant rose as Philip fell back, and brought up his own mug of beer, into which a noggin of gin had been put, called in Yorkshire dog's nose. He partly poured and partly spilt some of this beverage on Philip's face. Some drops went through the pale and parted lips, and with a start the worn-out man revived. "Bring him some victual, landlord," called out the recruiting sergeant. "I'll stand shot." They brought some cold bacon and coarse oat cake. The sergeant asked for pepper and salt, minced the food fine and made it savoury, and kept administering it by teaspoonfuls, urging Philip to drink from time to time from his own cup of dog's nose. A burning thirst, which needed no stimulant from either pepper or salt, took possession of Philip, and he drank freely, scarcely recognising what he drank. It took effect on one so habitually sober, and he was soon in that state when the imagination works wildly and freely. He saw the sergeant before him, handsome and bright and active, in his gay red uniform, without a care, as it seemed to Philip, taking life lightly, admired and respected everywhere because of his cloth. If Philip were gay and brisk, well dressed like him, returning with martial glory to Monkshaven, would not Sylvia love him once more? Could not he win her heart? He was brave by nature, and the prospect of danger did not daunt him, if ever it presented itself to his imagination. He thought he was cautious in entering on the subject of enlistment with his new friend, the sergeant. but the latter was 20 times as cunning as he, and knew by experience how to bait his hook. Philip was older by some years than the regulation age, but, at that time of great demand for men, the question of age was lightly entertained. The sergeant was profuse in statements of the advantages presented to a man of education in his branch of the service, how such a one was sure to rise; in fact, it would have seemed from the sergeant's accounts as though the difficulty consisted in remaining in the ranks. Philip's dizzy head thought the subject over and over again, each time with failing power of reason. At length, almost as it would seem by some sleight of hand, he found the fatal shilling in his palm, and had promised to go before the nearest magistrate to be sworn in as one of His Majesty's Marines the next morning. And after that he remembered nothing more. He wakened up in a little truckle bed in the same room as the sergeant, who lay sleeping the sleep of full contentment, while gradually, drop by drop, the bitter recollections of the day before came, filling up Philip's cup of agony. He knew that he had received the bounty money, and though he was aware that he had been partly tricked into it, and had no hope, no care, indeed, for any of the advantages so liberally promised him the night before, yet he was resigned, with utterly despondent passiveness, to the fate to which he had pledged himself. Anything was welcome that severed him from his former life, that could make him forget it if that were possible, and also welcome anything which increased the chances of death without the sinfulness of his own participation in the act. He found in the dark recess of his mind the dead body of his fancy of the previous night, that he might come home, handsome and glorious, to win the love that had never been his. But he only sighed over it, and put it aside out of his sight, so full of despair was he. He could eat no breakfast, though the sergeant ordered of the best. The latter kept watching his new recruit out of the corner of his eye, expecting a remonstrance, or dreading a sudden bolt. But Philip walked with him the 2 or 3 miles in the most submissive silence, never uttering a syllable of regret or repentance; and before Justice Cholmley, of Holmfell Hall, he was sworn into His Majesty's service under the name of Stephen Freeman. With a new name he began a new life. Alas, the old life lives for ever. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Moilinger. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 35. Things Unutterable. After Philip had passed out of the room, Sylvia lay perfectly still, from very exhaustion. Her mother slept on, happily unconscious of all the turmoil that had taken place. Yes, happily, though the heavy sleep was to end in death. But of this her daughter knew nothing, imagining that it was refreshing slumber, instead of an ebbing of life. Both mother and daughter lay motionless till Phoebe entered the room to tell Sylvia that dinner was on the table. Then Sylvia sat up, and put back her hair, bewildered and uncertain as to what was to be done next, how she should meet the husband to whom she had discarded all allegiance, repudiated the solemn promise of love and obedience which she had vowed. Phoebe came into the room with natural interest in the invalid, scarcely older than herself. "How's the old lady?" asked she, in a low voice. Sylvia turned her head round to look. Her mother had never moved, but was breathing in a loud uncomfortable manner, that made her stoop over her to see the averted face more nearly. "Phoebe!" she cried. "Come here! She looks strange and odd. Her eyes are open, but don't see me. Phoebe! Phoebe!" "Sure enough, she's in a bad way," said Phoebe, climbing stiffly on to the bed to have a nearer view. "Hold her head a little bit to ease her breathing while I go for master. He'll be for sending for the doctor, I'll be bound." Sylvia took her mother's head and laid it fondly on her breast, speaking to her and trying to rouse her, but it was of no avail. The hard stertorous breathing grew worse and worse. Sylvia cried out for help. Nancy came, the baby in her arms. They had been in several times before that morning, and the child came smiling and crowing at its mother, who was supporting her own dying parent. "Oh, Nancy," said Sylvia, "what is the matter with mother? You can see her face. Tell me quick." Nancy set the baby on the bed for all reply, and ran out of the room, crying out, "Master! Master, come quick! The old missus is a dying." This appeared to be no news to Sylvia, and yet the words came on her with a great shock; but all for that she could not cry. She was surprised herself at her own deadness of feeling. Her baby crawled to her, and she had to hold and guard both her mother and her child. It seemed a long, long time before any one came, and then she heard muffled voices, and a heavy tramp. It was Phoebe leading the doctor upstairs, and Nancy creeping in behind to hear his opinion. He did not ask many questions, and Phoebe replied more frequently to his inquiries than did Sylvia, who looked into his face with a blank, tearless, speechless despair, that gave him more pain than the sight of her dying mother. The long decay of Mrs. Robson's faculties and health, of which he was well aware, had in a certain manner prepared him for some such sudden termination of life whose duration was hardly desirable, although he gave several directions as to her treatment; but the white, pinched face, the great dilated eye, the slow comprehension of the younger woman, struck him with alarm; and he went on asking for various particulars, more with a view of rousing Sylvia, if even it were to tears, than for any other purpose that the information thus obtained could answer. "You had best have pillows propped up behind her. It will not be for long. She does not know that you are holding her, and it is only tiring you to no purpose." Sylvia's terrible stare continued. He put his advice into action, and gently tried to loosen her clasp and tender hold. This she resisted, laying her cheek against her poor mother's unconscious face. "Where is Hepburn?" said he. "He ought to be here." Phoebe looked at Nancy, Nancy at Phoebe. It was the latter who replied. "He is neither in the house nor in the shop. I seed him go past the kitchen window better nor an hour ago, but neither William Coulson nor Hester Rose knows where he is gone to." Dr. Morgan's lips were puckered up into a whistle, but he made no sound. "Give me the baby," he said suddenly. Nancy had taken her up off the bed where she had been sitting, encircled by her mother's arm. The nursemaid gave her to the doctor. He watched the mother's eye, it followed her child, and he was rejoiced. He gave a little pinch to the baby's soft flesh, and she cried out piteously. Again the same action, the same result. Sylvia laid her mother down, and stretched out her arm for her child, hushing it and moaning over it. "So far so good," said Dr. Morgan to himself. "But where is the husband? He ought to be here." He went downstairs to make inquiry for Philip, that poor young creature, about whose health he had never felt thoroughly satisfied since the fever after her confinement, was in an anxious condition, and with an inevitable shock awaiting her. Her husband ought to be with her, and supporting her to bear it. Dr. Morgan went into the shop. Hester was alone there. Coulson had gone to his comfortable dinner at his well-ordered house with his commonplace wife. If he had felt anxious about Philip's looks and strange disappearance, he had also managed to account for them in some indifferent way. Hester was alone with the shop boy. Few people came in during the universal Monkshaven dinner hour. She was resting her head on her hand, and puzzled and distressed about many things, all that was implied by the proceedings of the evening before between Philip and Sylvia. And that was confirmed by Philip's miserable looks and strange abstracted ways to day. Oh, how easy Hester would have found it to make him happy! Not merely how easy, but what happiness it would have been to her to merge her every wish into the one great object of fulfilling his will. To her, an onlooker, the course of married life, which should lead to perfect happiness, seemed too plain. Alas, it is often so; and the resisting forces which make all such harmony and delight impossible are not recognized by the bystanders, hardly by the actors. But if these resisting forces are only superficial or constitutional, they are but necessary discipline here, and do not radically affect the love which will make all things right in heaven. Some glimmering of this latter comforting truth shed its light on Hester's troubled thoughts from time to time; but again, how easy would it have been to her to tread the maze that led to Philip's happiness, and how difficult it seemed to the wife he had chosen. She was aroused by Dr Morgan's voice. "So both Coulson and Hepburn had left the shop to your care, Hester. I want Hepburn, though. His wife is in a very anxious state. Where is he? Can you tell me?" "Sylvia in an anxious state! I've not seen her to day, but last night she looked as well as could be." "Ay, ay, but many a thing happens in 24 hours. Her mother is dying, may be dead by this time, and her husband should be there with her. Can't you send for him?" "I don't know where he is," said Hester. "He went off from here all on a sudden, when there was all the market folks in the shop. I thought he'd maybe gone to John Foster's about the money, for they was paying a deal in. I'll send there and inquire." No, the messenger brought back word that he had not been seen at their bank all morning. Further inquiries were made by the anxious Hester, by the doctor, by Coulson. All they could learn was that Phoebe had seen him pass the kitchen window about 11 o'clock, when she was peeling the potatoes for dinner. The two lads playing on the quay side thought they had seen him among a group of sailors, but these latter, as far as they could be identified, had no knowledge of his appearance among them. Before night the whole town was excited about his disappearance. Before night Belle Robson had gone to her long home, and Sylvia lay quiet and tearless, apparently more unmoved than any other creature by the events of the day, and the strange vanishing of her husband. The only thing she seemed to care for was her baby. She held it tight in her arms, and Dr Morgan bade them leave it there. Its touch might draw the desired tears into her weary, sleepless eyes, and charm the aching pain out of them. They were afraid lest she should inquire for her husband, whose non-appearance at such a time of sorrow to his wife must, they thought, seem strange to her. And night drew on while they were all in this state. She had gone back to her own room without a word, when they had desired her to do so, caressing her child in her arms, and sitting down on the first chair she came to, with a heavy sigh, as if even this slight bodily exertion had been too much for her. They saw her eyes turn toward the door every time it was opened, and they thought it was with anxious expectation of one who could not be found, though many were seeking for him in all probable places. When night came some one had to tell her husband's disappearance, and Dr Morgan was the person who undertook this. He came into her room about 9 o'clock. Her baby was sleeping in her arms; she herself pale as death, still silent and tearless, though strangely watchful of gestures and sounds, and probably cognizant of more than they imagined. "Well, Mrs. Hepburn," said he as cheerfully as he could, "I should advise your going to bed early, for I fancy your husband won't come home to night. Some journey or other, that perhaps Coulson can explain better than I can, will most likely keep him away till to morrow. It's very unfortunate that he should be away at such a sad time as this, as I'm sure he'll feel when he returns; but we must make the best of it." He watched her to see the effect of his words. She sighed, that was all. He still remained a little while. She lifted her head up a little and asked, "How long do you think she was unconscious, doctor? Could she hear things, think you, afore she fell into that strange kind of slumber?" "I cannot tell," said he, shaking his head. "Was she breathing in that hard snoring kind of way when you left her this morning?" "Yes, I think so. I cannot tell. So much has happened." "When you came back to her after your breakfast, I think you said she was in much the same position?" "Yes, and yet I may be telling you lies. If I could but think! But it's my head as is aching so, doctor. I wish you'd go, for I need being alone. I am so mazed." "Good night, then, for you are a wise woman, I see, and mean to go to bed and have a good night with baby there." But he went down to Phoebe, and told her to go in from time to time, and see how her mistress was. He found Hester Rose and the old servant together. Both had been crying, both were evidently in great trouble about the death and the mystery of the day. Hester asked if she might go up and see Sylvia, and the doctor gave his leave, talking meanwhile with Phoebe over the kitchen fire. Hester came down again without seeing Sylvia. The door of the room was bolted, and everything quiet inside. "Does she know where her husband is, think you?" asked the doctor at this account of Hester's. "She's not anxious about him at any rate, or else the shock of her mother's death had been too much for her. We must hope for some change in the morning. A good fit of crying, or a fidget about her husband, would be more natural. Good night to you both." And he went off. Phoebe and Hester avoided looking at each other at these words. Both were conscious of the probability of something having gone seriously wrong between the husband and wife. Hester had the recollection of the previous night, Phoebe the untasted breakfast of to-day to go upon. She spoke first. "I just wish he'd come home to still folks' tongues. It need never had been known if the old lady hadn't died this day of all others. It's such a thing for the shop to have one of the partners missing, and no one for to know what's comed on him. It never happened in Foster's days, that's all I know." "He'll maybe come back yet," said Hester. "It's not so very late." "It were market day and all," continued Phoebe. "Just as if everything mun go wrong together. And all the country customers will go back with fine tail in their mouths, as Master Hepburn was strayed and missing just like a beast of some kind." "Hark! Isn't that a step?" said Hester suddenly, as a footfall sounded in the now quiet street, but it passed the door, and the hope that had arisen on its approach fell as the sound died away. "He'll noane come to night," said Phoebe, who had been as eager a listener as Hester, however. "Thou'd best go thy ways home. I shall stay up, for it's not seemly for us all to go to our beds, and the corpse is in the house; and Nancy, as might ha' watched, is gone to her bed this hour past, like a lazy boots as she is. I can hear too if the master does come home, though I'll be bound he wunnot. Choose where he is, he'll be in bed by now, for it's well on to 11. I'll let thee out by the shop door, and stand by it till thou's close at home, for it's ill for a young woman to be in the street so late." So she held the door open, and shaded the candle from the flickering outer air, while Hester went to her home with a heavy heart. Heavily and hopelessly did they all meet in the morning. No news of Philip, no change in Sylvia. An unceasing flow of angling and conjecture and gossip radiating from the shop into the town. Hester could have entreated Coulson and her niece to cease from repeating the details of a story of which every word touched on a raw place in her sensitive heart. Moreover, when they talked together so eagerly, she could not hear the coming footsteps on the pavement without. Once some one hit very near the truth in a chance remark. "It seems strange," she said, "how as one man turns up, another just disappears. Why, it were but upon Tuesday as Kinraid come back, as all of his own folk had thought he might be dead. And the next day here's Master Hepburn, as is gone no one knows where." "That's the way in this world," replied Coulson, a little sententiously. "This life is full of changes of one kind or another. Them that's dead is alive. And as for poor Philip, though he was alive, he looked fitter to be dead when he came into the shop of Wednesday morning." "And how does she take it?" nodding to where Sylvia was supposed to be. "Oh, she's not herself, so to say. She were just stunned by finding her mother was dying in her very arms when she thought as she were only sleeping. Yet she's never been able to cry a drop. So that's the sorrows gone inwards on her brain, and from all I can hear she doesn't rightly understand as her husband is missing. The doctor says if she could but cry, she'd come to a juster comprehension of things." "And what do John and Jeremiah Foster say to it all?" They are down here many a time in the day to ask if he's come back, or how she is, for they made a deal on them both. They are going to attend the funeral to-morrow, and have given orders, as the shop is to be shut up in the morning. To the surprise of everyone, Sylvia, who had never left her room since the night of her mother's death, and was supposed to be almost unconscious of all that was going on in the house, declared her intention of following her mother to the grave. No one could do more than remonstrate, no one had sufficient authority to interfere with her. Dr. Morgan even thought that she might possibly be roused to tears by the occasion, only he begged Hester to go with her, that she might have the solace of some woman's company. She went through the greater part of the ceremony in the same hard, unmoved manner in which she had received everything for days past. But on looking up once, as they formed round the open grave, she saw Kester, in his Sunday clothes, with a bit of new crape round his head, crying as if his heart would break over the coffin of his good, kind mistress. His evident distress, the unexpected sight, suddenly loosed the fountain of Sylvia's tears, and her sobs grew so terrible that Hester feared she would not be able to remain until the end of the funeral. But she struggled hard to stay till the last, and then she made an effort to go round by the place where Kester stood. "Come and see me," was all she could say for crying, and Kester only nodded his head. He could not speak a word. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 36. Mysterious Tidings. That very evening Kester came, humbly knocking at the kitchen door. Phoebe opened it. He asked to see Sylvia. "I know not if she'll see thee," said Phoebe. "There's no making her out. Sometimes she's for one thing, sometimes she's for another." "She bid me come and see her," said Kester, "only this morning at Mrs. Berrien. She telled me to come." So Phoebe went off to inform Sylvia that Kester was there, and returned with the desire that he would walk into the parlour. An instant after he was gone, Phoebe heard him return, and carefully shut the two doors of communication between the kitchen and sitting room. Sylvia was in the latter when Kester came in, holding her baby close to her. Indeed, she seldom let it go nowadays to any one else, making Nancy's place quite a sinecure, much to Phoebe's indignation. Sylvia's face was shrunk and white and thin. Her lovely eyes alone retained the youthful, almost childlike expression. She went up to Kester and shook his horny hand, she herself trembling all over. "Don't talk to me of her," she said hastily. "I cannot stand it. It's a blessing for her to be gone, but oh!" She began to cry, and then cheered herself up and swallowed down her sobs. "Kester," she went on hastily, "Charley Kinraid isn't dead. Dost ta know? He's alive, and he were here a Tuesday. No, Monday, was it? I cannot tell, but he were here." "I knowed as he weren't dead. Every one is a speaking on it, but I didn't know as thee'd ha' seen him. I took comfort in thinking as thou ha' been with a mother at a time as he were in t' place." "Then he's gone," said Sylvia. "Gone! Ay, days past. As far as I know, he but stopped a neet. I thought to myself, but you may be sure I said nought to nobody. He's heerd as our Sylvia were married, and has put it in his pipe, and ta'en himself off to smoke it." "Kester," said Sylvia, leaning forwards and whispering, "I saw him. He was here. Philip saw him. Philip had known as he wasn't dead all this time." Kester stood up suddenly. "By gum! That chap has a deal to answer for." A bright red spot was on each of Sylvia's white cheeks, and for a minute or so neither of them spoke. Then she went on, still whispering out her words. "Kester, I'm more afeared than I dare tell any one. Can they ha' met, think yo'? T' very thought turns me sick. I told Philip my mind, and took a vow again him. But it would be awful to think on harm happening to him through Kinraid. Yet he went out that morning, and has never been seen or heard on sin, and Kinraid were just fell again him. And as for that matter, so was I, but... The red spot vanished as she faced her own imagination. Kester spoke. It's a thing as can be easily looked into. What day and time were it when Philip left this house? Tuesday, the day she died. I saw him in her room that morning between breakfast and dinner. I could almost swear it to its being close after 11. I mind counting the clock. It was on that very morning as Kinraid were here. I'll go and have a pint of beer at the King's Arms down on t' quayside. It were there he put up at, and I'm pretty sure as he only stopped one night, and left into morning betimes. But I'll go see. Do, said Sylvia, and go out through to shop. They're all watching and watching me to see how I take things, and I daren't let on about a fire as is burning up my heart. Coulson is into shop, but he'll not notice thee like Phoebe. By and by Kester came back. It seemed as though Sylvia had never stirred. She looked eagerly at him, but did not speak. He went away a Rob Mason's mail cart, him as takes t' letters to Hartlepool. T' lieutenant, as they call him down at the King's Arms, they're as proud of his uniform as if it had been a new painted sign to swing o'er their doors. T' lieutenant had reckoned upon staying longer wi' him, but he went out betimes a Tuesday morning, and came back all ruffled up, and paid his bill, paid for his breakfast, though he touched none on it, and went off i' Rob Postman's mail cart as starts regular at 10 o'clock. Corneys had been there asking for him, and making a piece o' work, as he niver went near 'em, and they be's cousins. Niver a one among 'em knows as he were here as far as I could make out. Thank you, Kester, said Sylvia, falling back into her chair, as if all the energy that had kept her stiff and upright was gone, now that her anxiety was relieved. She was silent for a long time, her eyes shut, her cheek laid on her child's head. Kester spoke next. I think it's pretty clear as they niver met. But it's all t' more wonder where thy husband's gone to. Thee and him had words about it, and thou telled him thy mind, thou said. Yes, said Sylvia, not moving. I'm afeared lest mother knows what I said to him. There, where she's gone to. I am... The tears filled her shut eyes, and came softly overflowing down her cheeks. And yet it were true what I said. I cannot forgive him. He's just spoilt my life. And I'm not 21 yet, and he knowed how wretched, how very wretched I were. A word fra him would have mended it. And Charley had bid him speak the word, and give me his faithful love, and Philip saw my heart ache day after day, and niver let on, as him I was mourning for was alive, and had sent me word as he'd keep true to me, as I were doing to him. I wish I'd been there. I'd ha' felled him to the ground, said Kester, clenching his stiff hard hand with indignation. Sylvia was silent again. Pale and weary she sate, her eyes still shut. Then she said, Yet he were so good to mother, and mother loved him so. Oh, Kester, lifting herself up, opening her great wistful eyes, it's well for folks as can die. They're spared a deal o' misery. Ay, said he, but there's folks as one 'ud like to keep fra shirking their misery. Think you now as Philip is living? Sylvia shivered all over and hesitated before she replied. I do not know. I said such things. He deserved 'em all. Well, well, lass, said Kester, sorry that he had asked the question which was producing so much emotion of one kind or another. Neither thee nor me can tell. We can neither help nor hinder, seeing as he's ta'en hisself off out of our sight. We'd best not think on him. I'll try and tell thee some news, if I can think on it with my mind so full. Thou knows Haytersbank folk have flitted, and t' oud place is empty. Yes, said Sylvia, with the indifference of one wearied out with feeling. I only telled ye to count like for me being at loose end in Monkshaven. My sister, her as lived at Dale End and is a widow, has comed into town to live, and I'm lodging wi' her, and jobbing about. I'm getting pretty well to do, and I'm noane far to seek, and I'm going now. Only first I just wanted for to say, as I'm thy oldest friend, I reckon, and if I can do a turn for thee, or go an errand, like as I've done to day, or if it's any comfort to talk a bit to one who's known thy life from a babby, why, you've only to send for me, and I'd come if it were 20 mile. I'm lodging at Peggy Dawson's, to Lath and Plaster College at t' right hand of Tribridge, among t' new houses, as they're thinking o' building near t' sea. No one can miss it. He stood up and shook hands with her. As he did so, he looked at her sleeping baby. She's liker you than him. I think I'll say, God bless her. With the heavy sound of his outgoing footsteps, baby awoke. She ought before this time to have been asleep in her bed, and the disturbance made her cry fretfully. Hush thee, darling, hush thee, murmured her mother. There's no one left to love me but thee, and I cannot stand thy weeping, my pretty one. Hush thee, my babe, hush thee. She whispered soft in the little one's ear as she took her upstairs to bed. About 3 weeks after the miserable date of Bell Robson's death, and Philip's disappearance, Hester Rose received a letter from him. She knew the writing on the address well, and it made her tremble so much that it was many minutes before she dared to open it and make herself acquainted with the facts it might disclose. But she need not have feared. There were no facts told, unless the vague date of London might be something to learn. Even that much might have been found out by the postmark, only she had been too much taken by surprise to examine it. It ran as follows: Dear Hester, tell those to whom it may concern that I have left Monkshaven for ever. No one need trouble themselves about me. I am provided for. Please to make my humble apologies to my kind friends, the Messrs. Foster, and to my partner William Coulson. Please to accept of my love, and to join the same to your mother. Please give my particular and respectful duty and kind love to my Aunt Isabella Robson. Her daughter Sylvia knows what I have always felt, and shall always feel, for her better than I can ever put into language. So I send her no message. God bless and keep my child. You must all look on me as one dead, as I am to you, and maybe shall soon be in reality. Your affectionate and obedient friend to command, Philip Hepburn. P.S. Oh, Hester, for God's sake and mine, look after, my wife scratched out, Sylvia and my child. I think Jeremiah Foster will help you to be a friend to them. This is the last solemn request of P.H. She is but very young. Hester read this letter again and again, till her heart caught the echo of its hopelessness and sank within her. She put it in her pocket, and reflected upon it all the day long as she served in the shop. The customers found her as gentle, but far more inattentive than usual. She thought that in the evening she would go across the bridge and consult with the 2 good old brothers Foster, but something occurred to put off the fulfilment of this plan. That same morning Sylvia had preceded her, with no one to consult, because consultation would have required previous confidence, and confidence would have necessitated such a confession about Kinraid as it was most difficult for Sylvia to make. The poor young wife yet felt that some step must be taken by her, and what it was to be she could not imagine. She had no home to go to, for as Philip was gone away, she remained where she was only on sufferance. She did not know what means of livelihood she had. She was willing to work, nay, would be thankful to take up her old life of country labour, but with her baby what could she do? In this dilemma, the recollection of the old man's kindly speech and offer of assistance, made, it is true, half in joke, at the end of her wedding visit, came into her mind, and she resolved to go and ask for some of the friendly counsel and assistance then offered. It would be the first time of her going out since her mother's funeral, and she dreaded the effort on that account. More even than on that account did she shrink from going into the streets again. She could not get over the impression that Kinraid must be lingering near, and she distrusted herself so much that it was a positive terror to think of meeting him again. She felt as though, if she but caught a sight of him, the glitter of his uniform, or heard his well-known voice in only a distant syllable of talk, her heart would stop, and she should die from very fright of what would come next. Or rather, so she felt, and so she thought, before she took her baby in her arms, as Nancy gave it to her after putting on its out-of-door attire. With it in her arms she was protected, and the whole current of her thoughts was changed. The infant was wailing and suffering with its teething, and the mother's heart was so occupied in soothing and consoling her moaning child, that the dangerous quayside and the bridge were passed almost before she was aware. Nor did she notice the eager curiosity and respectful attention of those she met, who recognized her even through the heavy veil, which formed part of the draping mourning provided for her by Hester and Coulson in the first unconscious days after her mother's death. Though public opinion as yet reserved its verdict upon Philip's disappearance, warned possibly by Kinraid's story against hasty decisions and judgments in such times as those of war and general disturbance, yet every one agreed that no more pitiful fate could have befallen Philip's wife. Marked out by her striking beauty as an object of admiring interest, even in those days when she sate in girlhood's smiling peace by her mother at the market cross, Her father had lost his life in a popular cause, and ignominious as the manner of his death might be, he was looked upon as a martyr to his zeal in avenging the wrongs of his townsmen. Sylvia had married amongst them too, and her quiet daily life was well known to them, and now her husband had been carried off from her side just on the very day when she needed his comfort most. For the general opinion was that Philip had been carried off. In seaport towns such occurrences were not uncommon in those days, either by land crimps or water crimps. So Sylvia was treated with silent reverence, as one sorely afflicted, by all the unheeded people she met in her faltering walk to Jeremiah Foster's. She had calculated her time so as to fall in with him at his dinner hour, even though it obliged her to go to his own house rather than to the bank where he and his brother spent all the business hours of the day. Sylvia was so nearly exhausted by the length of her walk and the weight of her baby, that all she could do when the door was opened was to totter into the nearest seat, sit down, and begin to cry. In an instant kind hands were about her, loosening her heavy cloak, offering to relieve her of her child, who clung to her all the more firmly, and some one was pressing a glass of wine against her lips. "No, sir, I cannot take it. Wine allays gives me the headache. If I might have just a drink of water." "Thank you, ma'am," to the respectable-looking old servant. "I'm well enough now, and perhaps, sir, I might speak a word with you, for it's that I've come for." "It's a pity, Sylvia Hepburn, as thee didst not come to me at the bank, for it's been a long toil for thee all this way in the heat with thy child. But if there's aught I can do or say for thee, thou hast but to name it, I am sure. Martha, wilt thou relieve her of her child while she comes with me into the parlour?" But the wilful little Bella stoutly refused to go to any one, and Sylvia was not willing to part with her, tired though she was. So the baby was carried into the parlour, and much of her after life depended on this trivial fact. Once installed in the easy chair, and face to face with Jeremiah, Sylvia did not know how to begin. Jeremiah saw this, and kindly gave her time to recover herself, by pulling out his great gold watch, and letting the seal dangle before the child's eyes, almost within reach of the child's eager little fingers. "She favours you a deal," said he at last. "More than her father," he went on, purposely introducing Philip's name so as to break the ice, for he rightly conjectured she had come to speak to him about something connected with her husband. Still Sylvia said nothing. She was choking down tears and shyness, and unwillingness to take as confidant a man of whom she knew so little, on such slight ground, as she now felt it to be, as the little kindly speech with which she had been dismissed from that house the last time she had entered it. "It's no use keeping you, sir," she broke out at last. "It's about Philip as I come to speak. Do you know anything whatsoever about him? He niver had a chance of saying anything, I know, but maybe he's written?" "Not a line, my poor young woman," said Jeremiah, hastily putting an end to that vain idea. "Then he's either dead or gone away for iver," she whispered. "I mun be both feyther and mother to my child." "Oh, thee must not give it up," replied he. "Many a one is carried off to the wars, or to the tenders o' men o' war, and they turn out to be unfit for service, and are sent home. Philip'll come back before the year's out, thee'll see that." "No, he'll never come back, and I'm not sure as I should ever wish him to come back, if I could but know what was gone wi' him. Yo' see, sir, though I were sore set again' him, I shouldn't like harm to happen him. There is something behind all this that I do not understand. Can thee tell me what it is?" "I must, sir, if you're to help me wi' your counsel, and I came up here to ask for it." Another long pause, during which Jeremiah made a feint of playing with the child, who danced and shouted with tantalized impatience at not being able to obtain possession of the seal, and at length stretched out her soft round little arms to go to the owner of the coveted possession. Surprise at this action roused Sylvia, and she made some comment upon it. "I niver knew her to go to any one afore. I hope she'll not be troublesome to you, sir." The old man, who had often longed for a child of his own in days gone by, was highly pleased by this mark of baby's confidence, and almost forgot, in trying to strengthen her regard by all the winning wiles in his power, how her poor mother was still lingering over some painful story which she could not bring herself to tell. "I'm afeared o' speaking wrong again' any one, sir, and mother was so fond o' Philip, but he kept something from me, as would ha' made me a different woman, and some one else, happen, a different man. I were troth plighted wi' Kinraid the specksioneer, him as was cousin to the Corneys o' Mossbrow, and comed back lieutenant in t' navy last Tuesday 3 weeks, after every one had thought him dead and gone these 3 years.' She paused. 'Well?' said Jeremiah with interest, although his attention appeared to be divided between the mother's story and the eager playfulness of the baby on his knee. 'Philip knew he were alive. He'd seen him taken by t' press gang, and Charley had sent a message to me by Philip.' Her white face was reddening, her eyes flashing at this point of her story. 'And he niver told me a word on it, not when he saw me like to break my heart in thinking as Kinraid were dead. He kept it a' to himself, and watched me cry, and niver said a word to comfort me wi' the truth. It would ha' been a great comfort, sir, only to have had his message, if I'd never ha' been to see him again. But Philip niver let on to any one, as I ever heerd on, that he'd seen Charley that morning as t' press gang took him. You know about feyther's death, and how friendless mother and me was left, and so I married him, for he were a good friend to us then, and I were dazed like wi' sorrow, and could see nought else to do for mother. He were allays very tender and good to her, for sure.' Again a long pause of silent recollection, broken by 1 or 2 deep sighs. 'If I go on, sir, now, I mun ask you to promise as you'll never tell. I do so need some one to tell me what I ought to do, and I were led here like, else I would ha' died wi' it all within my teeth. You'll promise, sir?' Jeremiah Foster looked in her face, and seeing the wistful eager look, he was touched almost against his judgment into giving the promise required. She went on. 'Upon a Tuesday morning 3 weeks ago, I think, though for t' matter of time it might ha' been 3 years, Kinraid come back for to claim me as his wife, and I were wed to Philip. I met him in t' road at first, and I couldn't tell him theere. He followed me into t' house, Philip's house, sir, behind a shop, and somehow I told him all, how I were a wedded wife to another. Then he up and said I'd a false heart, me false, sir, as had eaten my daily bread in bitterness, and had wept o' nights through, all for sorrow and mourning for his death. Then he said as Philip knowed all the time he were alive and coming back for me, and I couldn't believe it, and I called Philip, and he come, and all that Charley had said were true, and yet I were Philip's wife. So I took a mighty oath, and I said as I'd never hold Philip to be my lawful husband again, nor iver forgive him for t' evil he wrought us, but hold him as a stranger, and one as had done me a heavy wrong.' She stopped speaking. Her story seemed to her to end there, but her listener said, after a pause, 'It were a cruel wrong, I grant thee that. But thy oath were a sin, and thy words were evil, my poor lass. What happened next?' 'I don't justly remember,' said she, wearily. 'Kinraid went away, and mother cried out, and I went to her. She were asleep, I thought, so I lay down by her, to wish I were dead, and to think on what would come on my child if I died, and Philip came in softly, and I made as if I were asleep, and that's t' very last as I've ever seen or heerd of him.' Jeremiah Foster groaned as she ended her story. Then he pulled himself up, and said in a cheerful tone of voice, 'He'll come back, Sylvia Hepburn. He'll think better of it, never fear.' 'I fear his coming back,' said she. 'That's what I'm feared on. I would wish as I knew on his well doing in some other place, but him and me can niver live together again.' 'Nay,' pleaded Jeremiah, 'thee art sorry what thee said. Thee were sore put about, or thee wouldn't have said it.' He was trying to be a peacemaker, and to heal over conjugal differences, but he did not go deep enough. 'I'm not sorry,' said she, slowly. 'I were too deeply wronged to be put about. That would go off wi' a night's sleep. It's only the thought of mother, she's dead and happy and knows nought of all this, I trust, that comes between me and hating Philip. I'm not sorry for what I said.' Jeremiah had never met with any one so frank and undisguised in expressions of wrong feeling, and he scarcely knew what to say. He looked extremely grieved, and not a little shocked. So pretty and delicate a young creature to use such strong, relentless language. She seemed to read his thoughts, for she made answer to them. 'I dare say you think I'm very wicked, sir, not to be sorry. Perhaps I am. I can't think o' that, for remembering how I've suffered. And he knew how miserable I was, and might ha' cleared my misery away wi' a word, and he held his peace, and now it's too late. I'm sick o' men and their cruel, deceitful ways. I wish I were dead.' She was crying before she had ended this speech, and seeing her tears, The child began to cry too, stretching out its little arms to go back to its mother. The hard, stony look on her face melted away into the softest, tenderest love as she clasped the little one to her, and tried to soothe its frightened sobs. A bright thought came into the old man's mind. He had been taking a complete dislike to her, till her pretty way with her baby showed him that she had a heart of flesh within her. Poor little one, said he, thy mother had need love thee, for she's deprived thee of thy father's love. Thou art half-way to being an orphan, yet I cannot call thee one of the fatherless to whom God will be a father. Thou art a desolate baby, thou mayst well cry, thine earthly parents have forsaken thee, and I know not if the Lord will take thee up. Sylvia looked up at him affrighted. Holding her baby tighter to her, she exclaimed, Don't speak so, sir, it's cursing, sir. I haven't forsaken her. Oh, sir, those are awful sayings. Thee hast sworn never to forgive thy husband, nor to live with him again. Dost thee know that by the law of the land he may claim his child, and then thou wilt have to forsake it, or to be forsworn? Poor little maiden, continued he, once more luring the baby to him with the temptation of the watch and chain. Sylvia thought for a while before speaking. Then she said, I cannot tell what ways to take. Whilst I think my head is crazed. It were a cruel turn he did me. It was. I couldn't have thought him guilty of such baseness. This acquiescence, which was perfectly honest on Jeremiah's part, almost took Sylvia by surprise. Why might she not hate one who had been both cruel and base in his treatment of her? And yet she recoiled from the application of such hard terms by another to Philip, by a cool judging and indifferent person, as she esteemed Jeremiah to be. From some inscrutable turn in her thoughts, she began to defend him, or at least to palliate the harsh judgment which she herself had been the first to pronounce. He were so tender to mother, she were dearly fond on him. He never spared aught he could do for her, else I would never have married him. He was a good and kind-hearted lad from the time he was 15, and I never found him out in any falsehood, no more did my brother. But it were all the same as a lie, said Sylvia, swiftly changing her ground, to leave me to think as Charlie were dead, when he knowed all t' time he were alive. It was a self-seeking lie, putting thee to pain to get his own ends, and the end of it has been that he is driven forth like Cain. I never told him to go, sir. But thy words sent him forth, Sylvia. I cannot unsay them, sir, and I believe as I should say them again. But she said this as one who rather hopes for a contradiction. All Jeremiah replied, however, was, Poor wee child, in a pitiful tone addressed to the baby. Sylvia's eyes filled with tears. Oh, sir, I'll do anything as ever you can tell me for her. That's what I came for to ask you. I know I mun not stay there, and Philip gone away, and I do not know what to do, and I'll do aught, only I must keep her with me. Whatever can I do, sir? Jeremiah thought it over for a minute or two. Then he replied, I must have time to think. I must talk it over with brother John. But you've given me your word, sir, exclaimed she. I have given thee my word never to tell any one of what has passed between thee and thy husband. But I must take counsel with my brother as to what is to be done with thee and thy child, now that thy husband has left the shop. This was said so gravely as almost to be a reproach, and he got up, as a sign that the interview was ended. He gave the baby back to its mother, but not without a solemn blessing, so solemn that, to Sylvia's superstitious and excited mind, it undid the terrors of what she had esteemed to be a curse. The Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face to shine upon thee. All the way down the hillside Sylvia kept kissing the child and whispering to its unconscious ears, I'll love thee for both, my treasure, I will. I'll hap thee round with my love, so as thou shalt never need a feyther's. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 37. Bereavement. Hester had been prevented by her mother's indisposition from taking Philip's letter to the Fosters to hold a consultation with them over its contents. Alice Rose was slowly failing, and the long days which she had to spend alone told much upon her spirits, and consequently upon her health. All this came out in the conversation which ensued after reading Hepburn's letter in the little parlour at the bank on the day after Sylvia had had her confidential interview with Jeremiah Foster. He was a true man of honour, and had never so much as alluded to her visit to him. But what she had then told him influenced him very much in the formation of the project which he proposed to his brother and Hester. He recommended her remaining where she was, living still in the house behind the shop, for he thought within himself that she might have exaggerated the effect of her words upon Philip, that, after all, it might have been some cause totally disconnected with them which had blotted out her husband's place among the men of Monkshaven, and that it would be so much easier for both to resume their natural relations, both towards each other and towards the world, if Sylvia remained where her husband had left her, in an expectant attitude, so to speak. Jeremiah Foster questioned Hester straightly about her letter, whether she had made known its contents to any one. No, not to any one. Neither to her mother, nor to William Coulson? No, to neither. She looked at him as she replied to his inquiries, and he looked at her, each wondering if the other could be in the least aware that a conjugal quarrel might be at the root of the dilemma in which they were placed by Hepburn's disappearance. But neither Hester, who had witnessed the misunderstanding between the husband and wife on the evening before the morning on which Philip went away, nor Jeremiah Foster, who had learned from Sylvia the true reason of her husband's disappearance, gave the slightest reason to the other to think that they each supposed they had a clue to the reason of Hepburn's sudden departure. What Jeremiah Foster, after a night's consideration, had to propose was this: that Hester and her mother should come and occupy the house in the market-place, conjointly with Sylvia and her child. Hester's interest in the shop was by this time acknowledged. Jeremiah had made over to her so much of his share in the business that she had a right to be considered as a kind of partner, and she had long been the superintendent of that department of goods which were exclusively devoted to women. So her daily presence was requisite for more reasons than one. Yet her mother's health and spirits were such as to render it unadvisable that the old woman should be too much left alone, and Sylvia's devotion to her own mother seemed to point her out as the very person who could be a gentle and tender companion to Alice Rose during those hours when her own daughter would necessarily be engaged in the shop. Many desirable objects seemed to be gained by this removal of Alice. An occupation was provided for Sylvia, which would detain her in the place where her husband had left her, and where, Jeremiah Foster fairly expected in spite of his letter, he was likely to come back to find her. And Alice Rose, the early love of one of the brothers, the old friend of the other, would be well cared for, and under her daughter's immediate supervision during the whole of the time that she was occupied in the shop. Philip's share of the business, augmented by the money which he had put in from the legacy of his old Cumberland uncle, would bring in profits enough to support Sylvia and her child in ease and comfort until that time, which they all anticipated, when he should return from his mysterious wandering, mysterious whether his going forth had been voluntary or involuntary. Thus far was settled, and Jeremiah Foster went to tell Sylvia of the plan. She was too much a child, too entirely unaccustomed to any independence of action, to do anything but leave herself in his hands. Her very confession, made to him the day before, when she sought his counsel, seemed to place her at his disposal. Otherwise, she had had notions of the possibility of a free country life once more. How provided for and arranged she hardly knew, but Haytersbank was to let, and Kester disengaged, and it had just seemed possible that she might have to return to her early home and to her old life. She knew that it would take much money to stock the farm again, and that her hands were tied from much useful activity by the love and care she owed to her baby. But still, somehow, she hoped and she fancied, till Jeremiah Foster's measured words and carefully arranged plan made her silently relinquish her green breezy vision. Hester, too, had her own private rebellion, hushed into submission by her gentle piety. If Sylvia had been able to make Philip happy, Hester could have felt lovingly and almost gratefully towards her, but Sylvia had failed in this. Philip had been made unhappy, and was driven forth a wanderer into the wide world, never to come back, and his last words to Hester, the postscript of his letter, containing the very pith of it, was to ask her to take charge and care of the wife whose want of love towards him had uprooted him from the place where he was valued and honoured. It cost Hester many a struggle and many a self-reproach before she could make herself feel what she saw all along, that in everything Philip treated her like a sister. But even a sister might well be indignant if she saw her brother's love disregarded and slighted, and his life embittered by the thoughtless conduct of a wife. Still Hester fought against herself, and for Philip's sake she sought to see the good in Sylvia, and she strove to love her as well as to take care of her. With the baby, of course, the case was different. Without thought or struggle or reason, everyone loved the little girl. Coulson and his buxom wife, who were childless, were never weary of making much of her. Hester's happiest hours were spent with that little child. Jeremiah Foster almost looked upon her as his own from the day when she honoured him by yielding to the temptation of the chain and seal and coming to his knee. Not a customer to the shop but knew the smiling child's sad history, and many a countrywoman would save a rosy-cheeked apple from out her store that autumn to bring it on next market day for Philip Hepburn's baby as had lost its father, bless it. Even stern Alice Rose was graciously inclined towards the little Bella, and though her idea of the number of the elect was growing narrower and narrower every day, she would have been loath to exclude the innocent little child that stroked her wrinkled cheek so softly every night in return for her blessing, from the few that should be saved. Nay, for the child's sake she relented towards the mother, and strove to have Sylvia rescued from the many castaways with fervent prayer, or as she phrased it, wrestling with the Lord. Alice had a sort of instinct that the little child, so tenderly loved by, so fondly loving, the mother whose ewe lamb she was, could not be even in heaven without yearning for the creature she had loved best on earth, and the old woman believed that this was the principal reason for her prayers for Sylvia, but, unconsciously to herself, Alice Rose was touched by the filial attentions she constantly received from the young mother, whom she believed to be foredoomed to condemnation. Sylvia rarely went to church or chapel, nor did she read her Bible, for though she spoke little of her ignorance, she would fain, for her child's sake, have remedied it now it was too late. She had lost what little fluency of reading she had ever had, and could only make out her words with much spelling and difficulty. So the taking her Bible in hand would have been a mere form, though of this Alice Rose knew nothing. No one knew much of what was passing in Sylvia. She did not know herself. Sometimes in the nights she would waken crying with a terrible sense of desolation. Every one who loved her, or whom she had loved, had vanished out of her life. Every one but her child, who lay in her arms warm and soft. But then Jeremiah Foster's words came upon her, words that she had taken for cursing at the time, and she would so gladly have had some clue by which to penetrate the darkness of the unknown region from whence both blessing and cursing came, and to know if she had indeed done something which should cause her sin to be visited on that soft, sweet, innocent darling. If anyone would teach her to read, if anyone would explain to her the hard words she heard in church or chapel, so that she might find out the meaning of sin and godliness, words that she had only passed over the surface of her mind till now. For her child's sake, she should like to do the will of God, if she only knew what that was, and how to be worked out in her daily life. But there was no one she dared confess her ignorance to and ask information from. Jeremiah Foster had spoken as if her child, sweet little merry Bella, with a loving word and a kiss for everyone, was to suffer heavily for the just and true words her wronged and indignant mother had spoken. Alice always spoke as if there were no hope for her, and blamed her nevertheless for not using the means of grace that it was not in her power to avail herself of. And Hester, that Sylvia would fain have loved for her uniform gentleness and patience with all around her, seemed so cold in her unruffled and undemonstrative behaviour, and moreover Sylvia felt that Hester blamed her perpetual silence regarding Philip's absence, without knowing how bitter a cause Sylvia had for casting him off. The only person who seemed to have pity upon her was Kester, and his pity was shown in looks rather than words, for when he came to see her, which he did from time to time, by a kind of mutual tacit consent, they spoke but little of former days. He was still lodging with his sister, Widow Dobson, working at odd jobs, some of which took him into the country for weeks at a time, but on his returns to Monkshaven he was sure to come and see her and the little Bella. Indeed, when his employment was in the immediate neighbourhood of the town, he never allowed a week to pass away without a visit. There was not much conversation between him and Sylvia at such times. They skimmed over the surface of the small events in which both took an interest. Only now and then a sudden glance, a checked speech, told each that there were deeps not forgotten, although they were never mentioned. Twice Sylvia, below her breath, had asked Kester, just as she was holding the door open for his departure, if anything had ever been heard of Kinraid since his one night's visit to Monkshaven. Each time, and there was an interval of some months between the inquiries, the answer had been simply no. To no one else would Sylvia ever have named his name. But indeed she had not the chance, had she wished it ever so much, of asking any questions about him from any one likely to know. The Corneys had left Mossbrow at Martinmas, and gone many miles away towards Horncastle. Bessie Corney, it is true, was married, and left behind in the neighbourhood. Bessie Corney, it is true, was married and left behind in the neighbourhood, but, with her, Sylvia had never been intimate, and what girlish friendship there might have been between them had cooled very much at the time of Kinraid's supposed death 3 years before. One day before Christmas in this year, 1798, Sylvia was called into the shop by Coulson, who, with his assistant, was busy undoing the bales of winter goods supplied to them from the West Riding and other places. He was looking at a fine Irish poplin dress piece when Sylvia answered to his call. "Here, do you know this again?" asked he in the cheerful tone of one sure of giving pleasure. "No, have I ever seen it afore?" "Not this, but one for all t' world like it." She did not rouse up to much interest, but looked at it as if trying to recollect where she could have seen its like. "My missus had one on at party at John Foster's last March, and you marred it a deal. And Philip, he thought of nothing but how he could get you just such another, and he said to vast o' folk aget it for to meet wi' its marrow. And what he did just the very day afore he went away so mysterious, was to write through Dawson Brothers o' Wakefield to Dublin and order that one should be woven for you. Jemima had to cut a bit off hers, for to give 'em t' exact colour." Sylvia did not say anything but that it was very pretty, in a low voice, and then she quickly left the shop, much to Coulson's displeasure. All the afternoon she was unusually quiet and depressed. Alice Rose, sitting helpless in her chair, watched her with keen eyes. At length, after one of Sylvia's deep unconscious sighs, the old woman spoke. "It's religion as must comfort thee, child, as it's done many a one afore thee." "How?" said Sylvia, looking up, startled to find herself an object of notice. "How?" The answer was not quite so ready as the precept had been. "Read the Bible, and thou wilt learn." "But I cannot read," said Sylvia, too desperate any longer to conceal her ignorance. "Not read? And thee Philip's wife as was such a great scholar! Of a surety the ways o' this life are crooked. There was our Hester, as can read as well as any minister, and Philip passes over her to go and choose a young lass as cannot read a Bible." Was Philip and Hester... Sylvia paused, for though a new curiosity had dawned upon her, she did not know how to word her question. "Many a time and oft have I seen Hester take comfort in her Bible when Philip was following after thee. She knew where to go for consolation." "I'd fain read," said Sylvia humbly, "if anybody would learn me, for perhaps it might do me good. I'm no one so happy." Her eyes, as she looked up to Alice's stern countenance, were full of tears. The old woman saw it and was touched, although she did not immediately show her sympathy. But she took her own time, and made no reply. The next day, however, she bade Sylvia come to her, and then and there, as if her pupil had been a little child, she began to teach Sylvia to read the first chapter of Genesis. For all other reading but the Scriptures was as vanity to her, and she would not condescend to the weakness of other books. Sylvia was now, as ever, slow at book learning, But she was meek and desirous to be taught, and her willingness in this respect pleased Alice, and drew her singularly towards one who, from being a pupil, might become a convert. At this time Sylvia never lost the curiosity that had been excited by the few words Alice had let drop about Hester and Philip, and by degrees she approached the subject again, and had the idea then started confirmed by Alice, who had no scruple in using the past experience of her own, of her daughter's, or of any one's life, as an instrument to prove the vanity of setting the heart on anything earthly. This knowledge, unsuspected before, sank deep into Sylvia's thoughts, and gave her a strange interest in Hester. Poor Hester, whose life she had so crossed and blighted, even by the very blighting of her own. She gave Hester her own form of passionate feelings for Kinraid, and wondered how she herself should have felt towards any one who had come between her and him and willed his love away. When she remembered Hester's unfailing sweetness and kindness towards herself from the very first, she could better bear the comparative coldness of her present behaviour. She tried, indeed, hard to win back the favour she had lost, but the very means she took were blunders, and only made it seem to her as if she could never again do right in Hester's eyes. For instance, she begged her to accept and wear the pretty poplin gown which had been Philip's especial choice, feeling within herself as if she should never wish to put it on, and as if the best thing she could do with it was to offer it to Hester. But Hester rejected the proffered gift with as much hardness of manner as she was capable of assuming, and Sylvia had to carry it upstairs and lay it by for the little daughter, who, Hester said, might perhaps learn to value things that her father had given a special thought to. Yet Sylvia went on trying to win Hester to like her once more. It was one of her great labours, and learning to read from Hester's mother was another. Alice, indeed, in her solemn way, was becoming quite fond of Sylvia. If she could not read or write, she had a deftness and gentleness of motion, a capacity for the household matters which fell into her department, that had a great effect on the old woman, and for her dear mother's sake Sylvia had a stock of patient love ready in her heart for all the aged and infirm that fell in her way. She never thought of seeking them out, as she knew that Hester did, but then she looked up to Hester as some one very remarkable for her goodness. If only she could have liked her! Hester tried to do all she could for Sylvia. Philip had told her to take care of his wife and child, but she had the conviction that Sylvia had so materially failed in her duties as to have made her husband an exile from his home, a penniless wanderer, wifeless and childless in some strange country whose very aspect was friendless, while the cause of all lived on in the comfortable home where he had placed her, wanting for nothing, an object of interest and regard to many friends, with a lovely little child to give her joy for the present and hope for the future, while he, the poor outcast, might even lie dead by the wayside. How could Hester love Sylvia? Yet they were frequent companions that ensuing spring. Hester was not well, and the doctors said that the constant occupation in the shop was too much for her, and that she must, for a time at least, take daily walks into the country. Sylvia used to beg to accompany her. She and the little girl often went with Hester up the valley of the river to some of the nestling farms that were hidden in the more sheltered nooks, for Hester was bidden to drink milk warm from the cow, and to go into the familiar haunts about a farm was one of the few things in which Sylvia seemed to take much pleasure. She would let little Bella toddle about while Hester sat and rested, and she herself would beg to milk the cow destined to give the invalid her draught. One May evening the three had been out on some such expedition. The countryside still looked grey and bare, though the leaves were showing on the willow and blackthorn and sloe, and by the tinkling runnels making hidden music along the copside the pale delicate primrose buds were showing amid their fresh green crinkled leaves. The larks had been singing all the afternoon, but were now dropping down into the nests in the pasture fields. The air had just the sharpness in it which goes along with a cloudless evening sky at that time of the year. But Hester walked homeward slowly and languidly, speaking no word. Sylvia noticed this at first without venturing to speak, for Hester was one who disliked having her ailments noticed. But after a while Hester stood still in a sort of weary, dreamy abstraction, and Sylvia said to her, "I'm afeard you're sadly tired. Maybe we've been too far." Hester almost started. "No," said she, It's only my headache which is worse to-night. It has been bad all day. But since I came out it's felt just as if there were great guns booming, till I could almost pray 'em to be quiet. I'm so weary of the sound." She stepped out quickly towards home after she had said this, as if she wished for neither pity nor comment on what she had said. Chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shushan. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 38. The Recognition. Far away, over sea and land, over sunny sea again, great guns were booming on that 7th of May, 1799. The Mediterranean came up with a long roar on a beach glittering white with snowy sand and the fragments of innumerable seashells, delicate and shining as porcelain. Looking at that shore from the sea, a long ridge of upland ground, beginning from an inland depth, stretched far away into the ocean on the right, till it ended in a great mountainous bluff, crowned with the white buildings of a convent, sloping rapidly down into the blue water at its base. In the clear eastern air, the different characters of the foliage that clothed the sides of that sea-washed mountain might be discerned from a long distance by the naked eye. The silver grey of the olive trees near its summit, the heavy green and bossy forms of the sycamores lower down, broken here and there by a solitary terebinth or ilex tree, of a deeper green and a wider spread, till the eye fell below on the maritime plain, edged with the white seaboard and the sandy hillocks, with here and there feathery palm trees, either isolated or in groups, motionless and distinct against the hot purple air. Look again. A little to the left on the seashore there are the white walls of a fortified town, glittering in sunlight, or black in shadow. The fortifications themselves run out into the sea, forming a port and a haven against the wild Levantine storms, and a lighthouse rises out of the waves to guide mariners into safety. Beyond this walled city, and far away to the left still, there is the same wide plain shut in by the distant rising ground, till the upland circuit comes closing in to the north, and the great white rocks meet the deep tideless ocean with its intensity of blue color. Above, the sky is literally purple with heat, and the pitiless light smites the gazer's weary eye as it comes back from the white shore. Nor does the plain country in that land offer the refuge and rest of our own soft green. The limestone rock underlies the vegetation, and gives a glittering ashen hue to all the bare patches, and even to the cultivated parts which are burnt up early in the year. In springtime alone does the country look rich and fruitful. Then the cornfields of the plains show their capability of bearing, some 50, some an 100-fold. Down by the brook Kishon, flowing not far from the base of the mountainous promontory to the south, there grow the broad green fig trees, cool and fresh to look upon. The orchards are full of glossy-leaved cherry trees. The tall amaryllis puts forth crimson and yellow glories in the fields, rivaling the pomp of King Solomon. The daisies and the hyacinths spread their myriad flowers. The anemones, scarlet as blood, run hither and thither over the ground like dazzling flames of fire. A spicy odor lingers in the heated air. It comes from the multitude of aromatic flowers that blossom in the early spring. Later on they will have withered and faded, and the corn will have been gathered, and the deep green of the eastern foliage will have assumed a kind of grey-bleached tint. Even now in May, the hot sparkle of the everlasting sea, the terribly clear outline of all objects, whether near or distant, the fierce sun right overhead, the dazzling air around, were inexpressibly wearying to the English eyes that kept their skilled watch, day and night, on the strongly fortified coast town that lay out a little to the northward of where the British ships were anchored. They had kept up a flanking fire for many days in aid of those besieged in Saint-Jean-de-Acre, and at intervals had listened, impatient, to the sound of the heavy siege guns or the sharper rattle of the French musketry. In the morning, on the 7th of May, a man at the masthead of the Tigre sang out that he saw ships in the offing, and in reply to the signal that was hastily run up, he saw the distant vessels hoist friendly flags. That May morning was a busy time. The besieged Turks took heart of grace. The French outside, under the command of their great general, made hasty preparations for a more vigorous assault than all many, both vigorous and bloody, that had gone before, for the siege was now at its 51st day, in hopes of carrying the town by storm before the reinforcement coming by sea could arrive. And Sir Sidney Smith, aware of Bonaparte's desperate intention, ordered all the men, both sailors and marines, that could be spared from the necessity of keeping up a continual flanking fire from the ships upon the French, to land, and assist the Turks and the British forces already there in the defence of the old historic city. Lieutenant Kinraid, who had shared his captain's daring adventure off the coast of France 3 years before, who had been a prisoner with him and Wesley Wright in the Temple at Paris, and had escaped with them, and through Sir Sidney's earnest recommendation been promoted from being a warrant officer to the rank of lieutenant, received on this day the honour from his admiral of being appointed to an especial post of danger. His heart was like a war-horse, and said, "Ha, ha!" as the boat bounded over the waves that were to land him under the ancient machicolated walls where the Crusaders made their last stand in the Holy Land. Not that Kinraid knew or cared one jot about those gallant knights of old. All he knew was that the French, under Boney, were trying to take the town from the Turks, and that his admiral said they must not, and so they should not. He and his men landed on that sandy shore, and entered the town by the Waterport gate. He was singing to himself his own country song. "Will may the keel row," and his men, with sailors' aptitude for music, caught up the air, and joined in the burden with inarticulate sounds. So, with merry hearts, they threaded the narrow streets of Acre, hemmed in on either side by the white walls of Turkish houses, with small grated openings high up, above all chance of peeping intrusion. Here and there they met an ample-robed and turbaned Turk going along with as much haste as his stately self-possession would allow. But the majority of the male inhabitants were gathered together to defend the breach, where the French guns thundered out far above the heads of the sailors. They went along none the less merrily for the sound to Djezzar Pasha's garden, where the old Turk sat on his carpet beneath the shade of a great terebinth tree, listening to the interpreter, who made known to him the meaning of the eager speeches of Sir Sidney Smith and the colonel of the marines. As soon as the admiral saw the gallant sailors of HMS Tigre, he interrupted the council of war without much ceremony, and going to Kinraid, he dispatched them, as before arranged, to the North Ravelin, showing them the way with rapid, clear directions. Out of respect to him, they had kept silent while in the strange, desolate garden. But once more in the streets, the old Newcastle song rose up again, till the men were, perforce, silenced by the haste with which they went to the post of danger. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. For many a day these very men had been swearing at the terrific heat at this hour, even when at sea, fanned by the soft breeze. But now, in the midst of hot smoke, with former carnage tainting the air, and with the rush and whiz of death perpetually whistling in their ears, they were uncomplaining and light-hearted. Many an old joke and some new ones came brave and hearty on their cheerful voices, even though the speaker was veiled from sight in great clouds of smoke, cloven only by the bright flames of death. A sudden message came, as many of the crew of the Tigre as were under Lieutenant Kinraid's command were to go down to the mole, to assist the new reinforcements, seen by the sailor from the masthead at day-dawn, under command of Hassan Bey, to land at the mole, where Sir Sidney then was. Off they went, almost as bright and thoughtless as before, though 2 of their number lay silent for ever at the North Ravelin, silenced in that one little half-hour. And one went along with the rest, swearing lustily at his ill luck in having his right arm broken, but ready to do good business with his left. They helped the Turkish troops to land more with good will than tenderness, and then, led by Sir Sidney, they went under the shelter of English guns to the fatal breach, so often assailed, so gallantly defended, but never so fiercely contested as on this burning afternoon. The ruins of the massive wall that here had been broken down by the French were used by them as stepping stones to get on a level with the besieged, and so to escape the heavy stones which the latter hurled down. Nay, even the dead bodies of the morning's comrades were made into ghastly stairs. When Djezzar Pasha heard that the British sailors were defending the breach, headed by Sir Sidney Smith, he left his station in the palace garden, gathered up his robes in haste, and hurried to the breach, where, with his own hands and with right hearty good will, he pulled the sailors down from the post of danger, saying that if he lost his English friends, he lost all. But little recked the crew of the Tigre of the one old man, Pasha or otherwise, who tried to hold them back from the fight. They were up and at the French assailants clambering over the breach in an instant, and so they went on as if it were some game at play instead of a deadly combat, until Kinraid and his men were called off by Sir Sidney, as the reinforcement of Turkish troops under Hassan Bey were now sufficient for the defence of that old breach in the walls, which was no longer the principal object of the French attack, for the besiegers had made a new and more formidable breach by their incessant fire, knocking down whole streets of the city walls. "Fight your best, Kinraid," said Sir Sidney, "for there's Boney on yonder hill looking at you." And sure enough, on a rising ground, called Richard Coeur de Lion's Mount, there was a half-circle of French generals on horseback, all deferentially attending to the motions, and apparently to the words of a little man in their centre, at whose bidding the aide-de-camp galloped swift with messages to the more distant French camp. The 2 ravelins which Kinraid and his men had to occupy, for the purpose of sending a flanking fire upon the enemy, were not 10 yards from that enemy's van. But at length there was a sudden rush of the French to that part of the wall where they imagined they could enter unopposed. Surprised at this movement, Kinraid ventured out of the shelter of the ravelin to ascertain the cause. He, safe and untouched during that long afternoon of carnage, fell now under a stray musket shot, and lay helpless and exposed upon the ground, undiscerned by his men, who were recalled to help in the hot reception which had been planned for the French, who, descending the city walls into the Pasha's garden, were attacked with sabre and dagger, and lay headless corpses under the flowering rose bushes and by the fountain side. Kinraid lay beyond the ravelins, many yards outside the city walls. He was utterly helpless, for the shot had broken his leg. Dead bodies of Frenchmen lay strewn around him. No Englishman had ventured out so far. All the wounded men that he could see were French, and many of these, furious with pain, gnashed their teeth at him and cursed him aloud, till he thought that his best course was to assume the semblance of death. For some among these men were still capable of dragging themselves up to him, and by concentrating all their failing energies into one blow, put him to a speedy end. The outlying pickets of the French army were within easy rifle shot, and his uniform, although less conspicuous in colour than that of the Marines by whose sides he had been fighting, would make him a sure mark if he so much as moved his arm. Yet how he longed to turn, if ever so slightly, so that the cruel slanting sun might not beat full into his aching eyes. Fever, too, was coming upon him. The pain in his leg was every moment growing more severe. The terrible thirst of the wounded, added to the heat and fatigue of the day, made his lips and tongue feel baked and dry, and his whole throat seemed parched and wooden. Thoughts of other days, of cool Greenland seas, where ice abounded, of grassy English homes, began to make the past more real than the present. With a great effort he brought his wandering senses back. He knew where he was now, and could weigh the chances of his life, which were but small. The unwonted tears came to his eyes as he thought of the newly made wife in her English home, who might never know how he died thinking of her. Suddenly he saw a party of English marines advance under shelter of the ravelin to pick up the wounded and bear them within the walls for surgical help. They were so near he could see their faces, could hear them speak, yet he durst not make any sign to them when he lay within range of the French pickets' fire. For one moment he could not resist raising his head to give himself a chance for life, before the unclean creatures that infest a camp came round in the darkness of the night to strip and insult the dead bodies, and to put to death such as had yet the breath of life within them. But the setting sun came full into his face, and he saw nothing of what he longed to see. He fell back in despair. He lay there to die. That strong, clear sunbeam had wrought his salvation. He had been recognized as men are recognized when they stand in the red glare of a house on fire. The same despair of help, of hopeless farewell to life, stamped on their faces in blood-red light. One man left his fellows and came running forwards in among the enemy's wounded, within range of their guns. He bent down over Kinraid. He seemed to understand without a word. He lifted him up, carrying him like a child, and with the vehement energy that is more from the force of will than the strength of body, he bore him back to within the shelter of the ravelin, not without many shots being aimed at them, one of which hit Kinraid in the fleshy part of his arm. Kinraid was racked with agony from his dangling broken leg, and his very life seemed leaving him. Yet he remembered afterwards how the marine recalled his fellows, and how, in the pause before they returned, his face became like one formerly known to the sixth senses of Kinraid. Yet it was too like a dream, too utterly improbable to be real. Yet the few words this man said as he stood breathless and alone by the fainting Kinraid fitted in well with the belief conjured up by his personal appearance. He panted out, "I never thought you'd have kept true to her." And then the others came up, and while they were making a sling of their belts, Kinraid fainted utterly away, and the next time that he was fully conscious, he was lying in his berth in the Tigre, with the ship's surgeon setting his leg. After that he was too feverish for several days to collect his senses. When he could first remember and form a judgment upon his recollections, he called the man especially charged to attend upon him, and bade him go and make inquiry in every possible manner for a marine named Philip Hepburn, and when he was found, to entreat him to come and see Kinraid. The sailor was away the greater part of the day, and returned unsuccessful in his search. He had been from ship to ship, hither and thither. He had questioned all the marines he had met with. No one knew anything of any Philip Hepburn. Kinraid passed a miserably feverish night, and when the doctor exclaimed the next morning at his retrogression, he told him, with some irritation, of the ill success of his servant. He accused the man of stupidity, and wished fervently that he were able to go himself. Partly to soothe him, the doctor promised that he would undertake the search for Hepburn, and he engaged faithfully to follow all Kinraid's eager directions, not to be satisfied with men's careless words, but to look over muster rolls and ship's books. He, too, brought the same answer, however unwillingly given. He had set out upon the search so confident of success that he felt doubly discomfited by failure. However, he had persuaded himself that the lieutenant had been partially delirious from the effects of his wound, and the power of the sun shining down just where he lay. There had indeed been slight symptoms of Kinraid's having received a sunstroke, and the doctor dwelt largely on these in his endeavour to persuade his patient that it was his imagination which had endued a stranger with the lineaments of some former friend. Kinraid threw his arms out of bed with impatience at all this plausible talk, which was even more irritating than the fact that Hepburn was still undiscovered. The man was no friend of mine. I was like to have killed him when last I saw him. He was a shopkeeper in a country town in England. I had seen little enough of him, but enough to make me able to swear to him anywhere, even in a marine's uniform, and in this sweltering country. Faces once seen, especially in excitement, are apt to return upon the memory in cases of fever, quoth the doctor sententiously. The attendant sailor, reinstalled to some complacency by the failure of another in the search in which he himself had been unsuccessful, now put in his explanation.
Maybe it was a spirit. It's not the first time as I've heard of a spirit coming upon earth to save a man's life in time of need. My father had an uncle, a West Country grazier, who was a-coming over Dartmoor and Devonshire one moonlight night with a power of money as he'd got for his sheep at a fair. It were stored in leather bags under the seat of the gig. It were a rough kind of road, both as a road and in character, for there'd been many robberies there of late, and the great rocks stood convenient for hiding places. All at once father's uncle feels as if someone was sitting beside him on the empty seat, and he turns his head and looks, and there he sees his brother sitting. His brother, as had been dead 12 year and more. So he turns his head back again, eyes right, and never say a word, but wonders what it all means. All of a sudden, 2 fellows come out upon the white road from some black shadow, and they looked, and they let the gig go past, father's uncle driving hard, I warrant you. But for all that he heard one say to the other, "Bah, there's 2 on 'em." Straight on he drove faster than ever, till he saw the far lights of some town or other, but I forget its name, though I've heard it many a time. And then he drew a long breath, and turned his head to look at his brother, and ask him how he'd managed to come out of his grave in Barham churchyard, and the seat was as empty as it had been when he set out, and that he knew that it were a spirit come to help him against the men who thought to rob him, and would likely enough have murdered him.
Kinraid had kept quiet through this story, but when the sailor began to draw the moral and to say,
"And I think I may make bold to say, sir, as the marine who carried you out of the French's gunshot was just a spirit come to help you,"
he exclaimed impatiently, swearing a great oath as he did so, "It was no spirit, I tell you, and I was in my full senses. It was a man named Philip Hepburn. He said words to me or over me as none but himself would have said. Yet we hated each other like poison, and I can't make out why he should be there and putting himself in danger to save me. But so it was, and as you can't find him, let me hear no more of your nonsense. It was him, and not my fancy, doctor. It was flesh and blood, and not a spirit, Jack. So get along with you, and leave me quiet." All this time Stephen Freeman lay friendless, sick, and shattered on board the Theseus. He had been about his duty close to some shells that were placed on her deck. A gay young midshipman was thoughtlessly striving to get the fusee out of one of these by a mallet and spike-nail that lay close at hand, and a fearful explosion ensued, in which the poor marine, cleaning his bayonet near, was shockingly burned and disfigured, the very skin of all the lower part of his face being utterly destroyed by gunpowder. They said it was a mercy that his eyes were spared, but he could hardly feel anything to be a mercy, as he lay tossing in agony, burnt by the explosion, wounded by splinters, and feeling that he was disabled for life, if life itself were preserved. Of all that suffered by that fearful accident, and they were many, none was so forsaken, so hopeless, so desolate, as the Philip Hepburn, about whom such anxious inquiries were being made at that very time. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shushan. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 39, Confidences. It was a little later on in that same summer that Mrs. Brunton came to visit her sister Bessie. Bessie was married to a tolerably well-to-do farmer, who lived at an almost equal distance between Monkshaven and Hartswell, but from old habit and convenience, the latter was regarded as the Dawsons' market town, so Bessie seldom or never saw her old friends in Monkshaven. But Mrs. Brunton was far too flourishing a person not to speak out her wishes, and have her own way. She had no notion, she said, of coming such a long journey only to see Bessie and her husband, and not to have a sight of her former acquaintances at Monkshaven. She might have added, that her new bonnet and cloak would be as good as lost if it was not displayed among those who, knowing her as Molly Corney, and being less fortunate in matrimony than she was, would look upon it with wondering admiration, if not with envy. So one day Farmer Dawson's market cart deposited Mrs. Brunton, in all her bravery, at the shop in the market-place, over which Hepburn and Coulson's names still flourished in joint partnership. After a few words of brisk recognition to Coulson and Hester, Mrs. Brunton passed on into the parlour and greeted Sylvia with boisterous heartiness. It was now 4 years and more since the friends had met, and each secretly wondered how they had ever come to be friends. Sylvia had a country, raw, spiritless look to Mrs. Brunton's eye. Molly was loud and talkative, and altogether distasteful to Sylvia, trained in daily companionship with Hester to appreciate soft, slow speech and grave, thoughtful ways. However, they kept up the forms of their old friendship, though their hearts had drifted far apart. They sat hand in hand, while each looked at the other with eyes inquisitive as to the changes which time had made. Molly was the first to speak.
"Well, to be sure, how thin and pale you've grown, Sylvia. Matrimony hasn't agreed with you as well as it's done with me. Brunton is always saying, you know what a man he is for his joke, that if he'd ha' known how many yards of silk I should ha' taken for a gown, he'd ha' thought twice afore he'd ha' married me. Why, I've gained a matter of 30 pound of flesh than I were married."
"You do look brave and hearty," said Sylvia, putting her sense of her companion's capacious size and high colour into the prettiest words she could.
Sylvia, but I know what it is," said Molly, shaking her head. "It's just because of that husband of thine as has gone and left thee. Thou's pining after him, and he's not worth it. Brunton said when he heerd on it, I mind he was smoking at the time, and he took his pipe out of his mouth, and shook out the ashes as grave as any judge. 'The man,' says he, 'as can desert a wife like Sylvia Robson as was, deserves hanging.' That's what he says. Sylvia, but speaking of hanging, I was so grieved for you when I heard of your poor feyther. Such an end for a decent man to come to. Many a one come and called on me a purpose to hear all I could tell him about him."
"Please don't speak on it," said Sylvia, trembling all over.
"Well, poor creature, I would not. It is hard on thee, I grant, but to give the devil his due, it were good of Hepburn to marry thee, and so soon after there was all that talk about thy feyther. Many a man would ha' drawn back, choose however far they'd gone. I'm not so sure about Charley Kinraid. Sylvia, only think on his being alive after all. I doubt if our Bessie would ha' wed Frank Dawson if she'd known as he wasn't drowned. But it's as well she did, for Dawson's a man of property, and has getten 12 cows in his cow-house, beside 3 right down good horses. And Kinraid were allays a fellow with 2 strings to his bow. I've allays said, and do maintain, that he went on pretty strong with you, Sylvie. And I will say I think he cared more for you than for our Bessie, though it were only yesterday at e'en she were standing out that he liked her better than you. You'll ha' heerd on his grand marriage?"
"No," said Sylvia, with eager, painful curiosity.
"No, it was in all the papers. I wonder as you didn't see it. Wait a minute. I cut it out of the gentleman's magazine as Brunton bought o' purpose, and put it in my pocket book when I were a coming here. I know I've got it somewhere."
She took out her smart crimson pocket-book, and rummaged in the pocket until she produced a little crumpled bit of printed paper, from which she read aloud.
"On January the 3rd, at St. Mary Redcliffe, Bristol, Charles Kinraid, Esquire, Lieutenant Royal Navy, to Miss Clarinda Jackson, with the fortune of £10,000.
"Theere!" she said triumphantly.
It's something as Brunton says to be cousin to that." "Would you let me see it?" said Sylvia timidly. Mrs. Brunton graciously consented, and Sylvia brought her newly acquired reading knowledge, hitherto principally exercised on the Old Testament, to bear on these words. There was nothing wonderful in them, nothing that she might not have expected, and yet the surprise turned her giddy for a moment or two. She never thought of seeing him again, never, but to think of his caring for another woman as much as he had done for her, nay, perhaps more. The idea was irresistibly forced upon her that Philip would not have acted so. It would have taken long years before he could have been induced to put another on the throne she had once occupied. For the first time in her life she seemed to recognize the real nature of Philip's love. But she said nothing but "Thank you" when she gave the scrap of paper back to Molly Brunton, and the latter continued giving her information about Kinraid's marriage. "He were down in t' west, Plymouth or somewhere, when he met with her. She's no feyther. He'd been into sugar baking business, but from what Kinraid wrote to old Turner, the uncle as brought him up at Coelho, she's had t' best of educations, can play on t' instrument and dance t' shawl dance. And Kinraid had all her money settled on her, though she said she'd rather give it all to him, which I must say, being his cousin, was very pretty on her. He's left her now, having to go off into Tigre, as is his ship, to the Mediterranean seas, and she's written to offer to come and see old Turner, and make friends with his relations, and Brunton is going to give me a crimson satin as soon as we know for certain when she's coming, for we're sure to be asked out to Cullercoats." "I wonder if she's very pretty?" asked Sylvia faintly, in the first pause in this torrent of talk. "Oh, she's a perfect beauty, as I understand. There was a traveller as come to our shop as had been at York, and knew some of her cousins there that were into grocery line. Her mother was a York lady, and they said she was just a picture of a woman, and ever so many gentlemen had been wanting to marry her, but she just waited for Charlie Kinraid, you see." "Well, I hope they'll be happy. I'm sure I do," said Sylvia. "That's just luck. Some folks is happy in marriage, and some isn't. It's just luck, and there's no forecasting it. Men is such unaccountable animals, there's no prophesying upon 'em. Who'd have thought of your husband, him as was so slow and sure, steady Philip, as we lasses used to call him, making a moonlight flitting, and leaving you to be a widow bewitched?" "He didn't go at night," said Sylvia, taking the words moonlight flitting in their literal sense. "No. Well, I only said moonlight flitting just because it come uppermost, and I knowed no better. Tell me all about it, Sylvie, for I can't make it out from what Bessie says. Had he and you had words? But in course you had." At this moment Hester came into the room, and Sylvia joyfully availed herself of the pretext for breaking off the conversation that had reached this painful and awkward point. She detained Hester in the room for fear lest Mrs. Brunton should repeat her inquiry as to how it all happened that Philip had gone away. But the presence of a third person seemed as though it would be but little restraint upon the inquisitive Molly, who repeatedly bore down upon the same questions till she nearly drove Sylvia distracted, between her astonishment at the news of Kinraid's marriage, her wish to be alone and quiet so as to realise the full meaning of that piece of intelligence, her desire to retain Hester in the conversation, her efforts to prevent Molly's recurrence to the circumstances of Philip's disappearance, and the longing, more vehement every minute, for her visitor to go away and leave her in peace. She became so disturbed with all these thoughts and feelings that she hardly knew what she was saying, and assented or dissented to speeches without there being either any reason or truth in her words. Mrs. Brunton had arranged to remain with Sylvia while the horse rested, and had no compunction about the length of her visit. She expected to be asked to tea, as Sylvia found out at last, and this she felt would be the worst of all, as Alice Rose was not one to tolerate the coarse, careless talk of such a woman as Mrs. Brunton, without lifting her voice in many a testimony against it. Sylvia sat holding Hester's gown tight, in order to prevent her leaving the room, and trying to arrange her little plans so that too much discordance should not arise to the surface. Just then the door opened, and little Bella came in from the kitchen in all the pretty, sturdy dignity of 2 years old, Alice following her with careful steps, and protecting outstretched arms, a slow smile softening the sternness of her grave face, for the child was the unconscious darling of the household, and all eyes softened into love as they looked on her. She made straight for her mother with something grasped in her little dimpled fist.
But halfway across the room she seemed to have become suddenly aware of the presence of a stranger, and she stopped short, fixing her serious eyes full on Mrs. Brunton, as if to take in her appearance, nay, as if to penetrate down into her very real self, and then, stretching out her disengaged hand, the baby spoke out the words that had been hovering about her mother's lips for an hour past. "Go away," said Bella decisively. "What a perfect love!" said Mrs. Brunton, half in real admiration, half in patronage. As she spoke, she got up and went towards the child, as if to take her up. "Go away, go away!" cried Bella in shrill affright at this movement. "Do not," said Sylvia. "She's shy. She doesn't know strangers." But Mrs. Brunton had grasped the struggling, kicking child by this time, and her reward for this was a vehement little slap in the face. "You naughty little spoiled thing," said she, setting Bella down in a hurry. "You deserve a good whipping, you do, and if you were mine you should have it." Sylvia had no need to stand up for the baby who had run to her arms, and was soothing herself with sobbing on her mother's breast, for Alice took up the defence. "The child said as plain as words could say, 'Go away,' and if thou wouldst follow thine own will instead of heeding her wish, thou mun put up with the wilfulness of the old Adam, of which it seems to me thou hast getten thy share at 30 as well as little Bella at 2. 30! said Mrs. Brunton, now fairly affronted. 30! Why, Sylvia, you know I'm but 2 years older than you. Speak to that woman and tell her as I'm only 24. 30 indeed." "Molly's but 24, said Sylvia in a pacificatory tone. "Whether she be 20 or 30 or 40 is alike to me," said Alice. "I meant no harm. I meant but for to say as her angry words to the child bespoke her to be one of the foolish. I know not who she is, nor what her age may be." "She's an old friend of mine," said Sylvia. "She's Mrs. Brunton now, but when I knowed her she was Molly Corney." "Ay, and you were Sylvia Robson, and as bonny and light-hearted a lass as any in aught o' riding, though now you're a poor widow bewitched, left wi' a child as I mustn't speak a word about, and living wi' folk as talk about t' old Adam as if he wasn't dead and done wi' long ago. It's a change, Sylvia, as makes my heart ache for you, to think on them old days when you were so thought on you might have had any man, as Brunton often says. It were a great mistake as you iver took up wi' yon man as has run away. But 7 year'll soon be past fra' t' time he went off, and you'll only be 26 then. And there'll be a chance of a better husband for you after all, so keep up your heart, Sylvia." Molly Brunton had put as much venom as she knew how into this speech, meaning it as a vengeful payment for the supposition of her being 30, even more than for the reproof for her angry words about the child. She thought that Alice Rose must be either mother or aunt to Philip, from the serious cast of countenance that was remarkable in both, and she rather exulted in the allusion to a happier second marriage for Sylvia, with which she had concluded her speech. It roused Alice, however, as effectually as if she had been really a blood relation to Philip, but for a different reason. She was not slow to detect the intentional offensiveness to herself in what had been said. She was indignant at Sylvia for suffering the words spoken to pass unanswered. But in truth, they were too much in keeping with Molly Brunton's character to make as much impression on Sylvia as they did on a stranger. And besides, she felt as if the less reply Molly received, the less likely would it be that she would go on in the same strain. So she coaxed and chattered to her child, and behaved like a little coward in trying to draw out of the conversation, while at the same time listening attentively. "As for Sylvia Hepburn as was Sylvia Robson, she knows my mind," said Alice in grim indignation. "She's humbling herself now, I trust and pray, but she was light-minded and full of vanity when Philip married her, and it might have been a lift towards her salvation in one way. But it pleased the Lord to work in a different way, and she mun wear her sackcloth and ashes in patience. So I'll say not more about her. But for him as is absent as thee has spoken on so lightly and reproachfully, I'd have thee to know he were one of a different kind to any thee ever knew, I reckon. If he were led away by a pretty face to slight one as was fitter for him and who had loved him as the apple of her eye, it's him as is suffering for it, inasmuch as he's a wanderer from his home and an outcast from wife and child." To the surprise of all, Molly's words of reply were cut short even when they were on her lips, by Sylvia. Pale, fire-eyed, and excited, with Philip's child on one arm and the other stretched out, she said,
No one can tell, no one know. No one shall speak a judgment twixt Philip and me. He acted cruel and wrong by me, but I've said my words to him hisself, and I'm not going to make any plaint to others. Only them as know should judge, and it's not fitting, it's not," almost sobbing, "to go on with talk like this afore me." The two, for Hester, who was aware that her presence had only been desired by Sylvia as a check to an unpleasant tete-a-tete conversation, had slipped back to her business as soon as her mother came in. The two looked with surprise at Sylvia. Her words, her whole manner, belonged to a phase of her character which seldom came uppermost, and which had not been perceived by either of them before. Alice Rose, though astonished, rather approved of Sylvia's speech. It showed that she had more serious thought and feeling on the subject than the old woman had given her credit for. Her general silence respecting her husband's disappearance had led Alice to think that she was too childish to have received any deep impression from the event. Molly Brunton gave vent to her opinion on Sylvia's speech in the following words: "Hoity-toity, that tells tales, lass. If you treated steady Philip to many such looks and speeches as yo'n given us now, it's easy to see why he took hisself off. Why, Sylvia, I niver saw it in you when you was a girl. You're grown into a regular little vixen, there where you stand." Indeed, she did look defiant, with the swift colour flushing her cheeks to crimson on its return, and the fire in her eyes not yet died away. But at Molly's jesting words she sank back into her usual look and manner, only saying quietly, "It's for noane to say whether I'm vixen or not, as doesn't know the past things as is buried in my heart. But I cannot hold them as my friends as go on talking on either my husband or me before my very face. What he was, I know, and what I am, I reckon he knows. And now I'll go hurry tea, for you'll be needing it, Molly." The last clause of this speech was meant to make peace, but Molly was in 20 minds as to whether she should accept the olive branch or not. Her temper, however, was of that obtuse kind which is not easily ruffled. Her mind, stagnant in itself, enjoyed excitement from without, and her appetite was invariably good, so she stayed, in spite of the inevitable tete-a-tete with Alice. The latter, however, refused to be drawn into conversation again, replying to Mrs. Brunton's speeches with a curt yes or no, when indeed she replied at all. When all were gathered at tea, Sylvia was quite calm again, rather paler than usual, and very attentive and subdued in her behaviour to Alice. She would evidently fain have been silent, but as Molly was her own especial guest, that could not be, so all her endeavours went towards steering the conversation away from any awkward points. But each of the four, let alone little Bella, was thankful when the market cart drew up at the shop door that was to take Mrs. Brunton back to her sister's house. When she was fairly off, Alice Rose opened her mouth in strong condemnation, winding up with, "And if aught in my words give thee cause for offence, Sylvia, it was because my heart rose within me at that kind of talk thee and she had been having about Philip, and her evil and light-minded counsel to thee about waiting 7 years and then wedding another." Hard as these words may seem when repeated, there was something of a nearer approach to an apology in Mrs. Rose's manner than Sylvia had ever seen in it before. She was silent for a few moments, then she said, "I ha' often thought of telling you and Hester special like, when you've been so kind to my little Bella, that Philip and me could never come together again, no, not if he came home this very night." She would have gone on speaking, but Hester interrupted her with a low cry of dismay. Alice said, "Hush thee, Hester. It's no business of thine. Sylvia Hepburn, thou art speaking like a silly child." "No, I am speaking like a woman as finds out she's been cheated by men as she trusted, and has no help for it. I'm not going to say any more about it. It's me as has been wronged and as has to bear it. Only I thought I'd tell you both this much, that you might know somewhat why he went away, and how I said my last word about it." So indeed it seemed. To all questions and remonstrances from Alice, Sylvia turned a deaf ear. She averted her face from Hester's sad, wistful looks. Only when they were parting for the night, at the top of the little staircase, she turned, and putting her arms round Hester's neck, she laid her head on her neck and whispered, "Poor Hester, poor, poor Hester! If you and he had but been married together, what a deal of sorrow would have been spared to us all." Hester pushed her away as she finished these words, looked searchingly into her face, her eyes, and then followed Sylvia into her room, where Bella lay sleeping, shut the door, and almost knelt down at Sylvia's feet, clasping her, and hiding her face in the folds of the other's gown. "Sylvia, Sylvia," she murmured, "some one has told you. I thought no one knew. It's no sin. It's done away with now. Indeed it is. It was long ago, before you were married, but I cannot forget. It was a shame, perhaps, to have thought on it ever, when he never thought of me. But I never believed as any one could have found it out. I'm just fit to sink into ground, what with my sorrow and my shame." Hester was stopped by her own rising sobs immediately she was in Sylvia's arms. Sylvia was sitting on the ground holding her and soothing her with caresses and broken words. "I'm always saying the wrong things," said she. "It seems as if I were all upset to-day, and indeed I am," she added, alluding to the news of Kinraid's marriage she had yet to think upon. "But it wasn't you, Hester. It were nothing you ever said or did, or looked for that matter. It were your mother as let it out." "Oh, mother, mother!" wailed out Hester. "I never thought as any one but God would ha' known that I had ever for a day thought on his being more to me than a brother." Sylvia made no reply, only went on stroking Hester's smooth brown hair, off which her cap had fallen. Sylvia was thinking how strange life was, and how love seemed to go all at cross purposes, and was losing herself in bewilderment at the mystery of the world. She was almost startled when Hester rose up, and taking Sylvia's hands in both of hers, and looking solemnly at her, said, "Sylvia, you know what has been my trouble and my shame, and I'm sure you're sorry for me. For I will humble myself to you, and own that for many months before you were married, I felt my disappointment like a heavy burden laid on me by day and by night. But now I ask you if you've any pity for me for what I went through, or if you've any love for me because of your dead mother's love for me, or because of any fellowship or daily friendliness between us two. Put the hard thoughts of Philip away from out of your heart. He may ha' done you wrong, any way you think that he has. I never knew him aught but kind and good. But if he comes back from wherever in the wide world he's gone to, and there's not a night but I pray God to keep him and send him safe back, you put away the memory of past injury, and forgive it all, and be what you can be, Sylvia, if you've a mind to, just the kind, good wife he ought to have." "I cannot. You know nothing about it, Hester." "Tell me then," pleaded Hester. "No," said Sylvia, after a moment's hesitation. "I'd do a deal for you, I would, but I daren't forgive Philip, even if I could. I took a great oath again him. You may look shocked at me, but it's him as you ought for to be shocked at if you knew all. I said I'd never forgive him. I shall keep to my word." "I think I'd better pray for his death, then," said Hester, hopelessly, and almost bitterly, losing her hold on Sylvia's hands. "If it weren't for baby there, I could think as it were my death as'd be best. Them as one thinks to most on forgets one soonest." It was Kinraid to whom she was alluding, but Hester did not understand her, and after standing for a moment in silence, she kissed her and left her for the night. End of chapter 39. Recording by Shushan.
Chapter 40 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Moilinger. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 40. An Unexpected Messenger. After this agitation and these partial confidences, no more was said on the subject of Philip for many weeks. They avoided even the slightest allusion to him, and none of them knew how seldom or how often he might be present in the minds of the others. One day the little Bella was unusually fractious with some slight childish indisposition, and Sylvia was obliged to have recourse to the never-failing piece of amusement, namely to take the child into the shop, when the number of new, bright-coloured articles was sure to beguile the little girl out of her fretfulness. She was walking along the high terrace of the counter, kept steady to her mother's hand, when Mr. Dawson's market cart once more stopped before the door. But it was not Mrs. Brunton who alighted now. It was a very smartly dressed, very pretty young lady, who put one dainty foot before the other with care, as if descending from such a primitive vehicle were a new occurrence in her life. Then she looked up at the names above the shop door, and after ascertaining that this was indeed the place she desired to find, she came in blushing. "Is Mrs. Hepburn at home?" she asked of Hester, whose position in the shop brought her forward to receive the new customers, while Sylvia drew Bella out of sight behind some great bales of red flannel. "Can I see her?" a sweet south country voice went on, still addressing Hester. Sylvia heard the inquiry, and came forwards, with a little rustic awkwardness, feeling both shy and curious. "Will you please walk this way, ma'am?" said she, leading her visitor back into her own dominion of the parlour, and leaving Bella to Hester's willing care. "You don't know me," said the pretty young lady joyously. "But I think you knew my husband. I am Mrs. Kinraid." A sob of surprise rose to Sylvia's lips. She choked it down, however, and tried to conceal any emotion she might feel, in placing a chair for her visitor, and trying to make her welcome, although, if the truth must be told, Sylvia was wondering all the time why her visitor came, and how soon she would go. "You knew Captain Kinraid, did you not?" said the young lady, with innocent inquiry, to which Sylvia's lips formed the answer "yes," but no clear sound issued therefrom. "But I know your husband knew the captain. Is he at home yet? Can I speak to him? I do so want to see him." Sylvia was utterly bewildered. Mrs. Kinraid, this pretty, joyous, prosperous little bird of a woman, Philip, Charlie's wife, what could they have in common? What could they know of each other? All she could say in answer to Mrs. Kinraid's eager question, and still more eager looks, was, that her husband was from home, had been long from home. She did not know where he was, she did not know when he would come back. Mrs. Kinraid's face fell a little, partly from her own real disappointment, partly out of sympathy with the hopeless, indifferent tone of Sylvia's replies. "Mrs. Dawson told me he had gone away rather suddenly a year ago, but I thought he might be come home by now. I am expecting the captain early next month. Oh, how I should have liked to see Mr. Hepburn, and to thank him for saving the captain's life!" "What do you mean?" asked Sylvia, stirred out of all assumed indifference. "The captain? Is that—" Not Charley, she could not use that familiar name to the pretty young wife before her. "Your husband?" "Yes, you knew him, didn't you? When he used to be staying with Mr. Corney, his uncle?" "Yes, I knew him. But I don't understand. Will you please to tell me all about it, ma'am?" said Sylvia, faintly. "I thought your husband would have told you all about it. I hardly know where to begin. You know my husband is a sailor." Sylvia nodded assent, listening greedily, her heart beating thick all the time. "And he is now a commander in the Royal Navy, all earned by his own bravery. Oh, I am so proud of him!" So could Sylvia have been if she had been his wife. As it was, she thought how often she had felt sure that he would be a great man some day. "And he has been at the siege of Acre." Sylvia looked perplexed at these strange words, and Mrs. Kinraid caught the look. "St. Jean d'Acre, you know. Though it's fine saying 'you know' when I didn't know a bit about it myself till the captain's ship was ordered there, though I was head girl at Miss Dobbin's in the geography class. Acre is a seaport town, not far from Jaffa, which is the modern name of Joppa, where St. Paul went to long ago. You've read of that, I'm sure, and Mount Carmel, where the prophet Elijah was once, all in Palestine. You know, only the Turks have got it now." "But I don't understand yet," said Sylvia, plaintively. "I dare say it is all very true about St. Paul, but please, ma'am, will you tell me about your husband and mine? Have they met again?" "Yes, at Acre, I tell you," said Mrs. Kinraid, with pretty petulance. "The Turks held the town, and the French wanted to take it, and we, that is the British fleet, wouldn't let them. So Sir Sidney Smith, a commodore and a great friend of the captain's, landed in order to fight the French, and the captain and many of the sailors landed with him, and it was burning hot, and the poor captain was wounded, and lay a dying of pain and thirst within the enemy's, that is the French, fire, so that they were ready to shoot any one of his own side who came near him. They thought he was dead himself, you see, as he was very near, and would have been too, if her husband had not come out of shelter, and taken him up in his arms, or in his back, I couldn't make out which, and carried him safe within the walls." "It couldn't have been Philip," said Sylvia, dubiously. "But it was. The captain says so, and he's not a man to be mistaken. I thought I got his letter with me, and I would have read you a part of it, but I left it at Mrs. Dawson's in my desk, and I can't send it to you. blushing as she remembered certain passages in which the captain wrote very much like a lover. "Or else I would; but you may be quite sure it was your husband that ventured into all that danger to save his old friend's life, or the captain would not have said so." "But they weren't not to call great friends." "I wish I got the letter here. I can't think how I could be so stupid. I think I can almost remember the very words, though. I've read them over so often. He says, 'Just as I gave up all hope, I saw one Philip Hepburn, a man whom I had known at Monkshaven, and whom I had some reason to remember well.' I am sure he says so, remember well. He saw me too, and came at the risk of his life to where I lay. I fully expected he would be shot down, and I shut my eyes not to see the end of my last chance. The shot rained about him, and I think he was hit, but he took me up and carried me under cover. I'm sure he says that. I've read it over so often, and he goes on and says how he hunted for Mr. Hepburn all through the ships, as soon as ever he could, but he could not hear nothing of him, either alive or dead." "Don't go so white, for pity's sake," said she, suddenly startled by Sylvia's blanching colour. "You see, because he couldn't find him alive is no reason for giving him up as dead, because his name wasn't to be found on any of the ship's books. So the captain thinks he must have been known by a different name to his real one. Only he says he should like to have seen him, to have thanked him, and he says he would give a deal to know what has become of him. And as I was staying 2 days at Mrs. Dawson's, I told them I must come over to Monkshaven, if only for 5 minutes, just to hear if your good husband was come home, and to shake his hands, that helped to save my own dear captain." "I don't think it could have been Philip," reiterated Sylvia. "Why not?" asked her visitor. "You say you don't know where he is. Why mightn't he have been there where the captain says he was?" "But he wasn't a sailor, nor yet a soldier." "Oh, but he was. I think somewhere the captain calls him a marine. That's neither one nor the other, but a little of both. He'll be coming home some day soon, and then you'll see." Alice Rose came in at this minute, and Mrs. Kinraid jumped to the conclusion that she was Sylvia's mother, and in her overflowing gratitude and friendliness all to the family of him who had saved the captain, she went forward, and shook the old woman's hand in a pleasant confiding way that wins all hearts. "Here's your daughter, ma'am," she said to the half astonished, half pleased Alice. "I'm Mrs. Kinraid, the wife of the captain that used to be in these parts, and I've come to bring her news of her husband, and she don't half believe me, though it's all to his credit, I'm sure." Alice looked so perplexed that Sylvia felt herself bound to explain. "She says he's either a soldier or a sailor, and a long way off at some place named in the Bible." "Philip Hepburn led away to be a soldier!" said she, "who had once been a Quaker." "Yes, and a very brave one too, and one that it would do my heart good to look upon," exclaimed Mrs. Kinraid. "He's been saving my husband's life in the Holy Land, where Jerusalem is, you know." "Nay," said Alice, a little scornfully, "I can forgive Sylvia for not being keen to credit thy news. Her man of peace becoming a man of war, and suffered to enter Jerusalem, which is a heavenly and a typical city all this time, while me, as is one of the elect, is obliged to go on dwelling in Monkshaven, just like any other body." "Nay, but," said Mrs. Kinraid gently, seeing she was touching on delicate ground, "I did not say he had gone to Jerusalem, but my husband saw him at those parts, and he was doing his duty like a brave, good man. Ay, and more than his duty, and, you may take my word for it, he'll be at home some day soon, and all I beg is that you'll let the captain and me know, for I'm sure if we can, we'll both come and pay our respects to him. And I'm very glad I've seen you," said she, rising to go, and putting out her hand to shake that of Sylvia, "for, besides being Hepburn's wife, I'm pretty sure I've heard the captain speak of you, and if ever you come to Bristol I hope you'll come and see us on Clifton Downs." She went away, leaving Sylvia almost stunned by the new ideas presented to her. Philip a soldier! Philip in a battle risking his life! Most strange of all, Charley and Philip once more meeting together, not as rivals or as foes, but as saviour and saved! Add to all this the conviction, strengthened by every word that happy, loving wife had uttered, that Kinraid's old passionate love for herself had faded away, and vanished utterly, its very existence apparently blotted out of his memory. She had torn up her love for him by the roots, but she felt as if she could never forget that it had been. Hester brought back Bella to her mother. She had not liked to interrupt the conversation with the strange lady before, and now she found her mother in an obvious state of excitement, Sylvia quieter than usual. "That was Kinraid's wife, Hester. Him that was the specksioneer as made such a noise about the place at the time of Darley's death. He is now a captain, a navy captain, according what she says. And she would fain have us believe that Philip is abiding in all manner of scripture places as has been long done away with, but the similitude whereof is in the heavens, where the elect shall one day see them. And she says Philip is there, and a soldier, and that he saved her husband's life, and is coming home soon. I wonder what John and Jeremiah will say to his soldiering then. It will be known to be their taste, I'm thinking." It was all very intelligible to Hester, and she would dearly have liked to question Sylvia, but Sylvia sat a little apart, with Bella on her knee, her cheek resting on her child's golden curls, and her eyes fixed and almost trance-like, as if she were seeing things not present. So Hester had to be content with asking her mother as many elucidatory questions as she could, and after all did not gain a very clear idea of what had really been said by Mrs. Kinraid, as her mother was more full of the apparent injustice of Philip's being allowed the privilege of treading on holy ground, if, indeed, that holy ground existed on this side heaven, which she was inclined to dispute, than to confine herself to the repetition of words or narration of facts. Suddenly Sylvia roused herself to a sense of Hester's deep interest and balked inquiries, and she went over the ground rapidly. "Your mother says right. She is his wife, and he's always fighting, and got too near to French as was shooting and firing all around him. And just then, according to her story, Philip saw him, and went straight into the midst of the shots, and fetched him out of danger. That's what she says, and upholds." "And why should it not be?" asked Hester, her cheek flushing. But Sylvia only shook her head, and said, "I cannot tell. It may be so. But they had little cause to be friends, and it seems all so strange. Philip a soldier, and a meeting there after all." Hester laid the story of Philip's bravery to her heart. She fully believed in it. Sylvia pondered it more deeply still. The causes of her disbelief, or, at any rate, for her wonder, were unknown to Hester. Many a time she sank to sleep with the picture of her Eleven narrated by Mrs. Kinraid as present to her mind as her imagination or experience could make it. First one figure prominent, then another. Many a morning she wakened up, her heart beating wildly, why she knew not, till she shuddered at the remembrance of the scenes that passed in her dreams, scenes that might be acted in reality that very day, for Philip might come back, and then? Then where was Philip all this time, these many weeks, these heavily passing months? End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 41. The Beadsman of St. Sepulchre. Philip lay long ill on board the hospital ship. If his heart had been light, he might have rallied sooner, but he was so depressed he did not care to live. His shattered jawbone, his burnt and blackened face, his many injuries of body, were torture to both his physical frame and his sick, weary heart. No more chance for him, if indeed there ever had been any, of returning gay and gallant, and thus regaining his wife's love. This had been his poor, foolish vision in the first hour of his enlistment, and the vain dream had recurred more than once in the feverish stage of excitement which the new scenes into which he had been hurried as a recruit had called forth. But that was all over now. He knew that it was the most unlikely thing in the world to have come to pass, and yet those were happy days when he could think of it as barely possible. Now all he could look forward to was disfigurement, feebleness, and the bare pittance that keeps pensioners from absolute want. Those around him were kind enough to him in their fashion, and attended to his bodily requirements, but they had no notion of listening to any revelations of unhappiness, if Philip had been the man to make confidences of that kind. As it was, he lay very still in his berth, seldom asking for anything, and always saying he was better when the ship surgeon came round with his daily inquiries. But he did not care to rally, and was rather sorry to find that his case was considered so interesting in a surgical point of view, that he was likely to receive a good deal more than the average amount of attention. Perhaps it was owing to this that he recovered at all. The doctors said it was the heat that made him languid, for that his wounds and burns were all doing well at last, and by they told him they had ordered him home. His pulse sank under the surgeon's finger at the mention of the word, but he did not say a word. He was too indifferent to life and the world to have a will. Otherwise they might have kept their pet patient a little longer where he was. Slowly passing from ship to ship as occasion served, resting here and there in garrison hospitals, Philip at length reached Portsmouth on the evening of a September day in 1799. The transport ship in which he was loaded with wounded and invalided soldiers and sailors. All who could manage it in any way struggled on deck to catch the first view of the white coasts of England. One man lifted his arm, took off his cap, and feebly waved it aloft, crying, "Old England for ever!" in a faint shrill voice, and then burst into tears and sobbed aloud. Others tried to pipe up Rule Britannia, while more sate, weak and motionless, looking towards the shores that once, not so long ago, they never thought to see again. Philip was one of these, his place a little apart from the other men. He was muffled up in a great military cloak that had been given him by one of his officers. He felt the September breeze chill after his sojourn in a warmer climate and in his shattered state of health. As the ship came in sight of Portsmouth harbour, the signal flags ran up the ropes. The beloved Union Jack floated triumphantly over all. Return signals were made from the harbour. On board all became bustle and preparation for landing, while on shore there was the evident movement of expectation, and men in uniform were seen pressing their way to the front, as if to them belonged the right of reception. They were the men from the barrack hospital that had been signalled for, come down with ambulance litters and other marks of forethought for the sick and wounded, who were returning to the country for which they had fought and suffered. With a dash and a great rocking swing, the vessel came up to her appointed place, and was safely moored. Philip sat still, almost as if he had no part in the cries of welcome, the bustling care, the loud directions that cut the air around him, and pierced his nerves through and through. But one in authority gave the order, and Philip, disciplined to obedience, rose to find his knapsack and leave the ship. Passive as he seemed to be, he had his likings for particular comrades. There was one especially, a man as different from Philip as well could be, to whom the latter had always attached himself, a merry fellow from Somersetshire, who was almost always cheerful and bright, though Philip had overheard the doctors say he would never be the man he was before he had that shot through the side. This marine would often sit making his fellows laugh, and laughing himself at his own good-humoured jokes, till so terrible a fit of coughing came on that those around him feared he would die in the paroxysm. After one of these fits he had gasped out some words, which led Philip to question him a little, and it turned out that in the quiet little village of Potterne, far inland, nestled beneath the high stretches of Salisbury Plain, he had a wife and a child, a little girl, just the same age even to a week as Philip's own little Bella. It was this that drew Philip towards the man, and this that made Philip wait and go ashore along with the poor consumptive marine. The litters had moved off towards the hospital. The sergeant in charge had given his words of command to the remaining invalids, who tried to obey them to the best of their power, falling into something like military order for their march. But soon, very soon, the weakest broke step and lagged behind, and felt as if the rough welcomes and rude expressions of sympathy from the crowd around were almost too much for them. Philip and his companion were about midway, when suddenly a young woman with a child in her arms forced herself through the people, between the soldiers who kept pressing on either side, and threw herself on the neck of Philip's friend. "Oh, Jem," she sobbed, "I've walked all the road from Potterne. I've never stopped but for food and rest for Nelly. Now I've got you once again. I've got you once again. Bless God for it." She did not seem to see the deadly change that had come over her husband since she parted with him a ruddy young labourer, She had got him once again, as she phrased it, and that was enough for her. She kissed his face, his hands, his very coat, nor would she be repulsed from walking beside him and holding his hand, while her little girl ran along scared by the voices and the strange faces, and clinging to her mammy's gown. Jem coughed, poor fellow. He coughed his churchyard cough, and Philip bitterly envied him, envied his life, envied his approaching death. For was he not wrapped round with that woman's tender love, and is not such love stronger than death? Philip had felt as if his own heart was grown numb, as though it had changed to a cold heavy stone. But at the contrast of this man's lot to his own, he felt that he had yet the power of suffering left to him. The road they had to go was full of people, kept off in some measure by the guard of soldiers. All sorts of kindly speeches, and many a curious question, were addressed to the poor invalids as they walked along. Philip's jaw and the lower part of his face were bandaged up. His cap was slouched down. He held his cloak about him, and shivered within its folds. They came to a standstill from some slight obstacle at the corner of a street. Down the causeway of this street a naval officer with a lady on his arm was walking briskly, with a step that told of health and a light heart. He stayed his progress, though, when he saw the convoy of maimed and wounded men. He said something, of which Philip only caught the words, "Same uniform," for his sake, to the young lady, whose cheek blanched a little, but whose eyes kindled. Then, leaving her for an instant, he pressed forward. He was close to Philip. Poor sad Philip, absorbed in his own thoughts, so absorbed that he noticed nothing till he heard a voice at his ear, having the Northumbrian burr, the Newcastle inflections which he knew of old, and that were to him like the sick memory of a deadly illness. And then he turned his muffled face to the speaker, though he knew well enough who it was, and averted his eyes after one side of the handsome happy man, the man whose life he had saved once, and would save again, at the risk of his own, but whom, for all that, he prayed he might never meet more on earth. "Here, my fine fellow, take this," forcing a crown piece into Philip's hand. "I wish it were more. I'd give you £1 if I had it with me." Philip muttered something, and held out the coin to Captain Kinraid, of course in vain. Nor was there time to urge it back upon the giver, for the obstacle to their progress was suddenly removed. The crowd pressed upon the captain and his wife, the procession moved on, and Philip along with it, holding the piece in his hand, and longing to throw it far away. Indeed, he was on the point of dropping it, hoping to do so unperceived, when he bethought him of giving it to Jem's wife, the footsore woman limping happily along by her husband's side. They thanked him, and spoke in his praise more than he could well bear. It was no credit to him to give that away which burned his fingers as long as he kept it. Philip knew that the injuries he had received in the explosion on board the Theseus would oblige him to leave the service. He also believed that they would entitle him to a pension, but he had little interest in his future life. He was without hope, and in a depressed state of health. He remained for some little time stationary, and then went through all the forms of dismissal on account of wounds received in service, and was turned out loose upon the world, uncertain where to go, indifferent as to what became of him. It was fine warm October weather as he turned his back upon the coast and set off on his walk northwards. Green leaves were yet upon the trees, the hedges were of one flush of foliage, and the wild rough-flavoured fruits of different kinds. The fields were tawny with the uncleared-off stubble, or emerald green with the growth of the aftermath. The roadside cottage gardens were gay with hollyhocks, and Michaelmas daisies and marigolds, and the bright panes of the windows glittered through a veil of China roses. The war was a popular one, and as a natural consequence, soldiers and sailors were heroes everywhere. Philip's long drooping form, his arm hung in a sling, his face scarred and blackened, his jaw bound up with a black silk handkerchief, these marks of active service were reverenced by the rustic cottagers as though they had been crowns and sceptres. Many a hard-handed labourer left his seat by the chimney corner and came to his door to have a look at one who had been fighting the French, and pushed forward to have a grasp of the stranger's hand as he gave back the empty cup into the good wife's keeping, for the kind homely women were ever ready with milk or home-brewed to slake the feverish traveller's thirst when he stopped at their doors and asked for a drink of water. At the village public-house he had had a welcome of a more interested character, for the landlord knew full well that his circle of customers would be large that night, if it was only known that he had within his doors a soldier or sailor who had seen service. The rustic politicians would gather round Philip and smoke and drink, and then question and discuss till they were drowsy again. And in their sturdy, obtuse minds they set down the extra glass and the supernumerary pipe to the score of patriotism. Altogether human nature turned its sunny side out to Philip just now, and not before he needed the warmth of brotherly kindness to cheer his shivering soul. Day after day he drifted northwards, making but the slow progress of a feeble man. And yet this short daily walk tired him so much that he longed for rest, for the morning to come when he needed not to feel that in the course of an hour or two he must be up and away. He was toiling on with this longing at his heart, when he saw that he was drawing near a stately city, with a great old cathedral in the centre keeping solemn guard. This place might be yet 2 or 3 miles distant. He was on a rising ground looking down upon it. A labouring man passing by observed his pallid looks and his languid attitude, and told him for his comfort that if he turned down a lane to the left a few steps farther on, he would find himself at the Hospital of St. Sepulchre, where bread and beer were given to all comers, and where he might sit him down and rest awhile on the old stone benches within the shadow of the gateway. Obeying these directions, Philip came upon a building which dated from the time of Henry V. Some knight who had fought in the French wars of that time, and had survived his battle and come home to his old halls, had been stirred up by his conscience, or by what was equivalent in those days, his confessor, to build and endow a hospital for 12 decayed soldiers, and a chapel wherein they were to attend the daily masses he ordained to be said till the end of all time, which eternity lasted rather more than a century, pretty well for an eternity bespoken by a man, for his soul and the souls of all whom he had slain. There was a large division of the quadrangular building set apart for the priest who was to say these masses, and to watch over the well-being of the beadsmen. In process of years, the origin and primary purpose of the hospital had been forgotten by all excepting the local antiquaries, and the place itself came to be regarded as a very pleasant quaint set of almshouses, and the warden's office, he who should have said or sung his daily masses was now called the warden, and read daily prayers and preached a sermon on Sundays, an agreeable sinecure. Another legacy of old Sir Simon Bray was that of a small croft of land, the rent or profits of which were to go towards giving to all those who asked for it a manchet of bread and a cup of good beer. This beer was, so Sir Simon ordained, to be made after a certain receipt which he left, in which ground ivy took the place of hops, but the receipt, as well as the masses, was modernized according to the progress of time. Philip stood under a great broad stone archway. The back door into the warden's house was on the right side. A kind of buttery hatch was placed by the porter's door on the opposite side. After some consideration, Philip knocked at the closed shutter, and the signal seemed to be well understood. He heard a movement within, the hatch was drawn aside, and his bread and beer were handed to him by a pleasant-looking old man, who proved himself not at all disinclined for conversation. "You may sit down on yonder bench," said he. "Nay, man, sit in the sun, for it's a chilly place, this, and then you can look through the grate and watch the old fellows toddling about in the quad." Philip sat down where the warm October sun slanted upon him, and looked through the iron railing at the peaceful sight. A great square of velvet lawn, intersected diagonally with broad flag-paved walks, the same kind of walk going all round the quadrangle, low 2-storied brick houses, tinted grey and yellow by age, and in many places almost covered with vines, Virginia creepers, and monthly roses. Before each house a little plot of garden ground, bright with flowers, and evidently tended with the utmost care. On the farther side the massive chapel, here and there an old or infirm man sunning himself, or leisurely doing a bit of gardening, or talking to one of his comrades. The place looked as if care and want and even sorrow were locked out and excluded by the ponderous gates through which Philip was gazing. "It's a nice place, bean't it?" said the porter, interpreting Philip's looks pretty accurately. "Leastways, for them as likes it. I've got a bit weary on it myself. It's so far from the world, as a man may say. Not a decent public within 1.5 miles, where one can hear a bit of news of an evening." "I think I could make myself very content here," replied Philip. "That's to say, if one were easy in one's mind." "Ay, ay, my man, that's it everywhere. Why, I don't think that I could enjoy myself, not even at the White Hart, where they give you as good a glass of ale for 2d as anywhere in the 4 kingdoms. I couldn't, to say flavour my ale even there, if my old woman lay a-dying, which is a sign as it's the heart and not the ale as makes the drink." Just then the warden's back door opened, and out came the warden himself, dressed in full clerical costume. He was going into the neighbouring city, but he stopped to speak to Philip, the wounded soldier, and all the more readily because his old faded uniform told the warden's experienced eye that he had belonged to the Marines. "I hope you enjoy the victual provided for you by the founder of St Sepulchre," he said kindly. "You look but poorly, my good fellow, and as if a slice of good cold meat would help your bread down." "Thank you, sir," said Philip. "I'm not hungry, only weary, and glad of a draught of beer." "You've been in the Marines, I see. Where have you been serving?" "I was at the siege of Acre last May, sir." "At Acre? Were you, indeed? Then perhaps you know my boy Harry. He was in the . "It was my company," said Philip, warming up a little. Looking back upon his soldier's life, it seemed to him to have many charms, because it was so full of small daily interests. "Then did you know my son, Lieutenant Pennington?" "It was he that gave me this cloak, sir, when they were sending me back to England. I had been his servant for a short time before I was wounded by the explosion on board the Theseus, and he said I should feel the cold of the voyage. He's very kind, and I've heard say he promises to be a first-rate officer." "You shall have a slice of roast beef, whether you want it or not," said the warden, ringing the bell at his own back door. "I recognise the cloak now, the young scamp. How soon he's made it shabby, though," he continued, taking up a corner where there was an immense tear not too well botched up. "And so you were on board the Theseus at the time of the explosion. Bring some cold meat here for the good man. Or, stay, come in with me, and then you can tell Mrs. Pennington and the young ladies all you know about Harry, and the siege and the explosion." So Philip was ushered into the warden's house, and made to eat roast beef almost against his will. And he was questioned and cross-questioned by 3 eager ladies, all at the same time, as it seemed to him. He had given all possible details on the subjects about which they were curious, and was beginning to consider how he could best make his retreat, when the younger Miss Pennington went up to her father, who had all this time stood with his hat on, holding his coat-tails over his arms, with his back to the fire. He bent his ear down a very little to hear some whispered suggestion of his daughter's, nodded his head, and then went on questioning Philip with kindly inquisitiveness and patronage, as the rich do question the poor. "And where are you going now?" Philip did not answer directly. He wondered in his own mind where he was going. At length he said, "Northwards, I believe, but perhaps I shall never reach there." "Haven't you friends? Aren't you going to them?" There was again a pause. A cloud came over Philip's countenance. He said, "No, I'm not going to my friends. I don't know that I've got any left." They interpreted his looks and this speech to mean that he had either lost his friends by death, or offended them by enlisting. The warden went on, "I ask because we've got a cottage vacant in the mead. Old Dobson, who was with General Wolfe at the taking of Quebec, died a fortnight ago. With such injuries as yours, I fear you'll never be able to work again. But we require strict testimonials as to character," he added, with as penetrating a look as he could summon up at Philip. Philip looked unmoved, either by the offer of the cottage, or the allusion to the possibility of his character not being satisfactory. He was grateful enough, in reality, but too heavy at heart to care very much what became of him. The warden and his family, who were accustomed to consider a settlement at St Sepulchre's as a sum of all good to a worn-out soldier, were a little annoyed at Philip's cool way of receiving the proposition. The warden went on to name the contingent advantages. "Besides the cottage, you would have a load of wood for firing on All Saints, on Christmas, and on Candlemas days, a blue gown and suit of clothes to match every Michaelmas, and a shilling a day to keep yourself in all other things. Your dinner you would have with the other men, in hall. The warden himself goes into hall every day, and sees that everything is comfortable, and says grace," added the warden's lady. "I know I seem stupid," said Philip, almost humbly, "not to be more grateful, for it's far beyond whatever I expected or thought for again. And it's a great temptation, for I'm just worn out with fatigue. Several times I've thought I must lie down under a hedge and just die for very weariness. But once I had a wife and a child up in the north." He stopped. "And are they dead?" asked one of the young ladies in a soft, sympathizing tone. Her eyes met Philip's, full of dumb woe. He tried to speak. He wanted to explain more fully, yet not to reveal the truth. "Well," said the warden, thinking he perceived the real state of things, "what I propose is this. You shall go into old Dobson's house at once, as a kind of probationary bedesman. I'll write to Harry and get your character from him. Stephen Freeman, I think you said your name was. Before I can receive his reply, you'll have been able to tell how you like the kind of life, and at any rate you'll have a rest you seem to require in the meantime. You see, I take Harry's having given you that cloak as a kind of character," added he, smiling kindly. "Of course you'll have to conform to rules just like all the rest. Chapel at 8, dinner at 12, lights out at 9. But I'll tell you the remainder of our regulations as we walk across the quad to your new quarters." And thus Philip, almost in spite of himself, became installed in a bedesman's house at St Sepulchre. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 42. A Fable at Fault. Philip took possession of the 2 rooms which had belonged to the dead Sergeant Dobson. They were furnished sufficiently for every comfort by the trustees of the hospital. Some little fragments of ornament, some small articles picked up in distant countries, a few tattered books, remained in the room as legacies from their former occupant. At first the repose of the life and the place was inexpressibly grateful to Philip. He had always shrunk from encountering strangers, and displaying his blackened and scarred countenance to them, even where such disfigurement was most regarded as a mark of honour. In St Sepulchre's he met none but the same set day after day, and when he had once told the tale of how it had happened and submitted to their gaze, it was over for ever, if he so minded. The slight employment his garden gave him, there was a kitchen garden behind each house, as well as the flower plot in front, and the daily arrangement of his parlour and chamber were, at the beginning of his time of occupation, as much bodily labour as he could manage. There was something stately and utterly removed from all Philip's previous existence in the forms observed at every day's dinner, when the 12 bedesmen met in a large quaint hall, and the warden came in his college cap and gown to say the long Latin grace which wound up with something very like a prayer for the soul of Sir Simon Bray. It took some time to get a reply to ship letters in those times, when no one could exactly say where the fleet might be found. And before Dr. Pennington had received the excellent character of Stephen Freeman, which his son gladly sent in answer to his father's inquiries, Philip had become restless and uneasy in the midst of all this peace and comfort. Sitting alone over his fire in the long winter evenings, the scenes of his past life rose before him, his childhood, his Aunt Robson's care of him, his first going to Foster's shop in Monkshaven, Haytersbank Farm, and the spelling lessons in the bright warm kitchen there, Kinraid's appearance, the miserable night of the Corneys' party, the farewell he had witnessed on Monkshaven sand, the press gang, and all the long consequences of that act of concealment, poor Daniel Robson's trial and execution, his own marriage, his child's birth. And then he came to that last day at Monkshaven, and he went over and over again the torturing details, the looks of contempt and anger, the words of loathing indignation, till he almost brought himself, out of his extreme sympathy with Sylvia, to believe that he was indeed the wretch she had considered him to be. He forgot his own excuses for having acted as he had done, though these excuses had at one time seemed to him to wear the garb of reasons. After long thought and bitter memory came some wonder. What was Sylvia doing now? Where was she? What was his child like? His child as well as hers. And then he remembered the poor footsore wife and the little girl she carried in her arms, that was just the age of Bella. He wished he had noticed that child more, that a clear vision of it might rise up when he wanted to picture Bella. One night he had gone round this mill-wheel circle of ideas till he was weary to the very marrow of his bones. To shake off the monotonous impression, he rose to look for a book amongst the old tattered volumes, hoping that he might find something that would sufficiently lay hold of him to change the current of his thoughts. There was an old volume of Peregrine Pickle, a book of sermons, half an army list of 1774, and the 7 Champions of Christendom. Philip took up this last, which he had never seen before. In it he read how Sir Guy, Earl of Warwick, went to fight the Paynim in his own country, and was away for 7 long years, and when he came back his own wife Phyllis, the countess in her castle, did not know the poor travel-worn hermit who came daily to seek his dole of bread at her hands, along with many beggars and such poor. But at last, when he lay a-dying in his cave in the rock, he sent for her by a secret sign known but to them twain. And she came with great speed, for she knew it was her lord who had sent for her. And they had many sweet and holy words together before he gave up the ghost, his head lying on her bosom. The old story, known to most people from their childhood, was all new and fresh to Philip. He did not quite believe in the truth of it, because the fictitious nature of the histories of some of the other champions of Christendom was too patent. But he could not help thinking that this one might be true, and that Guy and Phyllis might have been as real flesh and blood long, long ago as he and Sylvia had even been. The old room, the quiet moonlit quadrangle into which the cross-barred casement looked, the quaint aspect of everything that he had seen for weeks and weeks, all this predisposed Philip to dwell upon the story he had just been reading as a faithful legend of two lovers whose bones were long since dust. He thought that if he could thus see Sylvia, himself unknown, unseen, could live at her gates, so to speak, and gaze upon her and his child, some day, too, when he lay a-dying, he might send for her, and in soft words of mutual forgiveness breathe his life away in her arms. Or, perhaps, and so he lost himself, and from thinking passed on to dreaming. All night long Guy and Phyllis, Sylvia and his child, passed in and out of his visions. It was impossible to make the fragments of his dreams cohere, but the impression made upon him by them was not the less strong for this. He felt as if he were called to Monkshaven, wanted at Monkshaven, and to Monkshaven he resolved to go, although when his reason overtook his feelings, he knew perfectly how unwise it was to leave a home of peace and tranquillity and surrounding friendliness to go to a place where nothing but want and wretchedness awaited him, unless he made himself known, and if he did, a deeper want, a more woeful wretchedness would in all probability be his portion. In the small oblong of looking-glass hung against the wall, Philip caught the reflection of his own face, and laughed scornfully at the sight. The thin hair lay upon his temples in the flakes that betokened long ill health. His eyes were the same as ever, and they had always been considered the best feature in his face, but they were sunk in their orbits, and looked hollow and gloomy. As for the lower part of his face, blackened, contracted, drawn away from his teeth, the outline entirely changed by the breakage of his jawbone, he was indeed a fool if he thought himself fit to go forth to win back that love which Sylvia had forsworn. As a hermit and a beggar, he must return to Monkshaven and fall perforce into the same position which Guy of Warwick had only assumed. But still he should see his Phyllis, and might feast his sad hopeless eyes from time to time with the sight of his child. His small pension of 6d. a day would keep him from absolute want of necessaries. So that very day he went to the warden and told him he thought of giving up his share in the bequest of Sir Simon Bray. Such a relinquishment had never occurred before in all the warden's experience, and he was very much inclined to be offended. I must say that for a man not to be satisfied as a bedesman of St Sepulchre's argues a very wrong state of mind, and a very ungrateful heart. I'm sure, sir, it's not from any ingratitude, for I can hardly feel thankful to you and to Simon, and to madam, and the young ladies, and all my comrades in their hospital, and I never expect to be either so comfortable or so peaceful again. But what can you have to say against this place, then? Not but there are always plenty of applicants for every vacancy. Only I thought I was doing a kindness to a man out of Harry's company. And you'll not see Harry either. He's got his leave in March. I'm very sorry. I should like to have seen the lieutenant again. But I cannot rest any longer so far away from people I once knew. 10 to 1 they're dead, or removed, or something or other by this time, and it'll serve you right if they are. Mind, no one can be chosen twice to be a bedesman of St Sepulchre's. The warden turned away, and Philip, uneasy at staying, disheartened at leaving, went to make his few preparations for setting out once more on his journey northwards. He had to give notice of his change of residence to the local distributor of pensions, and 1 or 2 farewells had to be taken, with more than usual sadness at the necessity, for Philip, under his name of Stephen Freeman, had attached some of the older bedesmen a good deal to him, from his unselfishness, his willingness to read to them, and to render them many little services, and perhaps as much as anything, by his habitual silence, which made him a convenient recipient of all their garrulousness. So before the time for his departure came, he had the opportunity of one more interview with the warden, of a more friendly character than that in which he gave up his bedesmanship. And so far it was well, and Philip turned his back upon St Sepulchre's, with his sore heart partly healed by his 4 months' residence there. He was stronger, too, in body, more capable of the day-after-day walks that were required of him. He had saved some money from his allowance as bedesman and from his pension, and might occasionally have taken an outside place on the coach, had it not been that he shrank from the first look of every stranger upon his disfigured face. Yet the gentle, wistful eyes and the white and faultless teeth always did away with the first impression, as soon as people became a little acquainted with his appearance. It was February when Philip left St Sepulchre's. It was the first week in April when he began to recognise the familiar objects between York and Monkshaven. And now he began to hang back, and to question the wisdom of what he had done, just as the warden had prophesied that he would. The last night of his 200-mile walk he slept at the little inn at which he had been enlisted nearly 2 years before. It was by no intention of his that he rested at that identical place. Night was drawing on, and in making as he thought a short-cut, he had missed his way, and was fain to seek shelter where he might find it. But it brought him very straight face to face with his life at that time, and ever since. His mad, wild hopes, half the result of intoxication as he now knew, all dead and gone. The career then freshly opening shut up against him now. His youthful strength and health changed into premature infirmity, and the home and the love that should have opened wide its doors to console him for all, why, in 2 years death might have been busy, and taken away from him his last feeble chance of the faint happiness of seeing his beloved without being seen or known of her. All that night and all the next day the fear of Sylvia's possible death overclouded his heart. It was strange that he had hardly ever thought of this before. So strange that now, when the terror came, it took possession of him, and he could almost have sworn that she must be lying dead in Monkshaven churchyard. Or was it little Bella, that blooming lovely babe whom he was never to see again? There was the tolling of mournful bells in the distant air to his disturbed fancy, and the cry of the happy birds, the plaintive bleating of the new-dropped lambs, were all omens of evil import to him. As well as he could, he found his way back to Monkshaven, over the wild heights and moors he had crossed on that black day of misery. Why he should have chosen that path he could not tell. It was as if he were led, and had no free will of his own. The soft, clear evening was drawing on, and his heart beat thick and then stopped, only to start again with fresh violence. There he was, at the top of the long, steep lane that was in some parts a literal staircase leading down from the hilltop into the High Street, through the very entry up which he had passed when he shrank away from his former and his then present life. There he stood, looking down once more at the numerous irregular roofs, the many stacks of chimneys below him, seeking out that which had once been his own dwelling. Who dwelt there now? The yellow gleams grew narrower, the evening shadows broader, and Philip crept down the lane a weary, woeful man. At every gap in the close-packed buildings he heard the merry music of a band, the cheerful sound of excited voices. Still he descended slowly, scarcely wondering what it could be, for it was not associated in his mind with the one pervading thought of Sylvia. When he came to the angle of junction between the lane and the High Street, he seemed plunged all at once into the very centre of the bustle, and he drew himself up into a corner of deep shadow, from whence he could look out upon the street. A circus was making its grand entry into Monkshaven, with all the pomp of colour and of noise that it could muster. Trumpeters in parti-coloured clothes rode first, blaring out triumphant discord. Next came a gold and scarlet chariot, drawn by 6 piebald horses, and the windings of this team through the tortuous narrow street were pretty enough to look upon. In the chariot sat kings and queens, heroes and heroines, or what were meant for such. All the little boys and girls running alongside of the chariot envied them, but they themselves were very much tired and shivering with cold in their heroic pomp of classic clothing. All this Philip might have seen, did see in fact, but he did not one jot. Almost opposite to him, not 10 yards apart, standing on the raised step at the well-known shop door, was Sylvia, holding a child, a merry dancing child, up in her arms to see the show. She too, Sylvia, was laughing for pleasure, and for sympathy with pleasure. She held the little Bella aloft that the child might see the gaudy procession the better and the longer, looking at it herself with red lips apart and white teeth glancing through. Then she turned to speak to someone behind her. Coulson, as Philip saw the moment afterwards. His answer made her laugh once again. Philip saw it all. Her bonny, careless looks, her pretty matronly form, her evident ease of mind and prosperous outward circumstances. The years that he had spent in gloomy sorrow amongst wild scenes on land or by sea, his life in frequent peril of a bloody end, had gone by with her like sunny days, all the more sunny because he was not there. So bitterly thought the poor disabled marine, as, weary and despairing, he stood in the cold shadow and looked upon the home that should have been his haven, the wife that should have welcomed him, the child that should have been his comfort. He had banished himself from his home. His wife had forsworn him. His child was blossoming into intelligence unwitting of any father. Wife and child and home were all doing well without him. What madness had tempted him thither? An hour ago, like a fanciful fool, he had thought she might be dead. Dead with sad penitence for her cruel words at her heart, with mournful wonder at the unaccounted-for absence of her child's father preying on her spirits, and in some measure causing the death he had apprehended. But to look at her there where she stood, it did not seem as if she had had an hour's painful thought in all her blooming life. Ay, go in to the warm hearth, mother and child, now the gay cavalcade has gone out of sight, and the chill of night has succeeded to the sun's setting. Husband and father, steal out into the cold dark street, and seek some poor cheap lodging where you may rest your weary bones, and cheat your more weary heart into forgetfulness in sleep. The pretty story of the Countess Phyllis, who mourned for her husband's absence so long, is a fable of old times. Or rather say Earl Guy never wedded his wife, knowing that one she loved better than him was alive all the time she had believed him to be dead. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 43. The Unknown. A few days before that on which Philip arrived at Monkshaven, Kester had come to pay Sylvia a visit. As the earliest friend she had, and also as one who knew the real secrets of her life, Sylvia always gave him the warm welcome, the cordial words, and the sweet looks in which the old man delighted. He had a sort of delicacy of his own, which kept him from going to see her too often, even when he was stationary at Monkshaven. But he looked forward to the times when he allowed himself this pleasure, as a child at school looks forward to its holidays. The time of his service at Haytersbank had, on the whole, been the happiest in all his long monotonous years of daily labour. Sylvia's father had always treated him with the rough kindness of fellowship. Sylvia's mother had never stinted him in his meat or grudged him his share of the best that was going, and once, when he was ill for a few days, in the loft above the cow-house, she had made him possets, and nursed him with the same tenderness which he remembered his mother showing to him when he was a little child, but which he had never experienced since then. He had known Sylvia herself as bud and sweet promise of blossom, and just as she was opening into the full-blown rose, and, if she had been happy and prosperous, might have passed out of the narrow circle of Kester's interests. One sorrow after another came down upon her pretty innocent head, and Kester's period of service to Daniel Robson, her father, was tragically cut short. All this made Sylvia the great centre of the faithful herdsman's affection, and Bella, who reminded him of what Sylvia was when first Kester knew her, only occupied the second place in his heart, although to the child he was much more demonstrative of his regard than to the mother. He had dressed himself in his Sunday best, and although it was only Thursday, had forestalled his Saturday's shaving. He had provided himself with a paper of humbugs for the child, humbugs being the North Country term for certain lumps of toffee, well flavoured with peppermint, and now he sat in the accustomed chair, as near to the door as might be, in Sylvia's presence, coaxing the little one, who was not quite sure of his identity, to come to him, by opening the paper parcel, and letting its sweet contents be seen. "She's like thee, and yet she favours her feyther," said he. And the moment he had uttered the incautious words, he looked up to see how Sylvia had taken the unpremeditated, unusual reference to her husband. His stealthy glance did not meet her eye, but though he thought she had coloured a little, she did not seem offended as he had feared. It was true that Bella had her father's grave, thoughtful, dark eyes, instead of her mother's grey ones, out of which the childlike expression of wonder would never entirely pass away. And as Bella slowly and half distrustfully made her way towards the temptation offered her, she looked at Kester with just her father's look. Sylvia said nothing in direct reply. Kester almost thought she could not have heard him, but by and by she said, "You'll have heard how Kinraid, who's a captain now, and a grand officer, has gone and got married." "Nay," said Kester in genuine surprise. "He never has, for sure." "Ay, but he has," said Sylvia, "and I'm sure I do not see why he shouldn't." "Well, well," said Kester, not looking up at her, for he caught the inflections in the tones of her voice. He were a fine stirring chap, yon, and he were allus for doing summat. And when he fund as he couldn't ha' one thing as he'd set his mind on, I reckon he thought he mun put up wi' another. It 'ud be no putting up, said Sylvia. She were staying at Bessie Dawson's, and she come here to see me. She's as pretty a young lady as you'd see on a summer's day, and a real lady too, with a fortune. She didn't speak 2 words without bringing in her husband's name, the captain, as she called him. And she come to see thee, said Kester, cocking his eye at Sylvia with the old shrewd look. That was summat queer, weren't it? Sylvia reddened a good deal. He's too fous to have spoken to her on me in t' old way, as he used for to speak to me. I were not to her but Philip's wife. And what t' dickens had she to do with Philip? Asked Kester in intense surprise, and so absorbed in curiosity that he let the humbugs all fall out of the paper upon the floor, and the little Bella sat down plump in the midst of treasures as great as those fabled to exist on Tom Tiddler's ground. Sylvia was again silent, but Kester, knowing her well, was sure that she was struggling to speak, and bided his time without repeating his question. She said, and I think her tale were true, though I cannot get to t' rights on it, think on it as I will, as Philip saved her husband's life somewhere nearabouts to Jerusalem. She would have it that t' captain, for I think I'll niver call him Kinraid again, was in great battle, and were near upon being shot by t' French, when Philip, our Philip, come up and went right into the fire of the guns and saved her husband's life, and she spoke as if both she and the captain were more beholden to Philip than words could tell, and she come to see me to try and get news on him. It's a queer kind of story, said Kester, meditatively. I should ha' thought as Philip were more likely to ha' given him a shove into the thick on it than to help him out of the scrape. Nay, said Sylvia, suddenly looking straight at Kester, you're out there. Philip had a deal of good in him, and I do not think as he'd ha' gone and married another woman so soon, if he'd ha' been in Kinraid's place. And you've niver heerd on Philip sin' he left? asked Kester, after a while. Niver, not but what she told me. And she said that the captain made inquiry for him right and left, as soon after that happened as might be, and could hear never word about him. No one had seen him, or knowed his name. You never heerd of his going for to be a soldier, persevered Kester. Niver, I told you once. It were unlike Philip to think o' such a thing. But thou mun ha' been thinking on him at times in all these years, bad as he behaved hissel. He were t' feyther of thy little one. What did ta think he had been agate on when he left here? I didn't know. I were none so keen o' thinking on him at first. I tried to put him out of my thoughts altogether, for it made me like mad to think how he'd stood between me and that other. But I begun to wonder about him, and to think I should like to hear as he were doing well. I reckon I thought he were in London, where he'd been that time afore, you know, and had always spoke as if he'd enjoyed hissel, tolerable. And then Molly Brunton told me on t'other one's marriage, and somehow it gave me a shake in my heart, and I began for to wish I hadn't said all them words in my passion. And then that fine young lady come wi' her story, and I've thought a deal on it since, and my mind has come out clear. Philip's dead, and it were his spirit as come to t'other's help in his time o' need. I've heard feyther say as spirits cannot rest in their graves for trying to undo the wrongs they've done in their bodies. Them's my conclusions, said Kester solemnly. I was fain for to hear what were your judgments first, but them's the conclusions I come to as soon as I heard the tale. Let alone that one thing, said Sylvia. He were a good, kind man. It were a big deal on a one thing, though, said Kester. It just spoilt your life, my poor lass, and might ha' gone near to spoiling Charley Kinraid's too. Men takes a deal more nor women to spoil their lives, said Sylvia bitterly. Not a make o' men. I reckon, lass, Philip's life were pretty well on for being spoilt at after he left here, and it were, maybe, a good thing he got rid on it so soon. I wish I'd just had a few kind words with him, I do, said Sylvia, almost on the point of crying. Come, lass, it's as ill moaning after what's past, as it'd be for me to fill my eyes wi' weeping after the humbugs as this little wench o' thine has grubbed up whilst we'n been talking, while there's not one on 'em left. She's a sad spoilt little puss, said Sylvia, holding out her arms to the child, who ran into them, and began patting her mother's cheeks, and pulling at the soft brown curls tucked away beneath the matronly cap. Mammy spoils her, and Hester spoils her. Granny Rose doesn't spoil me, said the child with a quick, intelligent discrimination, interrupting her mother's list. "No, but Jeremiah Foster does above a bit. He'll come in from t' bank, Kester, and ask for her a'most ivery day. And he'll bring her things in his pocket, and she's so fause she allays goes straight to peep in, and then he shifts t' apple or t' toy into another. But she's a little fause one," half devouring the child with her kisses. "And he comes and takes her walk, oftentimes, and he goes as slow as if he were quite an old man, to keep pace with Bella's steps. I often run upstairs and watch him out of the window. He doesn't care to have me with him, he's so fain to have t' child all to hisself." "She's a bonny un for sure," said Kester, "but not so pretty as thou was, Sylvie. I've never telled thee what I come for, though, and it's about time for me to be going. I'm off to Cheviot's to-morrow morning to fetch home some sheep as Jonas Blundell has purchased. It'll be a job o' better nor 2 months, I reckon." "It'll be a nice time o' year," said Sylvia, a little surprised at Kester's evident discouragement at the prospect of the journey or absence. He had often been away from Monkshaven for a longer time without seeming to care so much about it. "Well, yo see, it's a bit hard upon me for to leave my sister, she as is t' widow woman, where I put up when I'm at home. Things is main and dear, 4 pound loaves is at 16 pence, and there's a deal o' talk on a famine in t' land, and whatten a paid for my victual and t' bed, and t' lean to helped t'oud woman a bit. And she's sadly down in t' mouth, for she cannot hear on a lodger for to take my place, for she's moved o'er t' other side o' t' bridge for to be nearer to new buildings. And t' grand new walk they're making round t' cliffs, thinking she'd be likelier to pick up a labourer as would be glad on a bed near his work. I'd ha' liked to ha' set her up a gate with a 'sponsible lodger before I'd ha' left, for she's just so soft-hearted, any scamp may put upon her, if he nobbut gets howd on her blind side." "Can I help her?" said Sylvia, in her eager way. "I should be so glad, and I've a deal of money by me." "Nay, my lass," said Kester, "thou munnot go off so fast. It were just what I feared on in telling thee. I've left her a bit o' money, and I'll make shift to send her more. It's just a kind word to keep up her heart when I'm gone as I want. If thou'd step in and see her fra time to time, and cheer her up a bit wi' talking to her on me, I'd take it very kind, and I'd go off with a lighter heart." "Then I'm sure I'll do it for you, Kester. I never justly felt like mysel' when you're away, for I'm lonesome enough at times. She and I will talk all to better about you, for both on us grieving after you." So Kester took his leave, his mind set at ease by Sylvia's promise to go and see his sister pretty often during his absence in the north. But Sylvia's habits were changed since she, as a girl at Haytersbank, liked to spend half her time in the open air, running out perpetually without anything on to scatter crumbs to the poultry, or to take a piece of bread to the old cart horse, to go up to the garden for a handful of herbs, or to clamber to the highest point around to blow the horn which summoned her father and Kester home to dinner. Living in a town where it was necessary to put on hat and cloak before going out into the street, and then to walk in a steady and decorous fashion, she had only cared to escape down to the freedom of the sea shore until Philip went away. And after that time she had learnt so to fear observation as a deserted wife, that nothing but Bella's health would have been a sufficient motive to take her out of doors. And as she had told Kester, the necessity of giving the little girl a daily walk was very much lightened by the great love and affection which Jeremiah Foster now bore to the child. Ever since the day when the baby had come to his knee, allured by the temptation of his watch, he had apparently considered her as in some sort belonging to him, and now he had almost come to think that he had a right to claim her as his companion in his walk back from the bank to his early dinner, where a high chair was always placed ready for the chance of her coming to share his meal. On these occasions he generally brought her back to the shop door when he returned to his afternoon's work at the bank. Sometimes, however, he would leave word that she was to be sent for from his house in the new town, as his business at the bank for that day was ended. Then Sylvia was compelled to put on her things and fetch back her darling, and excepting for this errand she seldom went out at all on week-days. About a fortnight after Kester's farewell call, this need for her visit to Jeremiah Foster's arose, and it seemed to Sylvia that there could not be a better opportunity of fulfilling her promise and going to see the widow Dobson, whose cottage was on the other side of the river, low down on the cliff side, just at the bend and rush of the full stream into the open sea. She set off pretty early in order to go there first. She found the widow with her house place tidied up after the midday meal, and busy knitting at the open door, not looking at her rapid clicking needles, but gazing at the rush and recession of the waves before her, yet not seeing them either, rather seeing days long past. She started into active civility as soon as she recognized Sylvia, who was to her as a great lady, never having known Sylvia Robson in her wild childish days. Widow Dobson was always a little scandalized at her brother Christopher's familiarity with Mrs. Hepburn. She dusted a chair which needed no dusting, and placed it for Sylvia, sitting down herself on a three-legged stool to mark her sense of the difference in their conditions, for there was another chair or two in the humble dwelling. And then the two fell into talk, first about Kester, whom his sister would persist in calling Christopher, as if his dignity as her elder brother was compromised by any familiar abbreviation, and by she opened her heart a little more. "I could wish as I'd learned right of hand," said she, "for of that for to tell Christopher, as might set his mind at ease. But, you see, if I wrote him a letter, he couldn't read it. So I just comfort mysel' with thinking nobody need learn writing, unless they'n got friends as can read. But I reckon he'd ha' been glad to hear as I've getten a lodger." Here she nodded her head in the direction of the door opening out of the house place into the lean-to, which Sylvia had observed on drawing near the cottage, and the recollection of the mention of which by Kester had enabled her to identify Widow Dobson's dwelling. "He's a bed yonder," the latter continued, dropping her voice. "He's a queer-looking tyke, but I don't think as he's a bad un." "When did he come?" said Sylvia, remembering Kester's account of his sister's character, and feeling as though it behoved her, as Kester's confidante on this head, to give cautious and prudent advice. A matter of a sennight ago. I'm noane good at minding time. He's paid me his rent twice, but then he were keen to pay aforehand. He'd comed in one night, and sate him down afore he could speak. He were so done up. He'd been on tramp this many a day, I reckon. 'Can you give me a bed?' says he, panting, like, after a bit. 'A chap as I met near here says as you've got a lodging for to let.' 'Ay,' says I ha' that, but you mun pay me a shilling a week for 't.' Then my mind misgive me, for I thought he hadn't a shilling in t' world, and yet if he hadn't, I should just ha' gi'en him to bed a' t' same. I'm not one as can turn a dog out if he comes to me wearied o' his life. So he outs wi' a shilling, and lays it down on t' table 'bout a word. 'I'll not trouble you long,' says he. 'I'm one as is best out o' t' world,' he says. Then I thought as I'd been a bit hard upon him, and says I, 'I'm a widow woman, and one as has getten but few friends.' For yo see I were low about our Christopher's going away north, so I'm forced like to speak hard to folk. But I've made myself some stirabout for my supper, and if you'd like to share and share about wi' me, it's but putting a sup more water to it, and God's blessing 'll be on it, just as same as if 'twere meal.' So he ups wi' his hand afore his eyen, and says not a word. At last he says, 'Missus,' says he, 'can God's blessing be shared by a sinner? One o' t' devil's children?' says he, 'for t' scripture says he's t' father o' lies.' So I were puzzled like, and at length I says, 'Thou mun ask t' parson that. I'm but a poor faint-hearted widow woman, but I've allays had God's blessing somehow. Now I bethink me, and I'll share it wi' thee as far as my will goes.' So he raxes his hand across t' table, and mutters summat as he grips mine. I thought it were scripture as he said, but I'd need all my strength just then for to lift a pot off t' fire. It were t' first victual I'd tasted since morn, for t' famine comes down like stones on t' head o' us poor folk. And all I said were just, 'Come along, chap, and fa too, and God's blessing be on him as eats most.' And sin' that day him and me's been as thick as thieves, only he's niver telled me nought of who he is or where he comes from. But I think he's one o' them poor colliers as has getten brunt into coal pits, for to be sure his face is all black wi' fire marks, and o' late days he's ta'en to his bed, and just lies there sighing, for one can hear him plain as daylight through t' bit o' partition way." As proof of this, a sigh, almost a groan, startled the two women at this very moment. "Poor fellow!" said Sylvia, in a soft whisper. "There's more sore hearts in t' world than one reckons for." But after a while she bethought her again of Kester's account of his sister's softness, and she thought that it behoved her to give some good advice. So she added in a sterner, harder tone, "Still, yo say yo know nought about him, and tramps is tramps all t' world over, and you're a widow, and it behoves you to be careful. I think I'd just send him off as soon as he's a bit rested. You say he's plenty o' money." "Nay, I never said that. I know nought about it. He pays me aforehand, and he pays me down for whatever I've a getten for him. But that's but little. He's noane up to his victual, though I've made him some broth as good as I could make him." "I wouldn't send him away till he was well again, if I were you. But I think you'd better be rid on him," said Sylvia. "It would be different if your brother were in Monkshaven." As she spoke she rose to go. Widow Dobson held her hand in hers for a minute, and then the humble woman said, "You'll noane be vexed wi' me, missus, if I cannot find in my heart to turn him out till he wants to go hissel, for I wouldn't like to vex you for Christopher's sake. But I know what it is for to feel for friendless folk, and choose what may come on it. I cannot send him away." "No," said Sylvia. "Why should I be vexed? It's no business o' mine. Only I should send him away, if I was you. He might go lodge where there was men folk, who know t' ways o' tramps, and are up to them." Into the sunshine went Sylvia. In the cold shadow the miserable tramp lay sighing. She did not know that she had been so near to him towards whom her heart was softening, day by day. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 44. First Words. It was the spring of 1800. Old people yet can tell of the hard famine of that year. The harvest of the autumn before had failed. The war and the corn laws had brought the price of corn up to a famine rate, and much of what came into the market was unsound, and consequently unfit for food, yet hungry creatures bought it eagerly, and tried to cheat disease by mixing the damp, sweet, clammy flour with rice or potato meal. Rich families denied themselves pastry and all unnecessary and luxurious uses of wheat in any shape. The duty on hair powder was increased, and all these palliatives were but as drops in the ocean of the great want of the people. Philip, in spite of himself, recovered and grew stronger. And as he grew stronger, hunger took the place of loathing dislike to food. But his money was all spent, and what was his poor pension of 6d. a day in that terrible year of famine? Many a summer's night he walked for hours and hours round the house which once was his, which might be his now, with all its homely blessed comforts, could he but go and assert his right to it. But to go with authority, and in his poor maimed guise assert that right, he had need be other than Philip Hepburn. So he stood in the old shelter of the steep crooked lane, opening on to the hill out of the market-place, and watched the soft fading of the summer's eve into night, the closing of the once familiar shop, the exit of good comfortable William Coulson, going to his own home, his own wife, his comfortable plentiful supper. Then Philip, there were no police in those days, and scarcely an old watchman in that primitive little town, would go round on the shady sides of streets, and, quickly glancing about him, cross the bridge, looking on the quiet rippling stream, the grey shimmer foretelling the coming dawn over the sea, the black masts and rigging of the still vessels against the sky. He could see with his wistful eager eyes the shape of the windows, the window of the very room in which his wife and child slept unheeding of him, the hungry, broken-hearted outcast. He would go back to his lodging, and softly lift the latch of the door, still more softly, but never without an unspoken grateful prayer, pass by the poor sleeping woman who had given him a shelter and her share of God's blessing, she who, like him, knew not the feeling of satisfied hunger. And then he laid him down on the narrow pallet in the lean-to, and again gave Sylvia happy lessons in the kitchen at Haytersbank, and the dead were alive, and Charley Kinraid, the specksioneer, had never come to trouble the hopeful gentle peace. For Widow Dobson had never taken Sylvia's advice. The tramp known to her by the name of Freeman, that in which he received his pension, lodged with her still, and paid his meagre shilling in advance, weekly. A shilling was meagre in those hard days of scarcity. A hungry man might easily eat the produce of a shilling in a day. Widow Dobson pleaded this to Sylvia as an excuse for keeping her lodger on. To a more calculating head it might have seemed a reason for sending him away. "You see, missus," said she apologetically to Silva one evening as the latter called upon the poor widow before going to fetch little Bella. It was now too hot for the child to cross the bridge in the full heat of the summer sun, and Jeremiah would take her up to her supper instead. "You see, missus, There's not as many as 'ud take him in for a shilling when it goes so little way, or if they did, they'd take it out on him some other way, and he's not getting much else, I reckon. He calls me granny, and I'm vast mistaken if he's the 10 year younger nor me, but he's getting a fine appetite of his own, choose how young he may be, and I can see as he could eat a deal more nor he's getting money to buy, and it's few as can mak' victual go farther nor me. missus, but you may trust me I'll send him off when times is better, but just now it'll be sending him to his death, for I ha' plenty and to spare, thanks be to God and your bonny face." So Sylvia had to be content with the knowledge that the money she gladly gave to Kester's sister went partly to feed the lodger who was neither labourer nor neighbour, but only just a tramp, who, she feared, was preying on the good old woman. Still the cruel famine cut sharp enough to penetrate all hearts, and Sylvia, an hour after the conversation recorded above, was much touched, on her return from Jeremiah Foster's with the little merry chattering Bella, at seeing the feeble steps of one, whom she knew by description must be widow Dobson's lodger, turn up from the newly cut road which was to lead to the terrace walk around the north cliff, a road which led to no dwelling but widow Dobson's. Tramp and vagrant he might be in the eyes of the law, but, whatever his character, Sylvia could see him before her in the soft dusk, creeping along over the bridge, often stopping to rest and hold by some support, and then going on again towards the town, to which she and happy little Bella were wending. A thought came over her. She had always fancied that this unknown man was some fierce vagabond, and had dreaded lest, in the lonely bit of road between widow Dobson's cottage and the peopled highway, he should fall upon her and rob her, if he learned that she had money with her. And several times she had gone away without leaving the little gift she had intended, because she imagined that she had seen the door of the small chamber in the lean-to open softly while she was there, as if the occupant, whom widow Dobson spoke of as never leaving the house before dusk excepting once a week, were listening for the chink of the coin in her little leathern purse. Now that she saw him walking before her with heavy languid steps, this fear gave place to pity. She remembered her mother's gentle superstition, which had prevented her from ever sending the hungry empty away, for fear lest she herself should come to need bread. "Lassie," said she to little Bella, who held a cake which Jeremiah's housekeeper had given her tight in her hand, "yon poor man theere is hungry. Will Bella give him her cake, and mother will make her another to-morrow, twice as big?" For this consideration, and with the feeling of satisfaction which a good supper not an hour ago gives even to the hungry stomach of a child of 3 years old, Bella, after some thought, graciously assented to the sacrifice. Sylvia stopped, the cake in her hand, and turned her back to the town, and to the slow wayfarer in front. Under the cover of her shawl she slipped a half-crown deep into the crumb of the cake, and then restoring it to little Bella, she gave her directions. "Mammy will carry Bella, and when Bella goes past the poor man, she shall give him the cake over Mammy's shoulder. Poor man is so hungry, and Bella and Mammy have plenty to eat and to spare." The child's heart was touched by the idea of hunger, and her little arm was outstretched, ready for the moment her mother's hurried steps took her brushing past the startled, trembling Philip. "Poor man, eat this. Bella not hungry." They were the first words he had ever heard his child utter. The echoes of them rang in his ears as he stood endeavouring to hide his disfigured face by looking over the parapet of the bridge down upon the stream running away towards the ocean, into which his hot tears slowly fell, unheeded by the weeper. Then he changed the intention with which he had set out upon his nightly walk, and turned back to his lodging. Of course the case was different with Sylvia. She would have forgotten the whole affair very speedily, if it had not been for little Bella's frequent recurrence to the story of the hungry man, which had touched her small sympathies with the sense of an intelligible misfortune. She liked to act the dropping of the bun into the poor man's hand as she went past him, and would take up any article near her in order to illustrate the gesture she had used. One day she got hold of Hester's watch for this purpose, as being of the same round shape as the cake, and though Hester, for whose benefit the child was repeating the story in her broken language for the 3rd or 4th time, tried to catch the watch as it was intended that she should, she being the representative of the hungry man for the time being, it went to the ground with a smash that frightened the little girl, and she began to cry at the mischief she had done. "Don't cry, Bella," said Hester. Niver play wi' watches again. I didn't see thee at mine, or I'd ha' stopped thee in time. But I'll take it to old Darley's on Quayside, and maybe he'll soon set it to rights again. Only, Bella must never play with watches again." "Niver no more," promised the little sobbing child, and that evening Hester took her watch down to old Darley's. This William Darley was the brother of the gardener at the rectory, the uncle to the sailor who had been shot by the press gang years before, and to his bedridden sister. He was a clever mechanician, and his skill as a repairer of watches and chronometers was great among the sailors, with whom he did a very irregular sort of traffic, conducted, often without much use of money, but rather on the principle of barter, they bringing him foreign coins and odd curiosities picked up on their travels in exchange for his services to their nautical instruments or their watches. If he had ever had capital to extend his business, he might have been a rich man, but it is to be doubted whether he would have been as happy as he was now in his queer little habitation of 2 rooms, the front one being both shop and workshop, the other serving the double purpose of bedroom and museum. The skill of this odd-tempered, shabby old man was sometimes sought by the jeweller who kept the more ostentatious shop in the High Street, but before Darley would undertake any tickle piece of delicate workmanship for the other, he sneered at his ignorance and taunted and abused him well. Yet he had soft places in his heart, and Hester Rose had found her way to one by her patient, enduring kindness to his bedridden niece. He never snarled at her as he did at too many, and on the few occasions when she had asked him to do anything for her, he had seemed as if she were conferring the favour on him, not he on her, and only made the smallest possible charge. She found him now sitting where he could catch the most light for his work, spectacles on nose and microscope in hand. He took her watch and examined it carefully without a word in reply to her. Then he began to open it and take it to pieces in order to ascertain the nature of the mischief. Suddenly he heard her catch her breath with a checked sound of surprise. He looked at her from above his spectacles. She was holding a watch in her hand, which he had just taken up off the counter. "What's amiss with thee now?" said Darley. "Hast ta niver seen a watch o' that mak' afore? Or is it them letters on t' back as is so wonderful?" Yes, it was those letters, that interlaced old-fashioned cipher, that Z.H. that she knew of old stood for Zachary Hepburn, Philip's father. She knew how Philip valued this watch. She remembered having seen it in his hands the very day before his disappearance, when he was looking at the time in his annoyance at Sylvia's detention in her walk with baby. Hester had no doubt that he had taken this watch as a matter of course away with him. She felt sure that he would not part with this relic of his dead father on any slight necessity. Where then was Philip? By what chance of life or death had this, his valued property, found its way once more to Monkshaven? "Where did you get this?" she asked in as quiet a manner as she could assume, sick with eagerness as she was. To no one else would Darley have answered such a question. He made a mystery of most of his dealings, not that he had anything to conceal, but simply because he delighted in concealment. He took it out of her hands, looked at the number marked inside, and the maker's name, Natteau Gent, York, and then replied, "A man brought it me yesterday at nightfall, for t' sell it. It's a matter of 40 years old. Natteau Gent has been dead, and in his grave, pretty nigh as long as that, but he did his work well when he were alive, and so I gave him as brought it for t' sell about as much as it were worth, the good coin. I tried him first at bartering line, but he wouldn't bite, like enough he wanted food. Many a one does nowadays." "Who was he?" gasped Hester. "Bless t' woman, how should I know?" "What was he like? How old? Tell me." "My lass, I've a summat else to do wi' my eyes than go peering into men's faces at dusk light." "But you must have had light for t' judge about the watch." "Eh, how sharp we are! I'd a candle close to my nose, but I didn't tak' it up for to gaze into his face. That wouldn't be manners, to my thinking." Hester was silent. Then Darley's heart relented. "If you're so set upon knowing that fellow was, I could, maybe, put you on his tracks." "How?" said Hester eagerly. "I do want to know. I want to know very much, and for a good reason." "Well, then, I'll tell you. He's a queer tyke, that one is. I'll be bound he were sore pressed for t' brass, yet he outs wi' a good half crown all wrapped up i' paper, and he axes me to make a hole in it. Says I, it's marring good king's coin, that after I've made a hole in it it'll never pass current again. So he mumbles and mumbles, but for all that it must needs be done, and he's left it here, and it's called for it tomorrow at e'en." "Oh, William Darley," said Hester, clasping her hands tight together, "find out who he is, where he is, anything, everything about him, and I will so bless you." Darley looked at her sharply, but with some signs of sympathy on his grave face. "My woman," he said, "I could ha' wished as you'd never seen at watch. It's poor thankless work thinking too much on one of God's creatures. But I'll do the bidding," he continued in a lighter and different tone. "I'm a cute old badger when need be. Come for the watch in a couple of days, and I'll tell you all as I've learnt." So Hester went away, her heart beating with the promise of knowing something about Philip. How much, how little, in these first moments, she dared not say even to herself. Some sailor newly landed from distant seas might have become possessed of Philip's watch in far off latitudes, in which case Philip would be dead. That might be. She tried to think that this was the most probable way of accounting for the watch. She could be certain as to the positive identity of the watch being in William Darley's possession. Again, it might be that Philip himself was near at hand, was here in this very place, starving as too many were, for insufficiency of means to buy the high-priced food. And then her heart burnt within her as she thought of the succulent, comfortable meals which Sylvia provided every day, nay, 3 times a day, for the household in the market-place, at the head of which Philip ought to have been. But his place knew him not. For Sylvia had inherited her mother's talent for housekeeping, and on her, in Alice's decrepitude and Hester's other occupations in the shop, devolved the cares of due provision for the somewhat heterogeneous family. And Sylvia! Hester groaned in heart over the remembrance of Sylvia's words. "I can niver forgive him the wrong he did to me," that night when Hester had come and clung to her, making the sad, shameful confession of her unreturned love. What could ever bring these two together again? Could Hester herself, ignorant of the strange mystery of Sylvia's heart, as those who are guided solely by obedience to principle must ever be of the clue to the actions of those who are led by the passionate ebb and flow of impulse? Could Hester herself? Oh! how should she speak? How should she act if Philip were near? If Philip were sad and in miserable estate? Her own misery at this contemplation of the case was too great to bear, and she sought her usual refuge in the thought of some text, some promise of Scripture, which should strengthen her faith. "With God all things are possible," said she, repeating the words as though to lull her anxiety to rest. Yes, with God all things are possible, but ofttimes he does his work with awful instruments. There is a peacemaker, whose name is Death. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of Sylvia's Lovers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell. Chapter 45, Saved and Lost. Hester went out the evening of the day after that on which the unknown owner of the half-crown had appointed to call for it again at William Darley's. She had schooled herself to believe that time and patience would serve her best. Her plan was to obtain all the knowledge about Philip that she could in the first instance, and then, if circumstances allowed it, as in all probability they would, to let drop by drop of healing, peacemaking words and thoughts fall on Sylvia's obdurate, unforgiving heart. So Hester put on her things and went out down towards the old quay side on that evening after the shop was closed. Poor little Sylvia! She was unforgiving, but not obdurate to the full extent of what Hester believed. Many a time since Philip went away had she unconsciously missed his protecting love. When folks spoke shortly to her, when Alice scolded her as one of the non-elect, when Hester's gentle gravity had something of severity in it, when her own heart failed her as to whether her mother would have judged that she had done well, could that mother have known at all, as possibly she did by this time. Philip had never spoken otherwise than tenderly to her during the 18 months of their married life, except on the 2 occasions before recorded, once when she referred to her dream of Kinraid's possible return, and once again on the evening of the day before her discovery of his concealment of the secret of Kinraid's involuntary disappearance. After she had learnt that Kinraid was married, her heart had still more strongly turned to Philip. She thought that he had judged rightly in what he had given as the excuse for his double dealing. She was even more indignant at Kinraid's fickleness than she had any reason to be, and she began to learn the value of such endearing love as Philip's had been, lasting ever since the days when she first began to fancy what a man's love for a woman should be, when she had first shrunk from the tone of tenderness he put into his especial term for her, a girl of 12, little lassie, as he was wont to call her. But across all this relenting came the shadow of her vow, like a chill of a great cloud passing over a sunny plain. How should she decide? What would be her duty if he came again, and once more called her wife? She shrank from the possibility with all the weakness and superstition of her nature, and this it was which made her strengthen herself with the re-utterance of unforgiving words, and shun all recurrence to the subject on the rare occasion when Hester had tried to bring it back, with the hope of softening her heart, which to her had appeared altogether hardened on this one point. Now, on this bright summer evening, while Hester had gone down to the quayside, Sylvia stood with her out-of-door things on the parlour, rather impatiently watching the sky, full of hurrying clouds, and flushing with the warm tints of the approaching sunset. She could not leave Alice. The old woman had grown so infirm that she was never left by her daughter and Sylvia at the same time, yet Sylvia had to fetch her little girl from the new town, where she had been to her supper at Jeremiah Foster's. Hester had said that she should not be away more than a quarter of an hour. Hester was generally so punctual that any failure of hers in this respect appeared almost in the light of an injury to those who had learnt to rely upon her. Sylvia wanted to go and see the widow Dobson, and learn when Hester might be expected home. His 2 months were long past, and Sylvia had heard through the Fosters of some suitable and profitable employment for him, of which she thought he would be glad to know as soon as possible. It was now some time since she had been able to get so far as across the bridge, and for aught she knew, Kester might already be come back from his expedition to the Cheviots. Kester was come back. Scarce 5 minutes had elapsed after those thoughts had passed through her mind before his hasty hand lifted the latch of the kitchen door. His hurried steps brought him face to face with her. The smile of greeting was arrested on her lips by one look at him, his eyes staring wide, the expression on his face wild and yet pitiful. "That's reet," said he, seeing that her things were already on. "Thou're wanted sore. Come along." "Oh, dear God, my child!" cried Sylvia, clutching at the chair near her, but recovering her eddying senses with the strong fact before her that whatever the terror was, she was needed to combat it. "Ay, thy child," said Kester, taking her almost roughly by the arm, and drawing her away with him out through the open doors on to the quay side. "Tell me," said Sylvia, faintly, "is she dead?" "She's safe enow," said Kester. "It's not her, it's him as saved her as needs you, if iver a husband needed a wife." "He? Who? Oh, Philip! Philip, is it yo at last?" Unheeding what spectators might see her movements, she threw up her arms and staggered against the parapet of the bridge they were then crossing. "He, Philip, saved Bella? Bella, our little Bella, as got her dinner by my side, and went out with Jeremiah as well as could be? I cannot take it in. Tell me, Kester." She kept trembling so much in voice and in body that he saw she could not stir without danger of falling until she was calmed. As it was, her eyes became filmy from time to time, and she drew her breath in great heavy pants, leaning all the while against the wall of the bridge. "It were no illness," Kester began. "The little one had gone for a walk with Jeremiah Foster, and he were drawn for to go round to the edge o' the cliff where they's making t' new walk reet over t' sea. But they's bit but on a pathway now, and t' one was too old and the other too young for to see the water coming along with great leaps. It always for coming up high again the cliff, and this springtide it coming in terrible big waves. Some one said as they passed a man a sitting on a bit of rock up above. I don't know. I only know as I heard the great fearful screech i' the air. I were just a resting after I'd come in not half an hour at the place. I've walked better nor a dozen mile to day, and I ran out and I looked, and just on to walk at the turn was the swish of a wave running back as quick as the mischief into the sea, and old Jeremiah standing like one crazy, looking out over into water, and like a stroke o' lightning comes a man, and in it the very mist o' the great waves like a shot, and then I knowed something were in the water as were nearer death than life, and it seemed to misdoubt me as that were our Bella, and a shouts and a cries for help, and I goes myself to the very edge o' the cliff, and I bids out Jeremiah, as was like one beside hisself, would died on me, for he were good for nothing else, and I bides my time, and when I sees two arms a holding out a little dripping, streaming child, I clutches her by her waistband and hauls her to land. She's noane the worse for her bath, I'll be bound.' 'I mun go, let me,' said Sylvia, struggling with his detaining hand, which he had laid upon her in the fear that she would slip down to the ground in a faint, so ashen grey was her face. 'Let me, Bella, I mun go to her.' He let go, and she stood still, suddenly feeling herself too weak to stir. 'Now, if you'll try a bit to be quiet, I'll lead you along. But you mun be steady and brave, lass.' 'A lot, if you only let me see Bella,' said Sylvia, humbly. 'And you niver asked after him as saved her,' said Kester, reproachfully. 'I know it's Philip,' she whispered, 'and you said he wanted me, so I know he's safe. And, Kester, I think I'm feared on him, and I'd like to gather courage afore seeing him, and a look at Bella would give me courage. It were terrible time when I saw him last, and I did say—' 'Never think on what thou did say. Think on what thou will say to him now, for he lies a dying. He were dashed against the cliff and bruised sore on his innards afore t' men as come wi' the boat could pick him up.' She did not speak. She did not even tremble now. She set her teeth together, and holding tight to Kester, she urged him on, but when they came to the end of the bridge she seemed uncertain which way to turn. 'This way,' said Kester. 'He's been lodging wi' Sally this 9 week, and never a one about the place had knowed him. He'd been at t' wars and getten his face brunt.' 'And he was short o' food,' moaned Sylvia, 'and we had plenty. And I tried to make your own sister turn him out and send him away. Oh, will God iver forgive me?' Muttering to herself, breaking her mutterings with sharp cries of pain, Sylvia, with Kester's help, reached Widow Dobson's house. It was no longer a quiet, lonely dwelling. Several sailors stood about the door awaiting in silent anxiety for the verdict of the doctor, who was even now examining Philip's injuries. 2 or 3 women stood talking eagerly, in low voices, in the doorway. But when Sylvia drew near, the men fell back, and the women moved aside as though to allow her to pass, all looking upon her with a certain amount of sympathy, but perhaps with rather more of antagonistic wonder as to how she was taking it. She, who had been living in ease and comfort, while her husband's shelter was little better than a hovel, her husband's daily life a struggle with starvation, for so much of the lodger at Widow Dobson's was popularly known, and any distrust of him as a stranger and a tramp was quite forgotten now. Sylvia felt the hardness of their looks, the hardness of their silence, but it was as nothing to her. If such things could have touched her at this moment, she would not have stood still right in the midst of their averted hearts, and murmured something to Kester. He could not hear the words uttered by that hoarse, choked voice until he had stooped down and brought his ear to the level of her mouth. 'We'd better wait for the doctor to come out,' she said again. She stood by the door, shivering all over, almost facing the people in the row, but with her face turned a little to the right, so that they thought she was looking at the pathway on the cliff side, 100 yards or so distant, below which the hungry waves still lashed themselves into high ascending spray, while nearer to the cottage, where their force was broken by the bar at the entrance to the river, they came softly lapping up the shelving shore. Sylvia saw none of all this, though it was straight before her eyes. She only saw a blurred mist. She heard no sound of waters, though it filled the ears of those around. Instead, she heard low whispers pronouncing Philip's earthly doom. For the doctors were both agreed his internal injury was of a mortal kind, although as the spine was severely injured above the seat of the fatal bruise, he had no pain in the lower half of his body. They had spoken in so low a tone that John Foster, standing only a foot or so away, had not been able to hear their words, but Sylvia heard each syllable there where she stood outside, shivering all over in the sultry summer evening. She turned round to Kester. 'I mun go to him, Kester. Thou see that no one come in to us when the doctors come out.' She spoke in a soft, calm voice, and he, not knowing what she had heard, made some easy, conditional promise. Then those opposite to the cottage door fell back, for they could see the grave doctors coming out, and John Foster, graver, sadder still, following them. Without a word to them, without a word even of inquiry, which many outside thought and spoke of as strange, white-faced, dry-eyed Sylvia slipped into the house out of their sight. And the waves kept lapping on the shelving shore. The room inside was dark, all except a little halo or circle of light made by a dip candle. Willow Dobson had her back to the bed, her bed, onto which Philip had been borne in the hurry of terror as to whether he was alive or whether he was dead. She was crying quietly, but the tears downfalling fast, as with her back to the lowly bed she was gathering up the dripping clothes cut off from the poor maimed body by the doctor's orders. She only shook her head as she saw Sylvia, spirit-like, steal in, white, noiseless, and upborne from earth. But noiseless as her step might be, he heard, he recognized, and with a sigh he turned his poor disfigured face to the wall, hiding it in the shadow. He knew that she was by him, that she had knelt down by his bed, that she was kissing his hand, over which the languor of approaching death was stealing. But no one spoke. At length he said, his face still averted, speaking with an effort, "Little lassie, forgive me now. I cannot live to see the morn." There was no answer, only a long, miserable sigh, and he felt her soft cheek laid upon his hand, and the quiver that ran through her whole body. "I did thee a cruel wrong," he said at length. "I see it now. But I'm a dying man. I think that God will forgive me, and I've sinned against him. Try, lassie, try, my Sylvie. Will thou not forgive me?" He listened intently for a moment. He heard through the open window the waves lapping on the shelving shore, but there came no word from her, only that same long, shivering, miserable sigh broke from her lips at length. "Child," said he, once more, "I have made thee my idol, and if I could live my life o'er again, I would love my God more and thee less. And then I shouldn't ha' sinned the sin against thee. But speak one word of love to me, one little word, that I may know I have thy pardon." "Oh, Philip, Philip!" she moaned, thus adjured. Then she lifted her head and said, "Them were wicked, wicked words as I said, and a wicked vow as I vowed, and Lord God Almighty had taken me at my word. I'm sorely punished, Philip, I am indeed." He pressed her hand, he stroked her cheek, but he asked for yet another word. "I did thee wrong. In my lying heart I forgot to do to thee as I would have had thee do to me, and I judged Kinraid in my heart." "Thou thoughtest he was faithless and fickle," she answered quickly, "and so he were. He were married to another woman not so many weeks at after thou went away. Oh, Philip, Philip, and now I have thee back, and—" Dying was the word she would have said, but first the dread of telling him what she believed he did not know, and next her passionate sobs choked her. "I know," said he, once more stroking her cheek and soothing her with a gentle caressing hand. "Little lassie," he said, after a while when she was quiet from very exhaustion, "I never thought to be so happy again. God is very merciful." She lifted up her head and asked wildly, "Will he ever forgive me, think you? I drove you out from your home, and I sent you away to wars where you might have gotten your death, and when you came back, poor and lone and weary, I told her for to turn you out, for I knew you must be starving in these famine times. I think I shall go about among them as gnash their teeth for ever, while you are where all the tears are wiped away." "No," said Philip, turning round his face, forgetful of himself in his desire to comfort her. "God pities us as a father pities her poor wandering children. The nearer I come to death, the clearer I see him. But you and me have done wrong to each other, yet we can see now how we were led to it. We can pity and forgive one another. I'm getting low and faint, lassie. But thou must remember this. God knows more, and is more forgiving than either you to me or me to you. I think and do believe as we shall meet together before his face, But then I shall ha' learnt to love thee second to him, not first, as I have done here upon the earth.' Then he was silent, very still. Sylvia knew, Widow Dobson had brought it in, that there was some kind of medicine, sent by the hopeless doctors, lying upon the table hard by, and she softly rose and poured it out and dropped it into the half open mouth. Then she knelt down again, holding the hand feebly stretched out to her, and watching the faint light in the wistful, loving eyes. And in the stillness she heard the ceaseless waves lapping against the shelving shore. Something like an hour before this time, which was the deepest midnight of the summer's night, Hester Rose had come hurrying up the road to where Kester and his sister sate outside the open door, keeping their watch under the starlit sky, all others having gone away one by one, even John and Jeremiah Foster having returned to their own house, where the little Bella lay, sleeping a sound and healthy slumber after her perilous adventure. Hester had heard but little from William Darley as to the owner of the watch and the half-crown, but he was chagrined at the failure of all his skilful interrogations to elicit the truth, and promised her further information in a few days, with all the more vehemence because he was unaccustomed to being baffled. And Hester had again whispered to herself, "Patience, patience," and had slowly returned back to her home to find that Sylvia had left it, why, she did not at once discover. But, growing uneasy as the advancing hours neither brought Sylvia nor little Bella to their home, she had set out for Jeremiah Foster's as soon as she had seen her mother comfortably asleep in her bed. And then she had learnt the whole story, bit by bit, as each person who spoke broke in upon the previous narration with some new particular. But from no one did she clearly learn whether Sylvia was with her husband or not. And so she came speeding along the road, breathless, to where Kester sate in a wakeful, mournful silence, his sister's sleeping head lying on his shoulder. The cottage door opened, both for air and that there might be help within call if needed, and the dim, slanting colouring of the interior light lying across the road. Hester came panting up, too agitated and breathless to ask how much was truth of the fatal, hopeless tale which she had heard. Kester looked at her without a word. Through this solemn, momentary silence the lapping of the ceaseless waves was heard, as they came up close on the shelving shore. "He, Philip?" said she. Kester shook his head sadly. "And his wife, Sylvia?" said Hester. "In there with him, alone," whispered Kester. Hester turned away and wrung her hands together. "Oh, Lord God Almighty!" said she. "Was I not even worthy to bring them together at last?" And she went away slowly and heavily back to the side of her sleeping mother. But "Thy will be done" was on her quivering lips before she lay down to her rest. The soft grey dawn lightens the darkness of a midsummer night soon after 2 o'clock. Philip watched it come, knowing that it was his last sight of day, as we reckon days on earth. He had been often near death as a soldier, once or twice, as when he rushed into fire to save Kinraid. His chances of life had been as 1 to 100, but yet he had had a chance. Now there was the new feeling, the last new feeling which we shall any of us experience in this world, that death was not only close at hand, but inevitable. He felt its numbness stealing up on him. But the head was clear, the brain more than commonly active in producing vivid impressions. It seemed but yesterday since he was a little boy at his mother's knee, wishing with all the earnestness of his childish heart to be like Abraham, who was called the friend of God, or David, who was said to be the man after God's own heart, or St. John, who was called the beloved. As very present seemed the day on which he made resolutions of trying to be like them. It was in the spring, and some one had brought cowslips, and the scent of those flowers was in his nostrils now, as he lay a-dying, his life ended, his battles fought, his time for being good over and gone, the opportunity once given in all eternity past. All the temptations that had beset him rose clearly before him. The scenes themselves stood up in their solid materialism. He could have touched the places, the people, the thoughts, the arguments that Satan had urged in behalf of sin, were reproduced with the vividness of a present time. And he knew that the thoughts were illusions, the arguments false and hollow, for in that hour came the perfect vision of the perfect truth. He saw the way to escape, which had come along with the temptation. Now the strong resolve of an ardent boyhood, with all a life before it to show the world what a Christian might be. and then the swift, terrible now, when his naked, guilty soul shrank into the shadow of God's mercy seat, out of the blaze of his anger against all who act a lie. His mind was wandering, and he plucked it back. Was this death in very deed? He tried to grasp at the present, the earthly present, fading quickly away. He lay there on the bed, on Sally Dobson's bed in the house place, not on his accustomed pallet on the lean-to. He knew that much. And the door was open into the still dusk night, and through the door casement he could hear the lapping of the waves on the shelving shore. Could see the grey dawn over the sea. He knew it was over the sea. He saw what lay unseen behind the poor walls of the cottage, and it was Sylvia who held his hand tight in her warm, living grasp. It was his wife whose arm was thrown around him, whose sobbing sighs shook his numbed frame from time to time. "God bless and comfort my darling," he said to himself. "She knows me now. All will be right in heaven, in the light of God's mercy." And then he tried to remember all that he had ever read about God, and all that the blessed Christ, that bringeth glad tidings of great joy unto all people, had said of the Father from whom he came. These sayings dropped like balm down upon his troubled heart and brain. He remembered his mother, and how she had loved him, and he was going to a love wiser, tenderer, and deeper than hers. As he thought this, he moved his hands as if to pray, but Sylvia clenched her hold, and he lay still, praying all the same for her, for his child, and for himself. Then he saw the sky redden with the first flush of dawn. He heard Kester's long-drawn sigh of weariness outside the open door. He had seen Widow Dobson pass through long before to keep the remainder of her watch on the bed in the lean-to, which had been his for many and many a sleepless and tearful night. Those nights were over. He should never see that poor chamber again, though it was scarce 2 feet distant. He began to lose all sense of the comparative duration of time. It seemed as long since the kind Sally Dobson had bent over him with soft, lingering look before going into the humble sleeping-room, as long as it was since his boyhood, when he stood by his mother dreaming of the life that should be his, with the scent of the cowslips tempting him to be off to the woodlands where they grew. Then there came a rush and an eddying through his brain, his soul trying her wings for the long flight. Again he was in the present. He heard the waves lapping against the shelving shore once again. And now his thoughts came back to Sylvia. Once more he spoke aloud in a strange and terrible voice which was not his. Every second came with efforts that were new to him. "My wife, Sylvie, once more, forgive me all." She sprang up. She kissed his poor burnt lips. She held him in her arms. She moaned and said, "Oh, wicked me! Forgive me, Philip!" Then he spoke and said, "Lord, forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive each other." And after that the power of speech was conquered by the coming death. He lay very still, his consciousness fast fading away, yet coming back in throbs, so that he knew it was Sylvia who touched his lips with cordial, and that it was Sylvia who murmured words of love in his ear. He seemed to sleep at last, and so he did, a kind of sleep. But the light of the red morning sun fell on his eyes, and with one strong effort he rose up and turned so as once more to see his wife's pale face of misery. "In heaven," he cried, and a bright smile came on his face as he fell back on his pillow. Not long after Hester came, the little Bella scarce awake in her arms, with the purpose of bringing his child to see him ere yet he passed away. Hester had watched and prayed through the livelong night, and now she found him dead, and Sylvia, tearless and almost unconscious, lying by him, her hand holding his, her other thrown around him. Kester, poor old man, was sobbing bitterly, but she not at all. Then Hester bore her child to her, and Sylvia opened wide her miserable eyes, and only stared, as if all sense was gone from her. But Bella, suddenly rousing up at the sight of the poor, scarred, peaceful face, cried out, "Poor man! Who was so hungry? Is he not hungry now?" "No," said Hester softly. "The former things are passed away, and he is gone where there is no more sorrow, and no more pain." But then she broke down into weeping and crying. Sylvia sat up and looked at her. "Why do you cry, Hester?" she said. "You never said you wouldn't forgive him as long as you lived. You never broke the heart of him that loved you, and let him almost starve at your very door. Oh, Philip, my Philip, tender and true!" Then Hester came round and closed the sad, half-opened eyes, kissing the calm brow with a long farewell kiss. As she did so, her eyes fell on a black ribbon round his neck. She partly lifted it out. To it was hung a half-crowned piece. "This is the piece he left at William Darley's to be bored," said she, "not many days ago." Bella had crept to her mother's arms, as a known haven in this strange place, and the touch of his child loosened the fountains of her tears. She stretched out her hand for the black ribbon, put it round her own neck, and after a while she said, "Live very long, and try very hard to be good all that time, do you think, Hester? As God will let me to him where he is." Monkshaven is altered now into a rising bathing place, yet standing near the site of Widow Dobson's house on a summer's night, at the ebb of a spring tide, you may hear the waves come lapping up the shelving shore, with the same ceaseless, ever recurrent sound as that which Philip listened to on the pauses between life and death. And so it will be until there shall be no more sea. But the memory of man fades away. A few old people can still tell you the tradition of the man who died in the cottage somewhere about this spot, died of starvation while his wife lived in hard-hearted plenty not 2 good stone throws away. This is the form into which popular feeling and ignorance of the real facts have moulded the story. Not long since, a lady went to the public baths, a handsome stone building erected on the very site of Widow Dobson's cottage, and finding all the rooms engaged, she sat down and had some talk with the bathing woman, and, as it chanced, the conversation fell upon Philip Hepburn and the legend of his fate. "I knew an old man when I was a girl," said the bathing woman, "as could never abide to hear t' wife blamed. He would say nothing against the husband. He used to say as it were not fit for men to be judging, that she had her sore trial as well as Hepburn hisself." The lady asked, "What became of the wife?" "She was a pale, sad woman, always dressed in black. I can just remember her when I was a little child, but she died before her daughter was well grown up, and Miss Rose took to lassie, as had always been like her own." "Miss Rose?" "Hester Rose. Have you never heard of Hester Rose, as she founded the almshouses for poor disabled sailors and soldiers on the Horncastle Road? There's a piece of stone in front to say that 'this building is erected in the memory of P.H.' and some folk will have it P.H. stands for the name of the man that was starved to death." "And the daughter?" "One of the Fosters, them as founded the old bank, left her a vast o' money, and she were married to a distant cousin of theirs, and went off to settle in America, many and many a year ago." End of chapter 45. Recording by Linda Vale West. End of Sylvia's Lovers by Elizabeth Gaskell.